Morning, everybody. We have guests from here. We have guests that will be here online. So hopefully we'll have a productive morning. Thank you all for yesterday. I thought yesterday went very well. A lot of discussion. It should be interesting and fun to try to go through all of the notes to make sure that we've collected everything. Any comments from council members before we, I think web management, Ruthie will be up first before, do we have them online? Or we will?
They're working on it right now.
They're working on that, so we have a couple of minutes. Does anybody have any comments they want to share before we really kick this off?
I have only one more question for Dorota. We can do this now or later after the web.
Sure.
Okay, perfect. So I forgot to ask one question yesterday from my list related to what credit facilities we have in the case of an emergency. It doesn't have to be a hurricane. So how are we prepared to avoid that we need to go through a lengthy decision process and public process to have access to whatever kind of credit facility if necessary?
So as a municipality, we are a little limited to like standard banking loans, but currently we have a 100,000 line of credit that is divided as 50,000 is a credit card that the mayor has, emergency card. Actually, it's in my safe. 40,000 mayor pro tem. Those are just dedicated for emergency, and 10,000 is divided by the senior staff just for everyday use. So this is just 100,000. In case if there is, a need for a bigger amount, the town can issue a geo bond, and the amount of that is based on the assessed property values, which of last year was about 25 million. So we can go up to 25 million without a vote. Without vote. There is a process though with that too that has to go through council, of course, for two readings, but it could be also expedite. We years ago, when Stephanie mentioned that we put this risk management plan in place, we met with our attorney, or bond attorney actually, and he advised how we can expedite the process and have this within 2 weeks. There is also an option. It's if that's not enough for property tax, but that's a different process. That's a lengthy process.
But is this all ready to go, or would this require a lengthy process in preparation for you, your team, us, etc.?
So I believe we have a drafted ordinance. It's just as a draft for emergency if we need to go for a geo bond. So that's ready to go if needed. So we don't need to do any research or have meetings with the bond attorneys. As far as the property tax, that's we
I don't want it to go there. I was
No.
just asking about whatever credit facilities. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I think there was a reference yesterday about Dan and making a comment about the bridge replacement or something like that. I think that was what he was referring to, that we can move that quickly if something like that. We have a contract, but if we really needed a lot, it's the...
Yes. The money, I was just talking about the money. The bridge, we do have a contract with Phillips Jordan, yes.
And is that contract, is that an evergreen contract, or is it annually renewed, or how does that work?
So we just actually signed a contract last year, I want to say, right before the hurricane season, and I think it's a 5-year contract, but it's not, until it's mobilized, it's not really, there is
Activated.
no money
So with
involved.
Philip and Jordan, how their contract, we went out for bid, and it is a debris monitoring, debris removal contract. So the town doesn't pay anything, not unless we activate the contract, like Dorota said. So when we went out to bid, came back, we had a few bids, but we ended up going back with Philip and Jordan, and Philip and Jordan has a lot. I think they also have, they're secondary to Kika, and they also have contract with the county.
Is that the debris removing contract? I thought we were talking about
Both.
the bridge.
The same
No,
company, the same
yeah,
company.
Yeah, Philip and Jordan would bring the bridge for us.
Right.
Okay, Ruthie, you all set? You want to
Yeah.
introduce your guest? Ms.
I
Emily?
do. Good morning, everyone. I would like to introduce Web Management Services. They're the consultant firm who's been, for the past few months, working on a feasibility study to determine the potential of having a performing arts and cultural center on Kiawah Island. The Arts Council for years has been experiencing some scheduling issues, and that's sort of where this project arose from. So without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Duncan and Miriam as they present their Phase 1 findings.
Thank you, Ruthie. Let's just see if we can pull up the screen.
Fortunately, I'm not able to share my screen with the Zoom link.
Miriam, they're working on allowing you to share your screen.
Thank you.
Duncan, I think not everybody may have attended your initial presentation. Could you introduce yourselves and your teammate and what
Sure. All right.
what we're going
I'll
to be
go
seeing
ahead.
in a minute or two?
Right. So good morning, everyone. I'm Duncan Webb here with Miriam King. We are management consultants to people who build and operate theaters. So practice now in its 26th year. We just started Project 500. We roam around the country doing feasibility studies, business plans, and strategic plans for these buildings. We've worked a fair amount in the region, including recent projects in Hilton Head, Brunswick, Georgia, and Myrtle Beach. So we have been hired here because this idea of new facilities has been sort of bumping along in the community for many years. It sounds like there have been discussions off and on about doing various things. I think the real catalyst for this project is the success of the Arts Council and their various presenting programs, and the sense that, wouldn't it be great if there were better facilities for that and then other programs in and for Kiawah Island. So on that basis, the town jumped in. You issued a request for proposal. We submitted and were selected based on sort of a fixed scope of work and fee. The work breaks down into two phases. The first phase is what's the right thing to do, if anything, and that's the work that we're sharing with you today. So the way that we approach that is we're always trying to ask and answer 4 questions. Is there an audience for new facilities? So who lives here, who visits here, who works here? What do they like? What do they want? Sort of things. Secondly, what's the level and nature of demand on the part of users? So artists and arts organizations and promoters and presenters like the Arts Council. And what do they need and want that they don't currently have? And the most important issue is, if you add up all of that demand, does it suggest that you have a busy building, right? That is the key question. The third question is, what's wrong with the facilities you have now, and are there gaps that could be filled with a new project? And then finally, we say, where are you going as a community, and how might this project help you get there? So that's the work of aligning this project with your sort of comprehensive plan, economic development plans, and other sort of broader planning efforts, including the visioning work that you're doing as a part of this retreat. So on that basis, we did the needs assessment, we did a bunch of interviews, we toured facilities, we did research in other communities, and we then came up with the work we're going to share with you today. Next slide. So before we do that, just I'll make a couple of comments about what's going on in the wider world. It's sort of a good news, bad news thing. The bad news is that the audiences for traditional performing arts programs have been a little bit soft, particularly coming out of the pandemic. Audiences for, ballet and some of the other forms are sort of struggling a little bit. Another sort of challenge is the fragility of the nonprofit sector and the problems that they have sort of with their own sort of the economic challenges of running an arts organization, and again, made worse coming out of the pandemic. The other big challenge is fundraising and the competition, both in the public and private sector, for financial support. At the same time, there's good news. This really important shift from passive to active participation in the arts, the massive growth in arts education, and the understanding that arts is a great way to teach many different things. And finally, that we're now in a position to express a very strong value proposition for the arts. People now understand the role that the arts play in helping communities move forward with various things. Next slide. So how do buildings respond? First of all, we have a much broader definition of cultural activity. My favorite soundbite is we've moved from Friday night lights to the community living room, which means back in the day, a theater was a building where the marquee lit up on 7 o'clock on a Friday night so that fancy people wearing fancy clothes could come to a fancy performance. Today, the images of a community living room, a building that is always open, always active, much more inclusive, and really serves the community. Buildings work hard to partner with educators. We've made this very important shift away from palaces of the arts to arts districts. We are trying to support active as well as passive participation in buildings. We're doing whatever we can to enhance the social experience around a performance before and after. We work hard to maintain a low cost of access for artists and arts organizations. And most importantly, buildings are facing outward, meaning they're looking out into their communities and saying, what can we do to help our community move forward? Next. So what we learned, in summary, we did a big set of interviews, a couple of group interviews, and the public meeting. There is a sense that there is demand in the community and that there are issues with current facilities. There are strong sort of opinions about the importance of whatever happens needs to be environmentally sustainable. There is concern, even though we're not yet talking about location, lots of people wanted to talk about location and traffic issues. There is a sense that this could be a good quality of life project. And most importantly, there's an understanding that a project like this has to have broad community support to align with the long-term vision for Kiawah. I think, next slide, I think Miriam's now going to lead us through some of the detailed analysis in that work. Go ahead, Miriam.
Unmute yourself, Miriam.
Sorry about that. So we approach the market elements in Kiawah in terms of residents and non-residents, considering full-time, part-time, and summer visitors. So to define the market, we mapped Arts Council ticket buyer data points using our geographic information system software. So we purchased demographic data, we analyzed geodemographic data in terms of consumer habits, we projected potential market attendance for the region, and assessed geolocation data to gain insight into visitation patterns in the region. So here, to understand the market area, we mapped 7 different shows from the Arts Council 2022 season, and we observed that 77% of ticket buyer data point locations fall within the Johns Island and Seabrook Kiawah Island Census County divisions. So we used both of those divisions as the local market, which is shown here in the green shading, and the regional market is a 60-minute drive time from Kiawah, shown with the blue outline. This is the breakdown of the ticket buyer point distribution. So each show has a different color. As we see, Ranky Tanky draws in a wider location distribution of ticket buyers, whereas Holidays Around the World is closer to 91% within those 2 county subdivisions. Here we have the Esri Business Analyst Market Potential, which we use to describe an area's potential to engage in arts and culture events and programs. So on this x-axis is the index of participation potential. 100 is the national average, which is shown with the blue line. And that average estimates participants' likelihood to attend and participate in arts events that are listed on the y-axis. So Kiawah has an exceptionally strong market potential particularly to attend classical music events where their residents are 160% more likely than the national average to attend. And also very high attendance for dance, art galleries, museums, and live theater. When we broaden our scope to the local market of the 2 county subdivisions, we also see a very strong market potential to participate. And I'll bring Duncan back to explain our regional market projections.
So this was just one more exercise to estimate the size of the potential market for various disciplines. We use the Survey of Public Participation in the Arts, and we break down the market according to the levels of educational attainment. And using that, we can predict the total number of possible ticket buyers for disciplines by district. I've always been a little bit suspicious of these numbers. They always seem a little bit high, but as a good sort of relative marker, it suggests, for example, that within the 60-minute drive time, there should be about 88,000 ticket buyers a year, as opposed to 13,000 ballet ticket buyers a year. So it does give us a sense of the total market size for the area. Next.
We also collected data from Placer AI, which is a company that collects geolocation data from mobile devices. And Freshfield Villages is the location that's available on Placer. And on the left part of the slide, these kind of red hotspots show a high number of visitation events to Kiowa from residents that live in these, state areas that are pretty far outside of the region. And kind of this trend is mirroring what we're seeing in Charleston in the area, which is particularly high levels of national visitation, higher than pre-COVID numbers. We conducted a survey along with the interview process to better understand the desired days of use per year for a new potential space. So in total, we estimated that there's about 483 days of use, broken down to performance days and other days, and the other category combines meeting and event, rehearsal, and classroom use. We also asked folks their ideal capacity range to get an understanding of what they were looking for in a space, and that average number was 330 seats. Additionally, we conducted facility inventories for performance spaces, meeting and event, film, gallery, and exhibition, and arts program spaces in the region to understand what spaces currently exist. We then put these spaces onto a matrix. So the x-axis shows the seating capacity, y is the quality rating, and the size of the bubble indicates the number of arts disciplines the space supports. In total, we saw that there was a gap in the market between the 250 and 500 seat range. We also considered local and regional plans and studies and to understand how this project could align with the broader goals in and around Kiowa. Our conclusions from that is that the arts and culture can promote social health of residents in Kiowa and the region, which can then contribute to community resilience. We also understand that it's incredibly important to preserve the natural ecosystem in Kiowa, and all design should be done with nature. A new arts and culture center could attract new visitors and residents to the island with arts and entertainment options beyond the main draw of golf and nature. And we also believe that it could support the housing market by offering programming that might attract younger demographics to ensure the long-term health of Kiowa. We identified some partners and collaborators. So additional data that we collected from Placer AI showed us the favorite places or the most highly visited places in Kiowa. These partners could be considered as potential collaborators in terms of marketing and event programming, especially during peak season. There's also several potential users of the space that might serve as partners or resident organizations for the center. Kika indicated a particularly high level of potential use for the new space. Local and regional performing artists expressed interest, and they might support the center with their own established patron followings. And additional partnerships with organizations could be grown through meeting and event rentals by offering high quality performance capabilities for fundraisers and other private events. Additionally, an exciting trend that we're seeing in our work is the emergence of a new arts and innovation sector, which developed at the intersection of arts and health, arts and technology, and arts and education. So with these new medical and senior living facilities being developed, there may be opportunities for arts and health collaborations. And Duncan?
All right, so on that basis, we think we have answers to the 4 questions. We do see strong market potential for residents and visitors. There are clearly gaps in the inventory. There's a good set of user demand on the part of artists, arts organizations, and presenters. And we think there are ways that a project like this could align with your local and regional goals. Next. On that basis, we're going to recommend several pieces. One is a performance space, probably 300 to 400 seat range, and we want to keep that range fairly broad for now, just while the conversation begins. Keys to that: high level of flexibility, strong technology, and very good food and beverage support around it. So it should be able to support music, dance, theater, film, speakers, and special events. Next. Then a multi-purpose space around that for small performance, rehearsals, special events. Again, high level of flexibility, strong technology, and good food and beverage support, maybe 100 to 150 seats. Next. And then there's some other pieces that could happen around that, a rehearsal space, maybe a classroom or two. Be great to have sort of an outdoor component to this where programs could occur around the building. And the key thing for us is that these facilities can be combined in one facility, or they can be developed separately if within a district. Sort of within a relatively dense area, you could have these components sort of spread around a little bit. Next. So on that basis, a few examples. I think some of you are familiar with the project up in Highlands. Nice 300-seat theater completed just a couple of years ago. Good collaboration between a chamber music festival and some local groups, an $11 million facility, so reasonable cost for that. Next one, the Shailin Liu in Rockport, Mass, a bit fancier and more expensive, but a beautiful little sort of recital hall. You see the back wall is a glass window out into the bay there. That's been a very successful building as a home for a music festival, but also for presenting and other rental activity. Next, a project of ours in Stowe, Vermont. They built this, I think it opened 13 years ago now, 420-seat theater that was really about driving visitation to Stowe and Spruce Peak in the shoulder seasons, but it's turned into a very good partnership between the resort and the local artists and arts organizations in and around Stowe. Next. And then finally, a project where we worked on recently, sort of strategic planning in Hilton Head. This is the Arts Center of Coastal Carolina, 350-seat theater, but also has the black box, the gallery, and the other pieces. The challenge that they've had really in the last 10 years is trying to sort out, should they be a producing venue, meaning creating their shows, a presenting venue, or a rental venue, and that trying to find that balance between those different sorts of activities. Next. And on that basis, we're ready for some questions.
They have to unshare.
Well, I have a number of questions. So a lot of them is dealing with the source data. I'm looking specifically at the slide that refers to a user survey and facility uses and users. And it's the slide that comes up with the calculation that a capacity of 330.
Russ, which page now?
They're not numbered.
Top right is the...
Oh, 23.
Yes, so that information, we collected that. This is anecdotal. So this was from interviewing potential users of the space. And we also sent out a survey, a little more detailed survey, asking folks their ideal days of use in a space.
Well, I'm bringing this up because I'm just curious at where these numbers are coming from, because it talks about Kika having 85 performance days a year plus another 125? I don't think they do that now.
So Kika self-reported that in a survey. So again, these do not reflect the exact usage of the space, but rather the desired use of a new space directly from users. So representatives of Kika completed the survey, and this was the numbers they provided us.
And Russ, maybe just on that one, because I'm on Kika's site, I was trying to figure out some of that as well. I mean, some of the stuff, they have an ongoing calendar of events.
Sure.
Some are kind of Kika, some are groups that use the Sandcastle. And interestingly enough, they also have all of the Arts Council stuff on their calendar that's at events within the game.
And I was thinking of that, Brad, as you were talking, because a lot of the uses then of the Kika at the Sandcastle is going to be like the Bridge Club, or things that are so small, I can't see them being able to afford the Bridge Club going to this facility to play bridge. I'm questioning I'm just not sure all those numbers make sense.
And I don't know how Kika was defining it. For example, on this page, and I'm not sure what I just pulled up, categories, it doesn't have any of the Bridge Club type of stuff. This has just, it's literally piano bar, opera, art film series.
And we went to like a month or so ago to a trivia game night there, and the Sandcastle was free, basically. And I don't see how we would be able to afford paying for a trivia contest to open up this facility. I mean, also the uses that I see Kika are bringing it up. So anyway, it's just the source. If that's being relied upon to demonstrate how many days of use it's going to be operating, I'm not sure I agree with that. And following up on that is there's a lot of arts that are being done in the Charleston area right now. Are we going to be competing directly with those other entities? The Performing Arts Center, for example, the Symphony Hall.
So let me respond to both of those. So I'll do the second part first. So there will probably be a little bit of competition with what's going on in Charleston for your presenting programs. We think that the people will travel potentially an hour to come. So there is certainly some market overlap. A lot of the rental, serving the local groups and the regional groups is really probably going to be less competitive with what's going on in Charleston. So the presenting programs, when the building kind of buys touring arts and entertainment, like the Arts Council does now, will be competitive. But the Arts Council does, at least their efforts so far, does seem to suggest their ability to find a distinct market for a set of presenting programs that can sort of coexist with what's going on in Charleston. The second point you raise about these levels of potential activity on the part of the local arts organizations, you're absolutely right. This is always the most difficult part of our work is how aspirational are these groups being, as opposed to how sort of realistic is that level of use. So for the time being, we've noted these are self-reported numbers. It does suggest to us a pretty good range of demand across several disciplines. The group probably wouldn't use it that much, and we haven't yet introduced the concept of rent. So, which is what we do in the second half of our work of writing the business plan. And the key part of the business plan is bringing these groups together for an event we call the scheduling charrette. And we sit down, we put blank calendars on the table, and we talk about how they book space and how much it's going to cost to book space and what other services they have to pay for in addition to rent, in order to really get a much stronger and more realistic sense of capacity to pay rent, and therefore what is the earned revenue potential coming out of the building. So for now, it is somewhat aspirational. It is probably somewhat a little bit optimistic, but we like it because it's a set of organizations across disciplines, and there does seem to be a good consensus around the right size and shape for a space.
Yeah, I understand, and I thank you for that. I'm intentionally not going to get into what the costs are, because I know that's your second phase. It's just, I just wanted to reiterate that the Kika number, whatever it uses, it doesn't pay rent for anything in the sandcastle. So I don't know how, I just don't know how that's going to factor in, but I just wanted to make
and
that
to,
point.
to add on this, actually, as also Brad said, I don't know if we have really made enough, put enough granularity into these numbers to understand what is really the size of an event that would fit such a venue and what doesn't. I mean, as you said, Bridge Club, I mean, why would they go to this facility? Because the sandcastle is sufficient. So I think, I find it dangerous to use this data without really understanding more of the detail and have more granularity and probably would have asked better questions to get a better answer of what we can really use here.
So let me ask a couple of points, if I may. So this first phase, which is really just, is it feasible for us to have this facility? It would seem to me that if the conclusion of that study is that, yeah, we could probably support a 300-seat facility. Okay, well that seems on the surface to be intuitively okay. It's not a big facility. I guess, and then of the things that we do today from an Arts Council thing, is there enough diversity in the performances to support a facility like that? Yeah, probably so. So I guess to say, is it feasible, is a pretty easy yes. What I'm interested in is, in your work, taking our study, what would have to have happened for your answer to be not feasible? What would you have to have not seen to have come to the conclusion today that said, you guys are going down the wrong road?
Right. So first of all, let me say we're not yet saying it's feasible. What we are saying is there is a market opportunity. Remember, our 4 questions are really about, is there a market opportunity in terms of audiences, users, what else is out there, and where you're going as a community? So that the market opportunity plus the business plan equals a feasibility study.
Okay,
so the work we've done now
you've opened the
is
door,
the
but
market.
you've not walked through, sort of.
Right.
Okay.
So, right. So what we're doing now is essentially we're defining the idea which we need to test within the context of a business plan. So what was the second half of the question?
Well, what would at this point?
Oh, yeah, right. So what would have made us say no? Right. So what would have made us say no is some combination of the following. One, there aren't enough people either living or visiting there with a high propensity to participate in performing arts and entertainment programs. Two, the level and the nature of demand from local artists and arts organizations is not strong. It's well under kind of 100 days a year of activity. Three, there's some other buildings that, while they might not be perfect, are pretty good, but your buildings aren't really close to being pretty good. And finally, that the direction that you're going as a community does not suggest that new arts facilities would help you get there. So those are the 4 questions, and I think what we've tried to do in this work is come up with a yes for each one, which we have.
And my perspective, it's not, be careful how I say this, it's not yet really actionable information. And I'm struggling, Ruthie, I don't know if you can answer this question, because I look at this a little bit differently, and it uses a baseline. For example, how many Arts Council programs, how many programs does the Arts Council put on each year right now, and what is the average attendance for those?
You were there up to the mic.
Per season, we're putting on anywhere from 25 to 35, and they range in attendance based on our capacities, because some we host at churches, some we host at conference centers. So I can compile that number for you. It's just not going to be super reflective based on the different capacities for our different venues that we're currently using.
Do we have a number of total people that attend? those 35 events?
I can get that data from last season because we're in the middle of our season now. It wouldn't be reflective.
So 25 to 35 events right now
Yes,
is what we
per
put
season on
And,
average.
Duncan or Miriam, did you look at the Ketica, or maybe it was just self-reporting, how many, to kind of Russ's points, how many separate programs does Kika put on that would be really characterized not as Bridge Club or something like that, but more arts and cultural programs? And then did you also look at, you know, issues related to, you talked about black box or event rental space, you know, do any demand or market analysis for that function in this market? Because obviously there's high demand for the Kiawah Island Club facilities, the sanctuary, for wedding receptions, dinners, special events, corporate meetings, et cetera. There's a lot of that. What is the potential market demand for non-performing arts use of a nice performing arts facility?
So Miriam, sort of back me up on this, but we did do an inventory of the meeting and event facilities on or around the island in addition to our inventories of performance facilities. And we did specifically address this idea that there is some demand beyond the facilities that currently exist. Didn't we also hear that from some of our interviews, Miriam?
Yes, yeah. And yeah, for one of the inventories we did, which will be in the full report, is meeting and event spaces within Kiawah, and then performing arts focused or related meeting and event spaces in the 60-minute drive time. And in the user survey, we did separate the other days of use between meeting, event, and rehearsal.
Yeah, I like that idea. I'm just I'm gonna give you some thoughts, and in order to make me a definite yes, but there's additional research. One of them is exactly what Brad is saying. I think we need to, for me, I'm nervous. I'm just trying to help you get me unnervous. I'm nervous about the utilization of it, and I think if you can open up to non-arts things, such as you have a wedding coming on the island, and then you have the rehearsal dinner or cocktail hour or something like that that can use this facility, it'll make me a little bit more comfortable that it's not going to be sitting idle and become a white elephant. And the other thing that I need help from you guys is to make me comfortable that people outside of Kiawah are really going to come here that often. And I don't know how to do that. I know on slide 13 you have the market analysis and you have the ticket buyer point distribution. And not surprisingly, there's a big cluster on the island of Kiawah. But I'm not sure how we can really figure out how many people are going to drive down Bohicket to come to a show here versus going to see the same show in Charleston. So I'm just looking for you guys to help me get over that hurdle.
So can I, before you answer his question, let me add a little bit to it, because I'm kind of the same sort of thought. How do you, this facility, if you look at it and look at the components of the facility, it's one thing to say, well, yeah, you could use it for rehearsal dinners and weddings and all of that, but you couldn't do that in a 300-seat auditorium because there's seats everywhere. And so really what you're having is you're having a facility built for a multi-use kind of situation. But at the end of the day, you're going to have a 350 or 300-seat auditorium. And then you're going to have ancillary spaces that can be used for a myriad of other things, whether it's rehearsals or classrooms or wedding rehearsals or wedding receptions or whatever. And I guess it would seem to me that what we've done so far is really almost a qualifying study that says, do we bother taking the next step? I think, because this really isn't a decision document here, other than do we take the next step? And I guess the question is, is after the next step, are we getting down to brass tacks on whether this thing is even financially or operationally feasible? Because at some point we've got to be able to say, nope, we're done, or we're really going to go after now where is it located and blah, blah, all, how is it funded, all that kind of stuff. Is that the second phase to get to that point? Because I like to have data points that I can make a decision from, and right now I think it's easy to get to, yes, this is feasible.
Well, even to follow on from that, John, if I may, the whole idea of kind of the executing a business plan, you know, I have zero clarity on kind of what the direction would be, because my way of thinking there's a wide range of ways that this could be approached. The reason we're talking about it here now is what's the role of the town and what's the financial obligation of the town. Right now, we're sponsoring the Arts Council, $300,000 a year. All of these programs are happening under the town's umbrella. So as you know, the overseers of the town's finances, we obviously need to be very sensitive to, if we go down this path, this is not going to become a white elephant for the town. Now, I understand, Ruth, and others would know better than I, that in the past it's been discussed whether the Arts Council simply becomes a 501c3 and does its own thing. The town can make an independent decision as to whether it contributes because it helps our residents. Just like we give $700,000 to the Charleston Visitors Bureau, we could give money to the Arts Council. And the Arts Council does its own thing about either buying or leasing a property and then subleasing it as well. You know, we have this conversation is, you know, if it's the town involved, you've still got a range of options. Do we build a facility and then finance that? So we don't have to pay rent, but we've got to service essentially our debt cost. Or there was another option, you know, the Riverstone said, yeah, we might be willing to consider building a facility, but we'd want a primary tenant. And then and would the town be willing to be the primary tenant? And so, you know, and then you talk to Edens, we might be willing to also contribute to that. Would the resort, I mean, there's just so many variables.
I think we're
And yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me just jump in. You need to let us answer a few questions before you keep piling on anymore. So let me just interject and respond to just a few of these comments, and then we'll do another round. So just a few things. I think whichever you said, you know, do we bother taking the next step? That's where you are now. So essentially what we've said is we think there's a market opportunity. We think it's roughly for this sort of set of facilities. We believe that based on our sense of audiences, demand, and the facilities that are already there. But there's still a lot of work to do. We have to, as you've pointed out, we've really got to narrow down on the utilization through the work of a business plan. And the other part of this work is where we have a physical planning partner who joins us on the second round of work. And what Robert's job is to turn this concept into a space program, which is a list of all the rooms in the building, add it up, figure out what the footprint is of either one building or multiple pieces. What is the cost to build those pieces, either separately or apart? And then address some of these issues like the capacity of the main space. And note that, you know, for that main space, I do really want to focus on the importance of flexibility, because a lot of these halls, 300 to 400 seat halls, have the flexibility such that the orchestra level does go flat floor. So if our work continues to develop and we're feeling much stronger about the meeting and event demand, we might sort of, with Robert, decide, let's make that main space even more flexible to make it better for meeting and event programs as well as arts programs. So we have the ability to refine that concept physically and build a business plan around that concept. And within that, we are also addressing what the role of the town should be. So we will be identifying various ways that buildings like this are owned and operated and making recommendations. Should it be the town? Should you set up a separate 501c3? Should you recruit an educational partner? And the different ways that the buildings are operated, all of which then leads to a pro forma operating budget. So the point is that at the end of that next round of work, you have this market study, plus you have a business plan, plus you have a physical plan. So you know what you're getting into, both physically, operationally, and financially.
So it would seem to me that this first phase, while it's very soft in terms of, hard data points about viability and all of that, the decision is also pretty soft. I mean, we could decide, no, we don't want to go to the second phase,
Right.
but it's really
Yeah.
based on our feeling that it's not going to work.
It's a gut reaction.
It's a
Right.
gut reaction, exactly.
Right. So let me reinforce that, because we have had clients at this point say, just not making sense. We don't really like the direction you're heading with this, or we don't believe the concept that you put forward is potentially viable. So thanks very much. We're done. So we're giving you the opportunity to say that today, or to say, yeah, it's still pretty soft. There's a lot of stuff in there we still don't understand, but it seems potentially maybe this is a good direction to continue to explore. So continue your exploration.
So just, this is my personal opinion. Just kind of how I feel about it is that if you think about the crowd of people that we have at Kiowa and Seabrook, and I'll say Lower Johns Island, just intuitively, you would think it would be a group of people that could support an arts and activity center of some sort. I mean, I've lived in small communities in Virginia that had a smaller facility than what we're talking about here. It was about a 200-seat facility. We had 5,000 residents, including kids. And so we probably had about maybe 2,500 adults. And we did support that. And it was financially viable. The town didn't have to contribute anything. It was a very unusual circumstance. And if you look at the makeup of our population, you would think that we could probably support that. But so for me, I would say, yes, let's go to the next step. But that next step is going to be a hard sell to get to go to the third step, for me.
Do you have, I would assume you would intuitively know what is the historical average break-even point? And I don't mean in dollars, but do you need to be operating 100 performances a year, 50 a year, 200? Can you help me out there?
Yeah, so I wish it worked that way, but it doesn't. The problem is that when you have a lot of nonprofit arts renters, the busier the building is, the more annual fundraising you have to do to sustain it, because the economic challenge of a lot of these local arts groups is that the rent that they pay really is not significant. So it's more complicated. The way that we frame it is, these buildings are sustained with a combination of earned income and contributed income. It's not that it's, why can't you cover all your costs and make a profit? It's that, like a library or like any other kind of civic facility, they are sustained with earned and contributed. And some buildings are 80% earned, other buildings are 40% earned, and both can be successful. And that's the thing that we have to test in this next round is what potential is there to drive earned revenue through rental income from the nonprofits is one part of it, but also the for-profit rental business, the meeting and event business. How significant is that demand? And do we think that will really help us drive earned revenue to a higher percentage? Then we look at, is it a big organization with lots of staff that are providing lots of services to users, or is it sort of a bare bones organization where the goal is really to minimize that annual funding requirement? So it's all about the earned contributed ratio that we really focus on in this next round of work, because ultimately the key decision for you is we'll come back with a financial model that suggests that you have to raise a certain amount of money every year to sustain this facility, and you will say, that's just too much. Or, yeah, we think we've got a reasonable shot between private sector sources and the public sector of sustaining that building as a community asset.
Okay, can I ask a few questions? Okay, so first of all, for the record, I'm intrigued by the idea. I'm nervous, as Russ is. We actually are frequent users of those kind of events, probably once or twice a month. even in Charleston or in other places we live. But let us get back to where we really are, because I think a lot of the questions we have asked now are getting far, far too much ahead of where we really are. So I want to really come back to this market study, unfortunately in quotation marks. So I have a few questions to that, because this is really, for me, the first phase to say, does that really make sense? Before we even get into financial equations, et cetera, just do we have enough people that are really interested to come, per se, not talking about money at all. So my first question is, and I'm still kind of hung up on this page 23, do you see the resort as a competitor to this facility or not? In terms of available space, venues, weddings, we talked about that, et cetera, because I'm kind of missing potential users, or I don't know, did you talk to these guys, and how do you see them being potentially a competitor over space, not so much the venues itself?
Right. I think they're probably, the more this space goes into the meeting and event business, the more competitive we are with the resort. That's where it answers. We did speak to a couple of representatives of the resort, and they expressed sort of, general support for the idea. I think they're mostly concerned about being sort of pulled into becoming a financial contributor to this. So they're a little bit, standoffish perhaps. But, I think at a general level, they see this as a good thing.
But to my understanding, help me if I'm wrong here, but several of the current arts events actually take place in the sanctuary, right? A few at least. I'm not exactly sure about the number.
So our most sought-after space that we use now is West Beach Conference Center.
Well, that's what
They're booking a lot of conferences. So Duncan was saying the more this potential space would delve into the realm of being a space to host conferences, that's where you could see potential competition.
I understand this. My question was, how many times have we in the last 2 years used the West Beach facility?
Around 4 times a season, at least.
Okay.
And it's becoming increasingly difficult
And
for us to book that for one
I
night.
understand.
Yeah.
And there was financials involved, or are they giving the Arts Council the space?
No,
for
we
free?
rent it for a fee.
So,
Yeah.
okay. So there you already have a certain competition.
Yes,
competitive
but
element.
they're, in a sense, doing us a favor, renting it to us for one night when they could be renting a week-long
No,
conference.
I understand their
Yeah.
conflict, but I was not going down this
I
road.
think it would be less of a competition aspect.
Well, Ruthie, before you leave, Mike, if I just ask one more question. Well, I guess this isn't a question for Ruthie so much. It strikes me that it's both, potentially, Michael, both. There are some competition on non-performing arts potential uses.
No, big ones, actually. I think.
Big ones, but I would think if I were, I'm putting myself in Roger Warren shoes, and that's a little dangerous, but that if there were, I'm not sure, this is the question I want to ask, is the Arts Council program marketed in conjunction with the resort to resort visitors? So resort visitors are getting information about Arts Council programs, and part of where I'm going there is there might be a real symbiotic opportunity.
Yeah,
if there's
so-
a better job of. 'Cause
That's where I was heading also with this question and with this market study, right?
For example, when we had Ranky Tanky at West Beach on January 21st, they had information displayed all around the conference center about what was going on that night. So I guess if, let's say, you were having a group meet at West Beach earlier that morning, completely unrelated, they would see on their banners tonight, Ranky Tanky.
But they wouldn't have been able to buy tickets. I guess what I'm saying is when your people is on the key on the resorts, when you conference check in, when you're checking in to get your keys or what have you, or their ongoing set of activities and events, is there an opportunity? Has the Arts Council ever sat down with the resort and said, hey, we thought your guests might be interested in the calendar of programs that we have upcoming?
I can check. I'm not sure if they've historically done that in the past.
So let me continue. think.
Good. Okay.
So let me continue, Duncan, with a few questions just to get a better understanding. So, and as I said, you know, I think this is a good start, but it has not, to me, passed the bar of being a market study. So I'm not even at the point yet to decide, are we going to move on to a more detailed study? I think we are still struggling with the results you're presenting, and I don't think that we have completed the task yet here. So in all of this context, a few questions. First, I assume that you looked at this as a performance arts center to provide shows, but not to producing own shows. Is this correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we are basically looking at this as a venue where somebody who is in charge would bring in performances that would also play in other places, and people would buy tickets for that. Okay, I understand that.
Well, can I just say there's a building like this comes to life with four things. One is presenting, so touring programs. Two is nonprofit rentals. Three is sort of for-profit rentals, sort of commercial promoters, and then the meeting and event stuff. And four is buildings like this often develop their own educational programs, and they produce those programs in and for the community. So, for example, you know, a seniors, dance program, or a theater program for school kids. So those educational programs are often a really critical part of driving activity. So presenting, nonprofit rentals, market rate rentals, and educational programs.
Okay. So in all of your interviews, have you asked only about would you participate in a performance? I mean, go to a place like this. Have you put in any financial equations into this in terms of how much would you actually be willing to pay to do this, or not at all? No, I think that's part of this assessment. I mean, just having a little bit of demographic data, is not really helping me to understand if people are really willing to spend their time and their money to go to a facility like this. So, has there been any financial questions involved in your meetings with community members and groups?
So we're not testing we're not surveying potential audiences. So that we just find that never is a very reliable thing. So we're doing secondary research to estimate the size of the potential audience. And given what we know using demographics and geodemographics and that market potential index, we think there is a reasonable size of potential audience that would pay what needs to be paid to participate in these programs. But no one has been specifically asked about their capacity to pay for a ticket.
Okay. All right, then actually the value of these data points have gone down for me. You have done a lot of projects, and my understanding is all about these type of arts and event facilities. And you mentioned something like 500. Of course, I assume the 500 would add up to pre-studies and final studies and execution studies, etc. But so if you take out of the 500 all the studies similar to what we are looking at here today, how many recommendations have you made for yes and how many for no?
All right, good question. So typically it breaks down as follows. 20% of the time we come back and say, yeah, the idea that you had before we were hired, because there's always an idea floating around the community, is a good idea. 10% of the time we say a flat out, no, don't do anything. 70% of the time we say, you thought you had a pretty good idea, but here's a better idea. And so that tends to be the most common response because people aren't often thinking about smaller spaces. They're not thinking about these sort of flexible, spaces. They're not thinking about spaces for teaching or for sort of supporting meeting and events or for a more sort of interactive arts program. So 20% we sort of confirm an idea that already existed. 10% we say flat out no. 70% we say here's a better idea.
Okay, but 10% is a no.
10% is don't do anything.
Okay, how many of the 90% of yes have not been executed?
So
you said
I
there's
would
market
say
potential, but then the community decided no.
Well, so that breaks down, it's about a third of them are up and running now, a third of them still could happen, and a third of them will never happen. And the difference between the could happen and the never happen is that, I'm sorry if this sounds too folksy, but I'm going to quote the guy that taught me how to do these things. He said two things. One, it takes a long time for something to happen suddenly. So the nature of these projects is we often write a study and the idea is in the community for 10 years. We do a study. The idea still doesn't go ahead, but then suddenly it takes off and happens. Because of the second thing that he said, which was we work in the arts, but it's all about politics and economics. So these studies only become buildings when the argument for an arts facility lines up with the political realities and conditions in the community and the economic conditions required for a building to succeed, both in terms of fundraising the money necessary to build and being confident that you have the funding necessary to sustain.
Okay, I understand. Last question. So from those 30% that have been built, how many are financially viable in a sense that the business plan that led to the decision to build, is actually fulfilled?
I think I heard about a project of ours that failed a few years ago, but as far as I can tell, that's the only one where they would look back and say, we should have never done that.
Okay, but all the other 29% are, so to speak, are meeting the financials that you developed with these communities for these buildings.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I have one follow-up, and I think like you, John, I think I'm a very soft yes for phase 2. But in phase 2, I need the answer to this general question. Without being an expert in your area, I'm making an assumption that you probably need 2 performances a week in order to make this viable. And in order to have audiences of 2 performances a week, you have to have a significant input or draw from off John's Island is where my head is at. And I need help in phase 2 for you to show me how we're going to get that input of participants and if it's feasible or not. That's where my head is.
This is a lot like buying a life insurance policy. When you sit down with the life insurance salesman, he can explain in very clear terms why it's a good idea. And it all makes perfect sense. And you say, okay, great, let's look a little further. And then they come with the second visit and they say, write me a check for $1,000. Well, that's a lot harder yes than the first one was. Yeah. So I think this is a similar thing. And I think we're all of the same ilk in terms of, soft, yeah, it doesn't really cost us much to take the further step. But that next step is going to be a pretty hard discussion. You're going to have some pretty hard data, which I'm sure you do. But I think we'll be challenged to make sure that we are, I think Brad said it yesterday or earlier today, that we're the custodian of the town's money. And for us to commit to doing something, we got to have some pretty hard data.
Let me add some context to this in terms of why we're even here and what I thought we were thinking about last year. 2 key words, vision and leadership. This community is different than many communities. Jim's sitting there heading up an environmental group. That is an investment that we made. Seabrook doesn't have Jim. Other communities didn't have Jim. There were visions and leaderships that we were going to commit to in terms of providing that level of expertise relative to our environment. The Arts Council. Other communities don't even spend a nickel, least of all $300,000 on an Arts Council. My point is that we have taken a position on I'm not saying we're going to build a hockey stadium. I'm not saying we're going to build start a football team. But it was what is going to provide some of the unique characteristics of this community relative to its future. And we took the position with the Arts Council for, 12 years ago, and we have seen it blossom. We have seen it matured. So I look at this not just as a warehouse, I don't mean to say that derogatory, but a housing for performing art, but as part of the evolution of where we're going to take this island. We have heard, and we all hear, pickleball courts, or I don't know, some type of something to engage the community. Well, we could do that. We could do that. Maybe, the community association took, a number of years ago, they were going to build a big facility out on Reds Bluff. That was part of their vision, and obviously it didn't come to fruition. So I think when we ask ourselves, and that's where the leadership comes into play, this is very, 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 very preliminary. We were a long ways from crossing any hurdle, but do we as a group, as the leaders of this group, have that vision, the potential, or have the vision and the potential execution of that vision vis-a-vis something like this? Gentleman came to us a number of years ago, and that's when we used to have the car show here on the island. I've lost track of that, but we were doing that, and if you followed those concourses, I came from Rochester Hills, Michigan. That was a big deal. Now, I'm not, not relative to this, but I'm saying there were visions and people were executing those visions. So I think that's where we're at now. If you don't see that in the future, then we should say our goodbyes and thank everybody. If you see that could possibly be in our future, then we just kind of move along here, making good, sound business decisions. No, we're not there yet. But if you don't even see it, it's kind of like we shouldn't even be traveling these roads. But I'm not shut up. But I just wanted to say, contextually, that's what we were thinking last year, even to engage Webb. I thought we were there, and I think, as I mentioned to the community, I thought that this community had matured to that point. And I'm not saying that, again, in a derogatory, that they're immature or more mature or whatever, but whether we're ready. If we're not, then that answers the question. I think the guy from, not the guy, I didn't mean to say it like that, Peter Schneider, when he talked about the commercials, how did he refer to it? As a commercial center or something like that at Andale. And I thought that was very well said, that looking at Andale not as just another Freshfields or another grocery store or whatever, but at as a commercial center. And maybe that'll be able to...
A community center was kind of the point,
Yes.
and in fact, that's actually how Edens looks at their projects.
Right. So anyway, that's just some of the questions to ask yourselves in terms of the going further, recognizing that it's data, it's soft data, it is not level, it doesn't have the level of granularity that we would like. That's what we're going to have to see whether we go forward, et cetera, et cetera.
So again, like I said before, if you look at our community, I think that we probably have the propensity to have a really strong performing arts, not venue, but performing arts component to our community. At some point, somebody said in Newport that they could probably support a jazz festival. Well, you know what? They really do. And I think, I'm not suggesting that we're going to have the Kiawah Island Jazz Festival, but I think it says at this point, on what you guys have done, if you say we were preliminarily of the opinion that we would like a performing arts center and all that it brings with it, then have you guys done anything to have changed our position on that, or reinforced our thinking? And I think that's what I would go along with the mayor. At some point we have to take tiny steps along the way to either qualify or disqualify. And so for me personally, I think that we we should take a few baby steps to see if we qualify or disqualify this notion.
Well, and I would like to endorse the mayor's comments regarding kind of the leadership that we can provide as a council, as a town on these issues, without prejudging at all whether in fact, at the end of the day, the town's going to have a role at all, or if so, what that role may be. Because I wear two hats on this. As a resident and a mostly full-time resident and a consumer of the arts, both in Charleston and less frequently here, in part less frequently here because of the inadequacy of the venues, I think a real, again, just as a non-council member hat, I think a real missing element in Kiowa Island, or in this area, is a higher quality facility or venue, performing arts, cultural center, whether it's auditorium seating or something, but something that is actually acoustically, sound, and that is an attractive space and you're willing to go to frequently, and indeed that there's actually restaurants and cafes nearby and you can make an event. I think that's my own personal view is that's a missing component here. But then the issue is, right now the town has been the principal driver and funder of that. Does that make sense going forward, or do we take on even a larger role? So I would hope as a community member that we could be the catalyst for a discussion of all this. It's a completely separate question at the end of the day as to whether this should actually be under the town's umbrella, or we can simply provide a facilitating role if it does make some economic sense for a separate 501c3 or other organizations to take this on.
I think what I'm hearing and what I'm sensing, and also what my personal preferences are, I think we all are intrigued by this idea, right? And if there's a community that would be able and willing to entertain something like this, I think it's us. So I'm very positive about this. I'm just saying I don't think that yet, and maybe before that, I also strongly believe that the town should be the driving element. Not owning it, that we are not at this point yet, but for driving this idea forward to come to decisions how we are going to orchestrate this, I think the town is the one that should drive it. If we are then somehow involved in this actively or passively, we will see this is the next, or probably the second next step from now. I'm just still struggling with some of the data points because I don't feel comfortable, standing in front of the community and saying, this market study is viable enough for me to say there is a great opportunity. For example, I'm still stuck with this page number 23. I think this is nothing that convinces me even closely. So I would really propose that we are going forward with this in the sense that we please put a little bit more, brain and thought into this. Come back to us, give us a little bit more data points that the market study would really support, a 300-seat, facility. Also because I have no idea where that comes from. And then I think it's the time to make the decision and spend the money, the right amount of money, to really make a concept to show if this is financially and from a overall concept viable.
Well, I needed to check with Stephanie. Let me see if I can understand this. Ruthie or Stephanie or whoever can. At this particular moment in time, you've concluded this phase, correct? Correct.
Duncan, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry, there's a couple of more tiny little pieces we're still sort of wrapping up that will be in place next week. But basically, it's sort of 90% there.
Okay, so really, we're not making a decision here today, but we're indicating a willingness, a desire to move this forward relative to the next phase.
Not necessarily. So the idea is that ultimately we need to be able to do a vote. We can't do a vote today. So initially, this was going to be placed on you guys' agenda, which I think I just remembered I forgot to put on there. But your agenda for Tuesday, but we can move it to March. And on the agenda Tuesday would be in a vote either up or down for them to go ahead and proceed to the next phase. Because right now, this budget, RFP is essentially almost divided into two separate budget costs. So they need an affirmative, and you guys can't really vote today. So they need an affirmative to say, yes, we would like to go ahead and have you all proceed to essentially like phase 2 of the project, which is what they had already discussed would be part of phase 2.
Will not proceed with the project, proceed with bringing it to the council to make a decision
Right.
relative to the
Exactly.
project.
Well, when I'm saying project, yeah, phase 2.
Yeah, so
but
I'm
not
just trying to
phase
get in
2.
my head, so that's where we're at, is really whether or not we give the green light to proceed with the next stage, and whether we want to do that in February, or is there additional information that, as we've shared with Duncan today, that we would like at least some of that additional information to come back before we even commit to a second phase.
And I would like a lot more clarity as to what we're getting out of that second phase.
Okay.
I don't have a good understanding of that. If we say yes, what is the deliverable or the deliverables? What is actionable for us for us based on phase 2?
Is that fair? Go ahead, Duncan.
Well, sort of two things. I'm happy to describe what's in phase 2, but I also think we have a signed contract for both phases, or at least I have a signed contract back from you all for both phases. But we always, even if we have that, but we always want to give our clients this point in the process to say, do you like where we're going? Do you think we're full of hot air and want to stop it? Or do you want us to continue the exploration? And if so, what's important to you? So we are giving you this opportunity to weigh in. How are we doing so far? What do you need to see and hear from us in order to continue moving forward, and so on? So the second part of this, as I said, there's two pieces. One is Robert helps us with the physical planning, space program, what are the pieces? We'll talk and think a little bit about site potentially, and then what does it cost to build these pieces or a building? And while he's doing that, we're writing the business plan, which is how do you program these spaces? How do you operate them? Who's the operator and what's the relationship between the owner and the operator? And then most importantly, how do you financially sustain them, which is building the financial model, which basically projects operating performance for 6 years, I think it is. But the hardest part of that, and the most important, and the thing you guys are focusing on is how do you know that those revenue numbers are real? How can you justify those ticket sales numbers? What is really a realistic rent number coming from some of these local arts communities? So that's the work of building the financial model, which is creating these defendable projections around revenues and expenses in order to sustain facilities.
So Duncan, you kind of the space planning, bringing in the space planning person. I'm struggling to understand from my standpoint, on what basis he's developing a plan. For example, the question John raised, is it a 200 person, 300, 400 person auditorium with fixed seating, or is he developing a plan which is simply a stage in a nice facility that's a multi-purpose space, and you can have performances on the stage, and then you can have tables, you can have chairs, you can have whatever in the rest of the space? I'm not sure, we're not in a really position to provide guidance, but I'm not sure how he, picks something and says, this is what I'm planning on for the town of Kiowa Island.
Right. So the work that we've done at this point gives us several ideas about spaces, and Robert is going to join us in a discussion in the community with some of these users and sort of elements of demand, and we will collectively make these decisions about the size, shape, capacity, functionality, flexibility of spaces. And Robert will write a space program and then develop order of magnitude budget for those spaces. And then while he's doing that, once we have a better sense of what those spaces are in terms physically, we'll write the business plan around those. But it will still be somewhat iterative because we might decide as we get a little further into it that, the meeting and event thing, we need to back off that demand. So maybe that changes some of the physical planning assumptions. So it's an iterative process to further flesh out the beginnings of a concept that we provided you with today.
So it would seem to me that again, for me, it would not seem reasonable to stop at this point. But as we move into whatever this next phase is called, phase 2, 1B, whatever you want to call it, some of these points that Michael raises, for example, will have to be fleshed out, to use your term, to where we are confident that they are valid in order to make the decision on whether we want to drive this process, invest in this process, turn it over to some other entity or whatever it is. Again, I don't mean to minimize what you're doing here, but it's a lot like buying an insurance policy. You've convinced me that I need life insurance, but now can I afford to buy it or not? And are the mortality tables you're using realistic? And I guess I just need to. I'm perfectly willing to take that next step, but I'm going to be a hard sell at that point.
Yeah, I'm maybe being a little bit harder sell before even that.
Maybe, but your points are valid.
But for the following reasons. Again, I'm more in favor of all of this than against it. But I want to make sure it's founded on acceptable data that we can present to the community, that the community accepts. So I would like to make, again, the following proposal, and maybe a little bit more clear. A, to really conclude this first phase that you're presenting here, Duncan, I would really urge you to help us to do a little bit more deeper and search and provide more clarity, for example, about the first topic that we debated here. How many events can we really expect? And again, page 23 is not helping me at all. This is not the granularity that I would have expected for this phase. Second, I think we need to have, before we step into whatever was defined as phase 2, and I know you have the challenge now dealing with a partially new council here that hasn't seen this and decided about this phase yet, but I think the next step, if we would agree that yes, the market potential for something like this is there, I think we need to have a basic discussion among us, hopefully face to face, how we really envision this concept to come together. Is it only for performance arts? Is it also for other things? Is it, for those things that also John mentioned? Is it a flat floor? Or, I think we need to put basics in place before we then start really mapping out what that means financially and in terms of ticket sales and in terms of ticket prices, etc. I'm not sure, no, actually I am sure that I'm not prepared to go into that phase at this moment. I want to have a little bit more data clarity. I want to have a basic discussion about what the framework for this is, for this concept is. I want to have then the community involved in this. And then comes what you are proposing, phase 2. That would be my 4-step process.
So let me offer a suggestion there. My concern with what you're proposing as an approach to get the community involved and so forth in these little baby steps is that they're going to be asking the same questions we're asking here. Well, what kind of activities are going to go on? How much is it going to cost? Which is what phase 2 is going to do. Again, we're not committing to building a facility or even saying we want to entertain this beyond putting some nuts and bolts into this process. Right now, we have a concept that on the surface seems rational. I won't even say reasonable. And I think that for me, I'm okay with. I would be, I think, okay to go on to what Duncan described as the phase 2, but again, in the course of doing that, Michael, to your point, some of these elements that we've gotten today probably need to be a little more clearly defined so that when we look at the result of a phase two, we can do so with a confidence that the data going in was good. But I don't know how you cherry pick the aspects of phase two without setting yourself up for, 1,000 questions that you would get at the end of phase two anyway. So to me, this is an easy decision. At the end of phase two is the more difficult decision. So I have some concerns about where some of this data came from, because you can make data say anything you want it to say if you beat on it long enough. So
One other kind of aspect of this that we haven't discussed, and I don't know to what extent Duncan and Miriam can or should be involved in this process, is in some respects, we're not looking at this in a vacuum, because there's other stuff going on right now, and particularly related to changes that are occurring in Freshfields and the proposed development of Andale West. And both Riverstone and Edens have expressed notional interest in the concept of some type of arts center or arts district. And it would seem to make intuitive sense that if there is to be such a facility, it would be located over there, because then you bring into the cafe, the restaurant element, and everything else. And to the extent that they have expressed at least that notional interest, and whether it's, Riverstone potentially building a facility in the kind of part of the 50 acres, or, just ideas off the top of one's head, if Harris Teeter leaves, the current space in a couple of years, is that space repurposable? That's the kind of thing that Edens likes to do. Now, we haven't involved those conversations at all, but, should we be bringing those elements into this right now? Does it make any sense to have conversations that don't involve, Riverstone or Edens in some shape, form, or fashion? Or would it be additive to do that?
yeah, and so if that would make sense, which it probably does, because why would we want to do this exclusively for Kiowa Island? That doesn't make sense. Then you almost have to say, well, let's move to the next phase in order to facilitate those discussions, because that is
That is phase two.
That is phase two.
Well, that's what I was trying to, I think that's what I was trying to get to, And it's not the weaknesses, I don't mean to say that, but the questions are solid, the questions are rational, the questions are appropriate for a town council to make. And clearly, it is premature for you to have answers to all of those questions. We certainly understand that. To me, the fundamental question continues to be, do you at least see, in terms of a vision and leadership, that we proceed with the exploration of this? Because if at this point, now you are on council, you are here, you are part of the decision. If you don't even see it, then let's not waste their time or our time. That was the only point that I was trying to make. Recognizing that it may be unfair to have you put into that position, but this isn't, I don't mean to make this sound, this isn't a $20 million decision right now. This is just continuing with the contract that we have with them. That's all we're at. But I don't want them to waste their time. I don't want you all to waste your time or thinking about it if it's not. But if we can at least say, yeah, the way this community has evolved, we think that this is something to continue to explore, and especially as Brad has outlined, new players, new ingredients that really wasn't part of my thinking a year ago when we started this whole thing, then I think we should proceed. I don't think we're ready for February, Duncan. I don't know what your plans were, or if you were coming down, or what all that was. But I think we should digest more. You could send us some additional information. We could be ready for March if that works. But
So if this is your question, Mayor, I would be absolutely a yes. My concern, and I'm sensing the concern of some of us, is that we are not yet agreeing on what is described as phase two. Means already going into building planning, financial equations, etc. before we even understand, what the concept is, because the only thing I understand about the concept yet is that it will be a performing arts and other, in a wider sense, arts, building. It will be showing and not performing. And it will very likely, I guess, in Freshfield/Andel West. That's all I know. I don't know yet if what we would see or present to the community as the venues are. Is it only arts? Is it also partial commercial, fully commercial, means into weddings, etc.? I think we are still, as my phase number 2 would be, that we kind of describe much better what is the basic concept for this building, right? And I'm not suggesting here that we already make a decision if we want wedding rehearsals or not, but should they be part? Are we in favor of having? Is the community in favor of having this?
So
I think my phase number 2, and I would sign up instantly for this, is to basically slice something into the original concept of Duncan, get us into a process of at least describing the framework or the alternatives of such concept for the building, get the community involved in such, right? And then proceed based on what the outcome is here, right? Then we have a much better database because we know what venues will be there, where it's going to be. I think Brad's input here was very valuable. How is Riverstone? How is Eden? I think we do have to involve the resort into this as well. How they would all pitch in. And then only, I believe, we have a base for really designing and bringing in some event designers for the building, etc. I think we first need more clarity what this is going to look like.
So
I think
let me
Not
just let me jump
financially,
in.
not building-wise, not architecturally,
Yep.
but
Before-
what is
so
the
before
basic
you do, John,
concept?
Duncan, I think that these are very appropriate. Do you have any reaction, response? I mean, this is like a visioning session, visioning 2 session. I mean, how would this fit into, these are all very valid questions, and you're the one with 500, you've done this 500 times. So how do you view this in terms of this next step?
Right. So the 2 basic concerns are, do we know enough about the market to believe that we're heading in the right direction? So I think that the report that we deliver next week should be beneficial to that. There's a lot more detail in there in describing the market and market propensity and market capacity. We're also going to compare Keogh as a market to several other resort communities and show the extent to which they support arts and entertainment programs. So I think that the work that is to come next week will help with the market piece. The harder piece is how much further can we go in describing the concept within the context of this work? And I'm always, I mean, we can write and we can add pictures and we can show more examples of what spaces look like, but I want it to remain somewhat vague, not vague is not the right word, but I want it to remain somewhat amorphous because we need to get to work on the business planning and the physical planning to really make those decisions about what is the exact right seating capacity and what is the exact right level of flexibility and how much meeting event business do we really think the building should support. So there's a lot of very specific choices to come. And I don't feel comfortable making a lot of those choices until we really, roll up our sleeves around the question of operations, capital budgeting, and operating budgeting.
So if I may, it's kind of the concept of form follows function. So if you, and I think part of what we missed in what Duncan said right at the beginning about this second phase is he's not going to go out and design a building and then come back and build the plan to support the building. He's going to build the plan and then say, okay, given that plan and the potential viability of that, what would a building look like? You could almost divide this next thing into 2 steps. Phase 2A, which is the business plan, the form, the function. And then the second is the form. Because, we don't, and I think, Michael, what I heard you saying was, I don't know what the building looks like because I don't know enough about what we would do with it. And so why do we want to spend time designing a building when we don't know any of the preliminaries?
Even beyond that, I don't even know what they put into a business plan.
So
if
that's
we have
what I'm
not
saying.
made a decision if there will be wedding rehearsals
I
or
got it.
not.
I got it. But I guess when Duncan started about this phase 2, what he said was one of the deliverables in phase 2 is a business plan. So again, that's the function. Form follows the function. It's not, you don't do the form first. And so, again, I think that if they press on with phase 2, maybe what we have, and Duncan, if this is a possibility in your process, is when you get that business plan written, before you get Robert too engaged to designing a building and the spaces and all of that, we probably ought to take a good look at that business plan and say, either thumbs up, thumbs down, that we're still on the right track. I just, again, I think at some point that there's some hard numbers that go along with this that we're going to have to buy off on.
Duncan, you mentioned something
Right.
about sending us a report for next week. Just, can we pause here, wait till we get your report? Maybe we can reconvene to see to what extent we can continue to meet with you on Zoom, so you won't have to have travel plans. We can have that level of granularity in the new report, have another session. We have guests that are waiting for us, and time is a problem here. So is that report to be delivered to us next? Okay. Okay, well, I don't know that we should, we can talk about it. Yeah, let's go. Okay, Duncan, thank you. Marion, thank you very much. We'll look forward to your report. We'll have to talk amongst ourselves to what extent we do or don't have this on the agenda per se for Tuesday. Least of which we're going to get the report. We'll certainly want to talk with you about it. We'll see to what extent, again, time is in our favor that we can do this constructively. So we have to get it, we have to read it, we have to digest it, and we'll see about the next step, just in terms of meeting with you. So,
Right. Can I just make one comment just as we leave you?
absolutely.
I believe in these projects. Don't focus on going 100 miles an hour. It's really important for a project like this to build some forward momentum and to maintain that. So don't rush to make a decision about the next phase. Don't rush in your deliberations about this. Make sure that you take the time that you need to be comfortable with either moving forward or not moving forward. We are ready to work with you on the timing that makes sense for your community.
Thank you. Amen
Thank
to
you.
that.
And Duncan, I just add one of the things that the council member just wanted me to make sure that you guys know is that because this is not going to the meeting next week, I know you said you're about 90% done with the report. As you told us, this is not a race but a marathon, so if you need to take a couple more days to maybe address some of the concerns that you heard today, please take those days, and if you get the report to us end of next week or the beginning of the following week, that's fine.
Okay? Will
Thank
do.
you.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
So, two things. My apologies. We've had you guys waiting. We got to take a break. So let's take a break and then we'll start. Sure.
Just before we do, speaking as one council member, I share a lot of Michael's concern. I'm profoundly disappointed in this is what we got after a couple of months' work. There's a lot of consultant speak in here. Stephanie and Ruthie were in the session I was in when last time we had a briefing a month ago. And I was, Stephanie knows I could be, I was pretty hard on them because I just thought they were way, way off track. And they continue to stay off track in providing a lot of stuff that is not actually granular and focused. And this kind of just general consultant approach. They need more direction.
That's why
Yeah.
I recommend it. You know, let them finish their report of what they call phase one. Hopefully they understand that we need a little bit more granularity and convincing data arguments. I don't think it would change my opinion about this, but I think we owe this to the community. And then sit down and draft among us and the community, you know, the framework for this. And then let them go forward with their business plan and their, you know, design concept in a very general, you know, shape and form, I would say.
So I was a consultant for many, many years, and I will say that this kind of reeks of, they come in, they visit, they go back home and they say, okay, this is going to be a yes. Let's build the presentation to support yes. And that's what they did. There is no way they could have come into Kiowa with the notion that they were going to say not feasible.
Yeah.
And so I agree with what, I mean, there's a lot of boilerplate kind of stuff here, and you know, it's the Jeopardy method of consulting. You know the answer, ask the right question.
But
That becomes important too.
It does.
So we're seeing,
It's
we're
what it
seeing
is.
the product of their effort. So they can recommend it, but now we've seen the product, the initial phase, we'll see the second report. If you're not even pleased enough.
And they
Then we don't.
They do
Exactly.
have their process, but it's not, they haven't contextualized it to specific issues
They
here.
have not spent enough time.
And by the way, Michael, just to add one other kind of complicating element, you know, I think intuitively that if we are to go down this path, Freshfields or Andel West makes the most sense. But Ruthie or Stephanie, I've only been involved now in a couple Arts Council meetings, but I believe another option that they've looked at is the Arts Council, whether they could get funding, in part through the town or otherwise, to go off island a little bit, buy another piece of property, and build something purpose-built there. That would be a very different dynamic than, for example, on something in Ando West, which would have to be he doesn't know the design characteristics. It would have to be consistent with Freshfield.
If you guys are still speaking, you got to turn your mics on because it's live stream, or if you want to go on a break.
So you know, it could be that what comes out of this is that, yeah, we have this Performing Arts Center, but it's really called the Lower Johns Island Performing Arts Center, and it's a collaborative effort with us and Seabrook and Lower Johns. We don't know any of that. And maybe we will when the business plan comes out.
But
Maybe we won't.
I think I'm very pleased that we have this discussion, because I do think this is a very important idea that, you know, is worth, you know, a lot of, you know, discussion and brains put into this, because I think it could be, if it makes financial sense, of course, and we find an operating model for this, I think this would really, really add value to the community. But it needs to financially work.
You know, I love the concept that, Brad, you were talking about in Freshfields, where you have the cafes and dinner and drinks and everything else. I think Freshfields or Andale West is the perfect place for it. But I wanted to add one more thing to what you just, Michael, with respect to the financial thing. I was talking to John about it. It comes down to how much charitable donations we are expecting. Because if we're expecting zero charitable contributions, then we need to be more flexible. And we need to have what we generically call the wedding input in order to make it sellable. If we're going to have a lot of charitable contributions, we don't need that flexibility.
Well, and I pose the question whether that's true or not, and I don't know. For example, just a hypothetical, if Riverstone says, we'll build the facility, but we want somebody, and ideally the town is the primary tenant, I don't know if that's $300,000 a year, $500,000 a year, or $1 million a year. But let's say it's $500,000 a year, just pulling the number. It may be actually 10x that, which they would want. We are already committing $300,000. We could divert other tourism-related monies, whether it's Charleston Visitor Bureau. I mean, if that were all it is, then it doesn't have to be wide open. then everything else, if we're the primary tenant, we can sublease it out. We could actually generate as much additional revenue or not
True.
as we wanted to do so.
That could work too.
And so that's why there's a lot of range of possibilities.
But we need to go a little further to understand those points, and I guess that's the thing. And so, again, I don't think we know enough to,
Not yet.
I mean, if you listen to what you just said, there were like 6 alternatives in that 30-second thing. But that's what we need to be able to flesh out. How does that work? How does this work? How does it potentially work? So we'll see. So,
The data point that would be interesting to me, more I know you've had strong concerns about feasibility. Actually, one data point that would be interesting, I meant to call up somebody about this, is what is the lease, what is the annual lease that costs for Harris Teeter at that current space? That number's gettable, and the reason I was gonna ask that is because, if depending on what that number is, that is going to be empty at some point in time. Eden's is going to want to refill that. Is that kind of a potential baseline? Or just from him, I've asked him a couple of times now, we've had a couple of calls, your $11 million facility, if somebody builds what is the annual kind of operating cost? If you're leasing from somebody for arts, what is the annual all-in cost?
So it's interesting. In this little town I lived in Virginia, we had a place called the Arts and Activities Center. It was an old church that was a historic building, and we turned it.
Highland started.
Yeah, exactly. And so we turned it into a performing arts center, and they had a stage, and there were folding chairs.
Are we back live stream, everyone? We're good? The volume's back up? Okay.
Context, a little bit of context. We had a very experienced communications manager who hired Shai, who hired Ruthie, and for other reasons left. Who hired Chris, Shai, and Ruthie, and left. And we had very talented, but very inexperienced relative to long-standing business stuff. Anyway, so we got started and could not keep up with the community. And I think you heard my comments last night. Just could not keep up. We tried. They tried. So we asked our colleagues asked Lou Hammond. I think they responded to an RFP, if I'm not mistaken. No? Well. Okay. We brought Lou Hammonds in to help, and they've been wonderful. They've been with us a while, 6 months, 7 months.
Six-ish.
And so this issue of communications gets to the heart of so many of the things that we've been talking about relationships and confidence and trust, and the list could just go on and on and on. You know, Shai is, Chris now has left. Shai is much more experienced, and we can see her talent. Ruthie is much more experienced, and we can see her talent. Stephanie is undertaking a recruitment for a communications manager, so that is underway. But come February, whatever date this is, this was on the agenda. We thought it was important that Kelsey will introduce Lou Hammonds and what they've been, but I wanted to give that little context in terms of how this whole thing has evolved, because everybody has different perspectives, and we can talk a little bit about that. Kelsey, if you would be so kind, I'm not sure how long your presentation will be, but I think the council would like to talk about communications amongst themselves. So if you would be so kind as to give us your presentation and talk about that, and then let us kind of go into quasi-executive session, if we could just talk about this whole issue and talk about the whole issue.
Absolutely. My plan today is to go over everything we've done with the town since joining in 2022, mid-2022. So I'll do a broad overview, and then any questions from you all, and then you all can proceed with the executive session.
Thank you.
So good morning. My name is Kelsey Donnelly. I'm with Lou Hammond Group's Charleston office. And so I had an intro planned, but in the favor of time, a lot of it was already said by Mayor. So I'll get right into it. So in the summer of last year, Lou Hammond Group was contacted and hired to improve communication, to work with the communications team and improve the town's communication with stakeholders. So we immediately performed a full communications audit and found that the town was, like Mayor said, sort of unable to keep up with all the demands and stuck in a reactive communication cycle, which fueled some distrust from residents and other stakeholders. In response, we created a strategic communications plan that prioritized proactive message development and transparency across platforms, and the town has adopted a number of tactics that I will walk you through this morning.
Would it be possible to get a copy of that strategic communications plan?
Yeah, I don't think there's actually a formal document that was,
It's multiple components.
Yeah.
We can absolutely share it
right.
with any of you,
Yeah.
absolutely. Here's an overview on the key deliverables from 2022, which I'll go into more detail on the next few slides. The key components are strategic communications, also promoting positive news, copywriting, the creation of the development resource page, which I'm sure you all want to know more about, the creation of an annual content calendar, and the creation of an internal communications guide. So the cornerstone of our work with the town is strategic communications, advising, and copywriting, on which we emphasize transparency and proactive communications across platforms. We assist the communications team by copywriting for various outlets, most notably the e-blast, but also for things like town notes, often communicating more hot-button topics. LHD also recommended a proactive PR plan targeting local and regional media outlets, which we hope to launch in 2023, but has not been launched yet. As part of our recommendation, the town created the development resource page, which is a web page on the current website, to host Q&As for development-related questions. So LHD collected questions, drafted answers, and organized them by topic, and worked hand in hand with town staff to get those answers done and up online. And so I think the important statistics that we pulled, the development resource page to date has received more than 2,500 visits with an average time of almost 5 minutes, which is well above the website's average of 1 minute and 14 seconds. And also it should be noted that the development resource page should be treated as a living, breathing document. So once things go up online, it shouldn't be forgotten about. This is something that we should be revisiting often, making sure that everything is up to date and keeping it up to date for the town. LHD also created an internal communication guide for the town's staff that acts as a standard operating procedures type document that includes recommendations for each channel. This was created in conjunction with the town's existing brand guidelines. So that was shared with us, and we created it sort of as a complementary document. And it includes our recommendations for every communications channel that the town oversees, including the website, e-newsletters, all social media channels. And we can provide this as well. We also created an annual content calendar, which allows us and the team to plan communications each month while tracking future meetings and projects. This is a major component of our recommendation to communicate proactively. This allows us to see what's coming down the pike every month and from an annual standpoint. And you really can't plan proactive communications unless you know what's happening. And so this has been a very helpful component of our communications. Right now, we are making most of the updates to this calendar, but our vision for this is for it to live with the department heads and have them utilize and share upcoming news with us as things are made available. And this is just a snapshot of that calendar.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll go back.
Or you want to finish and then ask?
You can jump in.
So I was reading your document and I saw a little bit of a contradiction between page 2 and 7. I like page 2 because you're saying, we really want to have all the department heads communicating with you or with each other about, what's going on and what could get on the different, communication
Absolutely.
platforms, right? I think that's your second paragraph on page 2. Now on page 7, and then I think one more time later on in the document, it seems like that has not really been implemented because your main counterpart was Chris and now it's Stephanie. But so are you communicating with the department heads and are they providing, or is this going through formerly Chris, now Stephanie? I mean, how does that work?
Great question. So our vision for the content calendar is for the department heads. This is on a shared Google Doc. So our vision is to have the department heads go in every few weeks and update what's coming down the pike in their department, and to have the communications team communicate and draft communications using that. Right now, that's not quite happening. The department heads haven't really taken that initiative, and we are updating the content calendar, but our vision long-term is for the department heads to sort of have some ownership over that and to share their updates with the communications team so the communications team can take that and draft content from it.
Okay, and that gap that you have between your vision and reality is because?
Lack of buy-in. We've only been putting this sort of in the wild for a few months, and we've had some buy-in, but I think as we go on, our vision is to have more department heads contribute to it.
Okay, thank you.
It's new. There's a learning curve and sort of an educational component with it. So statistics related to the communications department. Since 2022, so that's accounting for 2022 and also January and the first few days of February, the website has received more than 480,000 total visits. I won't read through all of this, but I'll take some of the highlights. You can see the top pages visited here, mostly related to visitors, recreation. The eBlast, we have over 11,000 eBlast subscribers, and in 2022, we went from biweekly to weekly eBlasts, sending over 800 and 1,000 individual emails. Not comprehensive. The open rate is 64%, which is incredibly, incredibly successful, 22% above industry average. Really, any open rate above 50%, 40% is incredibly impressive. The podcast total downloads were more than 2,000, and then also some statistics on the town notes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So how do these numbers compare with, for example, prior year? I mean, I assume also you track a little bit your own performance, right, and your own input as a consultant of ours. So have you seen a notable increase in these numbers? For example, page visits and time on the page, which is almost more important, since two questions. So
Yes.
compared to 21 and since you started.
Yes, so I'm going to let Shai answer those statistics questions. We don't oversee the website and SEO
No,
and things
I
like that, so
understand.
I'll let her jump
No,
in.
of course, thank you.
So unfortunately, last year, the previous team wasn't able to put together a data report, like an annual data report. And so when I went to pull the data from the 2021 to 2022 year, I wasn't able to backtrack it or customize the data report that far back. The one thing that I was able to kind of date back was the website, and our visits were 700,000, a little over 700,000 in the 2021-2022 year. And as you could see, the 2022 to 2023 year, we've only had a little over, well, almost 500,000 visits. But that was the only data that I could pull back that far was for the website.
Shy. And then second question, what do you call industry average?
So that's basically how we compare to other government agencies that use email notifications. So with our open rate being at 64%, we're actually 22% above what other agencies, where other agencies are at.
Okay, I'm not sure that agencies would be our real benchmarks. So if you compare this, maybe that's a question for Kelsey, to other industry, I mean commercial industries, right? How would the open rate compare to,
In the majority of our clients, we're seeing open rates around 25%.
Okay, good.
So can I ask a question?
Thank you.
Yes.
To become a subscriber to the eBlast, do I have to subscribe or do you subscribe me?
You have to opt in.
I have to opt in, okay.
And I would
I
also
want to know
like,
how I got on the list. I'm an old guy, I forgot.
Your wife did it for you.
Yeah, thank you, Russ.
and I would also like to take a second to note that we do push registration for the email notifications on the website, on our social media, and also within town notes. We also did recently create these Stay Connected business size cards that we hope that you guys will be able to distribute and share with members of the community, stressing the importance of being signed up for the eBlast and also actually opening up the email notifications.
So the reason I asked the question was that we have 11,000 subscribers to the eBlast. We don't have 11,000 people on Kiowa. So do we know the complexion of this subscriber base?
So the subscriber base consists of contractors, residents, tourists, other entities on the island. Kika also has, we have a Kika list also in there, pest control.
So if I go to the website and stumble upon this, do you want to subscribe to eBlast? I can say yes, and I'm in.
Yes, and you can opt in to be a part of town notifications or just to receive Arts Council
Okay, because it seems like a
updates.
big number, given how many people we have here.
And we talked about this actually yesterday. I recommended her to look a little bit at the domain names of each of those 11,000
Right.
emails that are subscribed, so that we get a little bit of an idea how many are most likely, residents and homeowners, like the gmail.com, and how many are really more like their business name being their domain, so that we can start segregating a little bit, what is really community and what is service.
Right, because if we're using that as a means of communicating information about upcoming events and circumstances and so forth, we ought to know, at least from not necessarily the specific user, but in terms of user groups, who it is that's actually getting that information,
Yeah.
I would think.
A little bit right now with Constant Contact, the way that it's currently in our list database, and Shai, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe, because we've done this historically, is that some of it's already segregated out. So for instance, if Ruthie wants to push something just to Arts Council, we already have that list, it just goes to Arts Council. If we want to push something for contractors, it's already segregated out, that it just goes to contractors.
And that was kind of my point.
Yeah.
So we have some already categories within Constant Contact. One of the things that we might be able to drill down even further is to be able to kind of look at the names or domain names to try to figure out how many of those are property owners that can be full or part-time. And that may take a little bit of time because we can cross-reference it with Exchange, directories, do different things to try to be able to figure out of that list, because our e-blast, of course, is public. So we do have people who just come on Kiowa Island for the weekend, they sign up for our e-blast, they may stay on it, when they leave they may drop off. We have a lot of news media that's on our e-blast, so ours is a very diverse group.
And I think this analysis that we talked about, that Shai and I talked about yesterday, and I just mentioned, is also to understand us a little bit more about actually the groups we are communicating with, and I think there are different needs. So something we want to also, I guess, and I think, and I hope, discuss a little bit after that, what are the groups that we are really focusing on, and do we need to maybe segregate the information a little bit more by these different groups, residents, part-timers, visitors, contractors, service people, etc.
And I believe that's something that we can add to the form, the current form where people can register. We can probably add to where they could put, hey, I'm a resident, or hey, I'm a contractor, hey, I'm a tourist. So I will definitely look into implementing that in the new form.
I think in terms also of segmenting audiences, I'm going to go back to the development resource page just to make one comment. I think what's so important about the development resource page is that this is a way that we can communicate these sort of hot button topics equitably. Because before LHG started working with the town, there was not one place where this information lived. Maybe if a resident emailed Stephanie, they'd get an answer back, but then that answer would die with the resident. Right? And so we had all of this chatter on the island asking all of these very important questions and really nowhere to direct them other than to one-off provide answers. And so answering on Facebook pages, that's not the answer, because not everyone has a Facebook page, not everyone's in the same Facebook groups. A lot of them are private and closed. And so this was another benefit of the resource page was equitable communication, in which we find in communities is of the utmost importance, equitable and transparent communication. And so looking ahead to our goals, to LHG's goals with the towns for 2023, really just plugging in the strategic communications support. So continued weekly meetings to discuss upcoming important events, how we're going to communicate that with the different stakeholders, and providing copywriting that supports that, pushing that content calendar and working the content calendar and encouraging department heads to do the same. And then also I mentioned at the beginning, launching that local regional public relations campaign to get some of the fantastic things that the town is doing out into the community to increase that visibility. And then for the town of Kiowa Island communications goals, this was something that I chatted with Shai about this week. Their goal is to launch the new website and really ensure that it's user friendly. And once it launches, not just put it out there, right? Because there's going to have to be updates and changes to it ongoing. And then also another change that they're looking to implement is for the department heads to maintain their department-specific web pages. Another goal for theirs and ours essentially is to increase the e-blast open rate. And a way to increase that awareness is to utilize those stay connected cards that Shai mentioned a few minutes ago. And then also just utilize LHG for strategic communications initiatives.
So when is this new website going to be, at least to the point where we can look at it?
So we hope to have it launched by next Tuesday for February Town Council.
Or what we may have to do is that a request was, and I think that's fair, is that we will send all of council members the link. So essentially allow them to be able to review it before it officially goes out. Just in case you guys want to add any comments, you can go around and say, yes, this is great, Paige, or you're missing this or missing that. Give them the opportunity. So my goal then is to essentially maybe do send you all out the information next week. It is not public, and then once we get your feedback, to be able to do a soft release the following week, and then maybe at the March meeting, we will officially do a launch, but then it will already be out there just for some
So
soft
Stephanie,
landing review.
that sounds like a fairly ambitious release schedule, not having seen anything or having any understanding whatsoever.
Well, that's what we will send you guys the link
That's why I
next
said,
week.
please send it first to us.
Well,
Because right now, it's actually pretty much all completed. We're just having to I have to go through
Because the
and
content
make
is
some
not
edits.
changing so much. It's just the structure, I would assume. But still, I suggest
Well,
that please have
but-
us review
but
it.
The question is, should
And-
some of the content change?
Well,
Yeah, we're-
that's what you have now the chance to do.
Right, and that's
Right,
what you have to change to do.
and
So with regards to the development
She will give
resource.
us a deadline.
Right.
Right, until we have to provide feedback, what we like, what we don't like, in terms of form and function and content.
Yes, I'm just simply saying
And
that without having seen anything, to say a week later or something like that.
Right, this is all fluid.
Okay.
I'm going to give you guys a
Depends on
date,
us.
but if you feel like you need 2 weeks or 7 days, then just say, I need some additional time. Because you're right, I'm shooting for March council meeting, but if we feel like we're not there, it's okay.
I think it's less about us needing more time. It's probably then more about we need time to fix the things that we don't like. So, okay.
So,
Bring it home.
several questions at this juncture, and then I think, Mayor, we probably let, others may have questions, and after that, Lou Hammond group go, and Kelsey go, and have further conversations. But I'm trying to, we've got, I guess, looks like 5 months yet remaining on the contract?
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
Through the end of June. And for the $7,500 a month, it's a fairly short form agreement. There aren't a lot of specific deliverables. It would be helpful for me to understand, for example, there are only a couple bullets, a handful of bullets, assist in fulfilling, I'm not sure what the assist means, the recommendations for the strategic communication plan. I haven't seen the strategic communication plan, we'll get that, but exactly where, Lou Hammond is in either the assisting or implementing of any of that. Manage media relations. I'm not sure what manage media relations means, so maybe you can explain how Lou Hammond Group is managing media relations.
Absolutely. So when I talked about the external PR plan that we're hoping to launch in 2023, that is the managing media relations. So that's communicating with the local and regional media, goings-on of the town, specifically focused on conservation-type news and good news, positive news about the town.
Okay, we have kind of a separate conversation about the positive news of the town as opposed to just news element. But so I'm curious why not that. You've had the contract now for 7 months. Why it's, there's been no media relations component up until this point in time, so it's just going to be starting in May?
Starting in 2023.
Right, we are in 2023.
Oh, I thought you said starting in May of this year. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So Yeah, so when we were first brought on, that was a secondary component of our plan. The sort of first priority was to sort of right the ship of communications, do the audit, create the communications plan, and then implement it. And that is what we've been doing for, 6 months now. And now this is just the second component.
And I think maybe a little bit with regards to our media, essentially having a media package. So when the former communications manager, not Chris, but the former one, Stephanie, one of the things is that we get a lot of inquiries from local media. And sometimes because we essentially didn't have a media package to give to them, that was one of the things that we want Lou Hammond Group to help us with, is essentially put together a media package to give. Because the number of our inquiries that come and the interest typically is because of the wildlife department. So we get a lot of inquiries wanting to interview Jim or Aaron with regards to the different things that we do. The last big, I think, media push that went out was they interviewed, was it Aaron? And we circulated that to council so you guys can see that information. But that's essentially what our idea was with regards to media, is essentially have them help us put together a packet of
And there is an
information.
updated press kit. or
Good.
press package.
That's one of the things we want them to help us with. We never had one before. And so we were essentially scrambling in the past. And some of the questions that they've asked us to try to provide to them, we just have not been able to get
And I
that to
appreciate-
them.
I'm trying to understand the work done, because this was a contract that was entered into back in October, and that was
Right.
the second phase. It had already been in place, I think, for 3 months. And back in October, it says, the deliverable is, and we're paying each month, develop an update of the press
Right.
kit. But-
Yeah.
But nothing's been done on that?
Yeah, so when we first engaged them, it really was our first 3 months that council, as you, I think, may be aware, the first 3 months, was that essentially more as a crisis management. And so we just did not have, with the very limited staff that we had and the experience, we weren't able to do the media piece. When council decided to actually do a year contract with them, it is part of our goal. But again, we just have not been able to accomplish that. I envision that a number of these things would be able to accomplish when we have a more experienced communications manager, once we are able to hire someone to be able to work on putting those things together. But no, we do not. We have not. We don't have those things at this time.
And also, just, I don't want, sorry, to answer your question is, and I should have touched on it maybe more in the 2023 goals, where I say develop a media-specific fact sheet and press kit. Those are in progress. We've already started those. So we have drafts that we could share with you. We just have sort of a number of holes that are needing to be filled in.
Personally speaking, I'd like to be involved in that earlier rather than kind of as a fait accompli.
Absolutely.
Because I think there's a general, we're going to have a broader conversation about a range of communication issues, so that would be very helpful. Some other specific questions. You or others at Lou Hammond Group, you draft all the e-blast copy?
What percentage would you say of the e-blast copy? Probably like 30%?
I don't know. I think that's high. So a lot of the e-blast copy, I don't think you guys actually draft it. We may send it to you for review, for edits. A lot, because we send out weekly e-blasts now, and a number of things that I was looking at, even that's coming out today, I'm not sure if you guys actually drafted anything. You may have looked at it for edit purposes. But some of the content will either come from staff, some will come from myself, or just some come from other agencies. But are you guys actually, in the last probably 3 or 4 e-blasts that have gone out, did you guys draft, I was trying to go based on memory, any actually content, or was it more of things that we've asked you guys to review and edit? Like, I may have sent you something and said, this is kind of the subject I need for you to draft it for me, but I'm not sure if you really are drafting any other.
Well, for all the copy
content.
that we draft, for the most part, the town is giving us bullet points beforehand. We're not just pulling information out of thin air. So for, I'd say 98% of what we draft, the town provides us information. We draft what we think makes the most sense, and we provide it. Most of that goes to the e-blast. the same goes for the development resource page, except with the development resource page, all of that was drafted using information that was provided from the town and then was then approved and uploaded by the town. So, we're not pulling things out of thin air.
Okay, because I'm just reading page 4 of your presentation where it says, on an ongoing basis, LHG is drafting copy for the e-blast, the town notes, and development resources page. But that.
Yeah, I mean, this week, I think
Not necessarily the case. Some cases just reviewing, it's not drafting.
Right, that's correct. They're not essentially drafting all of our town notes in eBlast. They may be reviewing, or if we ask them to draft some things, they may be drafting things. Go ahead, Shai, did you want to, because you do the town notes
Yes, I
and
was
the
going to
eBlast.
say they do draft Mayor's Corner for town notes. They meet with Mayor and discuss the topic at hand and then provide a draft for or copy for town notes.
And also, we meet weekly with Stephanie and Shai every Tuesday. So if that's something that you all would like to join us on, or, we're more than happy to come out here and meet in person as well. I think, the more participation from you all, the better.
Your questions are okay? Right? Okay. So I have 2 questions,
Sure.
If I may. First of all, I would have hoped, and I have not recently looked at the contract, it's a couple of weeks ago, but that also, new ideas would come from you guys, how we would communicate as a town, as, council members, et cetera, beyond what we have done over the last year or 2, right? Or in alteration of what we have done. So, but I haven't seen a lot in that respect. So would have also expected like a page maybe in your document saying, okay, and here are, 5 more ideas that you could pursue. Are there any ideas how we could further expand our communication activities from your point of view?
I think the cornerstones of our plan, right, of when we did the full communications audit, is we talked to Stephanie, we talked to Chris, we talked to Shai, we talked to Mayor, and we noticed that sort of the gaping hole in communications was the equitable vehicle for communications, and that was created in the development resource page. So that was a huge hole, a big recommendation that was filled by that. And then there are a number of recommendations that we made with the internal communications guide, which we can provide you. I'm happy to send it by the end of the day, to each communications channel. So that's the Facebook page, the e-blast, the website. So we made recommendations for every single channel that the town oversees. So absolutely.
And
I think you
and
should
I don't-
really share this with us.
Absolutely. We're happy to.
It's difficult to explain, but there was a confluence of things. We lost people, the website was well underway, we had new people, and we were being inundated, primarily with criticism. So this was all a form of response. So the big thing was that website. That website was coming. I'm glad to hear that it's almost here. But anyway, so all of these events were taking place. So it became very difficult. That development resource page, right, wrong, or indifferent, was a big consumer of time just to get the data to put on the damn thing. I mean, it wasn't as though we went to another button and pressed that button and then all the stuff just started flowing out. So the literal creation of that, the data that went into it, and there were bumps. Sometimes it was, so.
Absolutely, and I think a challenge of that is that the answers and the information that the development resource page copy was pulled from live in 15 different places. And so we had to aggregating
understand.
that, making it easy to
So
understand.
let me rephrase my question.
Sure.
Okay, so you as a consultant coming in, you see all what we are doing, and I very much understand, Mayor, what you were saying back at the time what the situation was. But now that we have kind of, swim above the waterline, let's say, at least a little bit, are there other areas of communication that you would recommend for us to pursue?
Absolutely, and I think that sharing that internal communications document with all those
Can you
recommendations.
give me 1 or 2 examples?
Absolutely. So we had made a few recommendations based on the Facebook page and how information should be shared on the Facebook page versus being shared in an e-blast, being shared on the website. And so different tactics in which ways information is shared, not as much.
So more tactics then.
More tactical, yes.
Okay, that's fine enough. And then my second question relates to page 4. When I was preparing for the meeting, I was reading this, and the third paragraph, actually, on page 4.
Which page is that? Mine are numbered.
4.
Oh, okay.
No,
Okay, yes.
this one, yes. Oh, that's your number 3. Okay, I have it as number 4. Anyway, the last paragraph, I was baffled, because everything I have ever done in communication and PR, quite a bit actually, would contradict that statement. Because I think the building, confidence in the town is not really a result of a function of communication. It's a result of actions and certain means of communication that I haven't seen from the town, really, to be honest. So I really ask myself, how can this objective be achieved by talking about sea turtles, bobcats, stuff like that?
And just to kind of pick up on Michael's point, what it comes across as is spinning rather than just conveying information.
Absolutely. And this standalone paragraph.
I wanted to say it.
The standalone paragraph is not a standalone plan. So this paragraph is part of a larger component, and the communications plan that we put together emphasizes transparency and proactive communications. So that's first and foremost. And without that, this doesn't work. This cannot stand alone. So us just pushing out positive news that it's a record-breaking sea turtle year doesn't instill trust. It doesn't increase, confidence in the town.
That's what you're suggesting here.
Yeah, this is a component of that, absolutely. So this certainly can help.
And it may have been that you've gotten direction from prior council and/or staff. This is part of a broader conversation, but just speaking from my own standpoint, the kind of a continual refrain to positive communication to try to put the town in a good light and its leadership in a good light, I find to be troubling. What I would hope we would focus on as a community, and I invite others, is to put out a lot of information that is useful to residents. And if some cases there is bad news to put out, so be it. I'm not sure if this is something that's being driven by, this is the recommendation of the Lou Hammond Group, or is this the direction you're getting from this side as to kind of the continued emphasis on putting out positive information?
And it wasn't an emphasis on putting out positive information. I think this is sort of just a complement to what we were already doing. And you're right, and that's, if the news is bad, you have to get that out as well. And so that's, sort of what we've been doing over the past few months. And this is a complement to it. I think the town is doing a lot of incredible things that the public and community as a whole might not be aware of. And we wanted to bring that to the forefront. In addition to communicating proactively, transparently, the good and the bad to all of the stakeholders across platforms, this complements that. And if that's not the direction the council, it's not something by any means that we're forcing or, on the town, but that was, part of our recommendation as a complement too.
And to that point, I think that maybe it's a little bit of kind of rhetorical dissonance from my standpoint. When you say the wonderful things the town is doing, if it's kind of characterized as we think there's an opportunity to put out a lot more information that we believe the residents would find of interest, and that you're not really doing now, and here are a number of suggestions. I mean, that to me sounds, comes across from my perspective, would be a better way to frame it than, again, trying to be a PR firm for the town to try to burnish the town's image.
I think, Brad, I think what you're saying is absolutely true. I think from Lou Hammond Group, essentially what you're asking them, and I think if we had a stable communication manager, some of the things you're referring to would go out. They're not in our office every day, and I guess they rely on us in terms of trying to push as much information. But if and when we get a communications manager on board with the experience, other different things, good or bad, stories that come up that we need to discuss, more, for instance, communication afterwards on these two-day meetings. Just general things. There's been time that we had alligator issues. So when stories do come up, good or bad, I think once we get everything that you're talking about, I agree with you, and I think the Lou Hammond Group can be there for support. But until we actually get a communications manager on board and really start talking about expectations of that person, a staff person, that person, what we want to put out, I believe the Lou Hammond Group will be able to complement them. I think right now, the way that essentially what has happened right now in the unfortunate role that they've transitioned into is that we do lack a communication manager with the experience. And so they're trying to fill that void, and maybe that's not necessarily what they should be doing, if I'm making sense.
And I also think it's important, I appreciate this, looking at the words on a document in February of 2023. We lost town councilmen because of the criticism that was coming from this community. Right or wrong, it was an influence. So when we brought these people in, that's all we heard was criticism. Since John and I are the only residual members of the former town council, I need absolutely no credit for anything. I mean, my wife and I just live our little life out here on Kiowa. So it wasn't as though they were trying to pump up me or John or Dan or any of this. We weren't. As you know, these are volunteer positions. We're giving back to the community. But the level of criticism affected so much. Decisions, data, the staff. So they had to write some things like, these guys aren't a bunch of buffoons sitting over there. And it was coming fast and furious. Anyway, so when you have to understand what these past 2 years have been, but not just build confidence in the town. That was important. Stephanie,
And it's still
her
important.
staff. That was important to build confidence in the staff. So again, it wasn't as though we were trying to do something or gain something. Yes, maybe we are above water now. We'll see. But I hope so. But again, you got to understand contextually where we were time-wise, what was happening. Anyway.
And particularly since I was probably the contributor of much of that angst during a period of time, although I certainly tried to go out of my way to never make it any personal in any way, shape, form, or fashion, but nonetheless critical of the decision, many of the decisions were made. So, and this is part of a broader conversation. I'm not sure that maybe, I don't know, it needs to involve Kelsey, but I appreciate, and here's the point I was trying to make, I appreciate from your internal dynamic what you were trying to accomplish. I think it was well intended. My view at the time, and it is still, and I go into this a little bit more, however well intended, in some respects, I'm happy to walk through that, misguided, and then in fact, it did not contribute to building trust and confidence, if that was the goal, and in fact, it might have gone the other way.
So let me make a comment to that. Let me make a comment to that. So I think that this period of time that the mayor's referring to was, it was an interesting time, and the comments that people made were interesting to say the least. And some of the accusations that people made were very personal.
Yes,
And I mean, to the point where I had a neighbor stand in my driveway and ask me how much the developer was paying me to make a certain decision. I mean, that's just ludicrous.
And by the way,
so in that sense, it really would not have mattered what communication came from the town. You could say the sky was blue, and this group of people would take issue with it. So I agree with what you're saying, Brad, in that some of it probably didn't improve the trust in the town, But the reason it didn't, it wasn't necessarily because we weren't trying to increase the trust. It was there is a cadre of people that weren't interested in participating in an increasing trust level. They were going to be these accusatory curmudgeons in this community. And if you go back and review a lot of the diatribes that were on Iowa, these are really mean, ugly people. And
Bordering on slanderous and defamatory.
no question. And so I don't think you could have whatever communication program you wanted. You weren't going to change the opinions of those individuals. So, but I think that one thing that you have said a couple of times that I do completely agree with is the notion that we don't want to just communicate good news. We want to communicate the news. And so if you, I mean, I can remember in one of my companies, we used to have a daily update, and we would, because we were a transaction-driven process, and if you lost a transaction, it could be devastating to the company depending upon the size of the transaction. And so we would have daily updates on where we were on our transactional activities. And you know what? Good, bad, or indifferent, we reported it every day. And until you got a handle on the fact that we really could actually perform, and then we went to a weekly basis, and people began to trust what we were saying, that we weren't just telling them the good news. And I think that's part of it. We need to tell them everything that's happening here.
And to that point, and that's why, again, I've got a whole series of very specific concerns related to the development page, but in a number of different contexts, a development resources page. But going forward and kind of learning the lessons of the past, I agree wholeheartedly, and it's unfortunately the case, that there are some people, whether communicate on Iowa or otherwise around this island, who are just negative people and uncivil, and it goes beyond that. It's unacceptable. And I called that out in my podcast when I was did my first podcast with Chris. I'm going to just share this from the perspective I had kind of on the other side of the table at the time, because I've been on this side of the table. I've been a public official, and I've been the recipient of a lot of casting aspersions, so I understand the challenges there. The one issue why I and others have been so focused on transparency, this issue of communication on a regular basis, is the tendency, again, this is my perspective, the town in too many instances was to keep things very close to the vest. And the perception was decisions, a lot of decisions were made that seemed to be, just again, perception, kind of leaning one way or, you know, in the direction of a particular set of interest. And there was not proactive in advance kind of in regular communication.
So I will invoke the Michael Heidensfelder phrase of, that was in the past, let's talk about what we want to do going forward. And I think we have made a move toward a much more, I'll call it less restrictive communication, if you want to call it that.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. I want to focus because to understand kind of where that got to, and that's why my own view is, and that's why I kind of said to, folks publicly, I'm going to tell you kind of what I think on a regular basis, why we're doing what we're doing, why I have my view that I have, whether you agree with it or not. But I'll try to really explain and justify and rationalize. And if you don't agree, but there's no then ability to say, everything was kind of justified after the fact.
So that's true, but I will also say that at the point where, because the minority of the people that were making the criticisms were disproportionately vocal, it didn't matter what was communicated, we were still dirtbags. And it was because the people that had either a positive view or weren't interested in participating in that kind of dialogue, they just didn't comment. And so all you got were these people that were really mean-spirited, ugly, unhappy, disgusting people making these comments. and half of what they were saying was completely erroneous. But it didn't matter because it was getting on the press.
So I believe me, I saw that. I can appreciate it again from this side of the table. And there's no question, and I know, Mayor, you and I have had this conversation about, you know, the issues related to IKEA or Facebook. But at the bottom, at the end of the day, those are kind of the town halls, as it were, in part because we haven't provided any town halls, now that I'm on this side of the table. But what I can tell you is, notwithstanding the fact, just from my own personal experience, the fact that there may be less than 24 people that kind of regularly chime in, most of them in critical fashion, and they seem to be that characterizes IKEA. I've gotten dozens, if not 200 or 300, non-IKEA. They're on IKEA, but they're just posting back, responding directly, that are not part of that, but they are affirmatively interested in the issue.
I don't disagree with that there has been a period of time in the not so distant past that we didn't communicate as well as we should have. I don't say could have, but should have. So I think we've changed that. I would also say that your position as a public official being criticized, you know what that feels like and sounds like. And for me personally, it never, as personal as the jabs were, I can only think of one instance, one brief conversation I had with the mayor where it was impacting me, because I don't really pay attention to it. But what happens is that those individuals that have nothing to say but mean, ugly things, I'm like Michael Corleone. They're dead to me. If they do come across with something positive, I don't even hear it, because I just completely dismiss them. And that's an unfortunate circumstance, because there is the possibility that they actually have something to contribute.
There may be, although there's some, I would say, I react the same way I do. There's some that I tune out because I think they have absolutely nothing substantive to offer.
So I think we're doing a better job now, and the key is what do we do to move from this what started as almost a reactionary communication methodology to one that is a positive communication philosophy, not just positive information, but proactive, maybe is a better word, communication to the community.
Well, and Stephanie and I
got to call time out. We asked Kelsey to leave after she completed her presentation, and I think she's hearing the discussion. So, in lieu, is there anything more to add, Kelsey, or?
If there are no more questions.
I would have one more question, though. Very brief. But before I do, I want to make sure you guys understand that, I think the town has improved substantially communication. Might it be measured in the fact, John, that I had no neighbors in my driveway, although, please, this is not an invitation, okay? But factually, I think we have made progress. I very much understand where you guys were coming from. So when I was asking the question earlier, I was not questioning the point of further building confidence in the town's elected officials, because I think it is an objective that is very important and was very reasonable to bring these guys on board and help us with this. I was just questioning if the examples provided to achieve the objectives were actually the right. So, and if there should not, related to my other questions, other means of communication that should have been put in place, and I'm sure will be now put in place, because I know that Brad and I have a lot of ideas in this respect, to how we pursue this. But I was just referring that I think, talking about turtles will not really, polish our performance.
And we're in 100% agreement. Without anything else, this does not work.
Yeah, but, the written word means something, okay? So, and I would wanted just to point that out. But my question is a little similar to Brad, but a twist different. So when I look at our communication, it is very, I think, good. It is very positive. It is, glossy. Okay, I have rarely seen, if at all, I have to say, something that was really a concern brought to the town's attention. Right, even the bobcat situation was always accompanied by cute pictures and everything wonderfully, and you really had to read it to be concerned, so to speak. So you as a communication expert, would you encourage us to sometimes also show the bad side of the island? Yeah, we talked yesterday about marsh being trampled down by visitors as they shouldn't, etc., and garbage being tossed around. I remember a couple of years ago I was sending a picture to the town with an almost literally broken down pickup truck from a contractor that should have never been on the road, and the only answer I got was, well, we don't really know where to put that. So my question is, would you encourage us to sometimes also show the ugly side that we want to improve, of course, but show it, or remain more on the glossy, beautiful picture kind of, charts like you're presenting here today?
Especially for the e-blasts, which I think is really, truly the main source of communication and the main communication vehicle for the town. Sharing things like a broken down truck on the side of the road just to share it is essentially useless. But if we can provide context to it, if we can provide something informational to it, then I would say it has incredible value.
I don't
And
want
I-
our
and I would-
e-blast
can
to
I-
have negative stuff. I just don't.
Okay.
That's the discussion I wanted to have.
Yes,
I
it
was-
is.
yeah.
Let me use a relatively innocuous example, I think. Maybe I'm going to be wrong here, and Brian, don't take this personally. So we began a process some time ago to improve the trash situation on Kestrel Court. Now, one of the primary reasons that we did that was because the facility that we had that we thought was a great facility, we couldn't get people to walk up a set of steps, and they ended up throwing the crap on the ground. Brian was out there once or twice a day. I was out there a couple of times a week. We were putting the trash in the bins because people wouldn't walk up those steps. So Brian got a situation where we put this nice concrete pad. We were going to have much more user-friendly pieces of equipment there, and everybody was excited because we were finally addressing the Kestrel Court problem. And in the meantime, we provided alternative locations for people to discard their trash while we were under construction. And we had a completion date, and lo and behold, the equipment wasn't here. Beautiful concrete pad, no dumpsters. So, in this whole method of communicating good and bad, then we needed to tell the town that, oh, by the way, Carolina Waste doesn't have the equipment. So now you continue to move forward, and the information got really good. Carolina Waste has got the equipment. Then we say, oh, shoot, we don't have power to the pad now. So we got to tell them we don't have any electricity at the pad. So now we got to get the electricity. So I guess my point is, in terms of keeping because if you don't tell them those kinds of things, then the communication from the town is, you guys can't even build a trash dump. Well, that's not the situation. And so I guess the communication in that situation, some good, some bad, but as a constant update of where we were on this project that was going to benefit the community, would have kept the mean-spirited comments down to a minimum, because everybody knew kind of what the circumstances were. So,
A slightly different version of that, and I'd had this conversation with Craig, and I think some of this information is tough to pull from the sheriff's office, but I've never seen the town put out any information regarding criminal activity to the extent that it exists at all. And my own view is that if there's a theft on the island anywhere, residents should know about what the circumstances are and what the follow-up was and what the resolution and outcome of that was. And in fact, they may be able to contribute to or know that, if it's happening location, somebody can help actually provide relevant information. I've never seen anything come out of the town about something like that. In DC, you can get an alert, literally, if there's a ongoing issue or incident literally just down the street, or if something's happening, if there seems to be a repeated pattern over a period of time in a neighborhood, all of a sudden the neighborhood starts paying a little bit more attention.
yeah. So when when Craig gives his presentation, we ought to, I'm not saying hold that thought,
Yeah.
but hold that thought. Because this whole ability of Craig to get information about what's going on,
Has
that's an
changed.
issue.
I know, we did.
I'm sure you've had that conversation.
But that's an example.
Because I think there's a learning from it, right? If we discover that people are trashing along, Kiowa Island Parkway, for example, then I think that needs to be addressed.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But there are also very simple things. So last year, I think it was last year, one of the homes in my neighborhood burned down, right? Club Cottage Drive. Not that I'm suggesting to be sensational, but I'm sure there was a learning out of that house fire, right? I only know it must have started somewhere in the chimney, but I'm sure there was a learning. Why was that then not put as an information piece
Right.
into something, the newsletter, maybe from the fire marshal or something, giving a brief, explanation what it was and how we could prevent that in the future. I mean, it's not a positive story, but it's a super helpful story.
Well, and
Well,
that
I
actually,
haven't
it
seen
is
these
a positive story. What you just presented, I don't view that as a negative. I view it as a positive. It's a learning experience. Just putting out, pictures of trash and broken vehicles, I don't think is the picture that we want to portray. But if you want to say as a resolution of this issue, certain things have occurred, I'm all for that. I want to have equal positive responses whenever a negative story goes out there. I don't think we should just put negative stuff out there.
So in that particular case, Michael, the very positive attribute of that story would have been, and I don't mean to make fun of or light of it, it's just what it is the learning was, don't put the ashes you clean from your fireplace in a paper bag in the pine straw beside your house.
Which I
and-
think was not the case there, but yes.
But nevertheless,
Yes.
I mean, so there is a positive story that comes out of that, and something to learn from it, and this poor woman that wanted to take the selfie with the alligator a couple of years ago, that was a terribly unfortunate circumstance, but there was a positive aspect to it, to learn from it, and so I agree with Russ that you can take all of these good or bad things that happen and communicate them to the town in a way
Just add one thing, Mayor.
that
Well, you
is
will,
a positive thing.
you will see that in all the different committees that the town has, these types of discussions are there. Maybe strategically, maybe tactically, we have Shy or the parts of the communication staff, literally reside in these committees to gather all this information, to convert all that. We haven't done that. But I think that gets back to the earlier comment about department heads feeding into contact calendar.
Yeah.
But all of this stuff is talked about somewhere, different parts.
It is. And I just wanted to add that I think a lot of the conversation that you guys were just having, we do add it in our e-blast, but I think it's important that I think maybe we need to look at the e-blast because we do have a communication work group, and one of the things that they have said, what they've said to us, Shy Communication Department leads that communication work group, is that sometimes the e-blasts are so long that people don't get down to the bottom of it, and so they said, for instance, our meetings, we've changed that to move the meetings up top. Because as an example, a couple of years ago, through Jim's department, there was this big push that the town wanted to ban SGA, second-generation anticoagulants. It was all in the conversation at council meetings. We tried to do it. We came back, found out that we can't do it as a municipality. We pushed that stuff in our e-blast about the importance of not using second-generation anticoagulants, along with the Bobcat Guardian program. So we do add a lot of stuff in our e-blast, but I think at times, one is that our audience, out of the 11,000, and then you divide that up even more, who's actually receiving our e-blast? Kika sometimes shares our e-blast because, of course, they have email address for all residents. But then that's probably the important thing is that a lot of stuff, good and bad, or just general information goes out in our e-blast. We have a great open rate, but I'm not quite sure who, if they're actually reading the entire thing. So I want to say off the top of my head, I thought we put something in there about the fire, maybe in our town notes or something, because we interviewed the fire chief. But those things, I think that what you guys are saying, somehow it's ended up in our communications. But if you're not seeing it and questioning if we're doing it, that's telling me that other people in the community are not seeing it as well. And we have to do a better job and think of different ways. I think what council member was saying is that, from Lou Hammond Group, is that the town, we already have these different sources of communication that you guys have said we can do, maybe add and do better, but is there anything beyond what we're already doing? And one of the things I know, when Chris came on as communications manager, we added the podcast, which was something completely new for the town, but are there other creative ways that we can communicate?
By the way, just
I don't know.
one little, while Kelsey's still here and for Shy, one little like tactical thing, it's really minor in the grand scheme of things, but the town's e-blast page, from my perspective, one reason I think some people don't read everything is that actually there's too much in the way of pictures and image. Compare and contrast to like what Johns Island Advocate puts out, or Rational Roads, which it's easier to just, I mean, you see kind of right there all the key headlines that you can link on. And link. Whereas onto the town's e-blast page, you have to keep scrolling down a lot to get to sometimes the more useful information. I mean, you had to scroll down to find out about the strategic planning meeting or the BZA hearing and things like that. There aren't things that are kind of just readily accessible, identifiable visually right at the top of that.
We need like a newspaper headlines page. I mean, the front page of a newspaper. Yeah, front page. Exactly, front page.
But you all are the communications experts. That's just my kind of challenge in navigating e-blast.
Questions? Thank you, Kelsey.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll scroll to the end.
Come on, Nora.
Thank you, Lou.
Yeah.
Kelsey introduced you, but go ahead. Yes, Stephen.
There's a lot
Yes.
there.
So thank you
That's
very
Stephen.
much.
His name is Stephen Hammond.
There's Stephen here.
Right, Stephen. Yeah.
Thank you for spending.
I can say one thing, not about this, but your first conversation about sort of the event space, that you need to talk to the folks in Charleston about the amount of people or lack of people going to festivals. Really get educated about what's happening there. Because I think it's a bit rich to say we're going to get less people going to those festivals, but they're more going to come here. That's my 2 cents.
That was one of my points. Yeah. That was exactly what I was referring to.
On the agenda, we have a special guest and a special presentation, and she's here. Thank you. 11 o'clock, we were supposed to have lunch. We also adjourned from Kelsey, and we need to have a discussion about communication. So I'm feeling frustrated by making these poor people wait. So
Well, I would have no issue just shifting the
Is that
agenda,
okay?
picking back up.
Perfect.
Yeah.
These guys can wait. but-
Yeah.
So do you want to get a bite to eat?
It's a working lunch.
Not for me yet.
It's, yeah, actually, it was just a working lunch. You go get your food and come back. She's gonna, and we may be able to eat 15, 20 minutes, and then let Nora present.
Why don't we just have,
Okay.
if Nora's ready. No. Why don't we just, while you're here, we're here, let's do this right now, Nora. Is that okay?
Do you have, can you pull up her presentation?
Well, you can. Me too, but
You have not given us a copy of this? Was it,
Oh, no, please don't.
what,
The one pager. I can, slides directly.
do you have a computer?
A
Do you-
cloud.
You have a cloud? All right, let's, What's your cloud?
Or not. Actually, I got released on that.
I had a flash drive and it's.
You're not here for us.
No, I was supposed to join another board meeting for about 20 minutes at noon, but I managed to.
Undongle.
Yeah.
When are we, oh,
We could do it for
I'm signing in, I'm gonna pull it up right now, but I.
draw your blood having
I'm
to listen to
totally
me for
happy
20
taking 3
minutes.
minutes to go and get food first.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Same end result.
Okay,
Asking if you guys want to eat first, but
Yeah.
I'd rather that you present.
okay.
And then they'll do that.
Background. I met Nora through her father, and a while ago now at this particular point. And she can tell you the very interesting research that she has done. And we've had a couple of conversations, long-range conversations, and suggested that she go to the state tax committee. And she made a presentation, and probably she didn't get into all of that detail. But we thought maybe this would be an opportunity for her to talk to you all something a little bit lighter. and
I don't know if it's light.
well, lighter in this. If I
It
measure,
feels lighter.
if I measure by the headache that I have, it's lighter. So anyway, that's a little bit about how this has gotten here and possibly some next steps we could take.
And is your father Tom, or is that a different reason?
That is my father, yeah.
So I go back 40 years.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, he mentioned it.
Who are these people that y'all are referring to?
So, yeah, my parents, we've been coming down here since I was 5. My parents, Tom and Cynthia Riesenberg, have a house on Ocean Oaks Court. So, yeah, Kiowa's been a big part of my life for
Gotcha.
a long time.
He and I played tennis together, but obviously he's from Virginia.
He's from DC, and we worked at the SEC together literally almost 4
No.
decades ago.
Got it.
Yeah, I don't, we didn't take a break, so just. Yeah.
I'm not going to get watched.
Getting
Not muted.
It's not muted, okay.
Is that right? Wow.
That is too funny.
Okay, and is this, great. All right, thank you so much for inviting me to join you today. I really do appreciate it.
It's cool when that happens.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm excited to share some updates on this project that I've been working on the past year or so. It's very near and dear to my heart. Speak up a little bit more. Okay, I'll just raise that. All right, just to introduce myself and my connection to Kiowa really quickly, I've been coming down here for a very long time, and I ended up spending a lot of time here in 2020 when I was in graduate school. I was earning a Master's of Public Administration from Columbia University, and that actually became very applicable to this project here on Kiowa. So I know there's a common misconception that there isn't a lot of history on Kiowa. I've heard it said that most of the interesting events happened on Johns Island, but that's really not the case. And the Vanderhorst family, I know it is pronounced Vandross Street in Charleston, but historians say it would be pronounced Vanderhorst. The family that it's been said that they did not spend a lot of time out here, but that's also not accurate. The earliest plantation sites date back to the 1720s, so we're actually coming up on our tricentennial in a couple years, which is exciting. So there is an incredible history and some personal stories that are worth preserving for future generations. Not just for property owners, but for visitors and tourists who are coming from all over the world and really may not have that context or a sense of place here on Kiowa. So some examples. Some people who I think are worth sharing. We all know, well, many of us know Governor Arnoldus Vanderhorst II. He's the namesake for Vanderhorst behind the second gate. His son, Peter Vanderhorst, was born here on Kiowa, born enslaved and then manumitted by his father and educated in Charleston, and went on to become a bishop and one of the founding fathers of the Dominican Republic. That's an incredible story that we really don't share, and there's a lot of value and potential in sharing that with tourists and visitors, and that's just one figure. Another one would be James Quash Stevens, the son of Elias Vanderhorst. This picture is of his son, William Freeman, at their settlement on Rutz Bluff. You can see the Kiowa River behind them. He served his brother in the Confederate Army, and there's a collection of his letters at the South Carolina Historical Society that's been published. So some research has been done on his family, and his grandson, Harold Arnaldus Stevens, went on to become the first Black judge in the New York State Supreme Court of Appeals, I believe. So just a lot of really interesting stories that we are undervaluing, I believe, as a community. And so my goal is to long-term build some museum exhibits, educational programming that can be virtual or in person, whether those are webinars or workshops for adults and for children. And I just want to say that I'm far from the first person to think of this. In my research, I've been reading the original master's plans from developers when they proposed rezoning the island in the 70s. Originally, there was a plan to make Vanderhorst Woods Center an educational and museum center piece of the island. And also in the Town of Kiowa's comprehensive plan in 2005, there was a plan to create a museum exhibit by 2012, and some of those strategic objectives for identifying and preserving archaeological and historic resources, this would apply to those as well. So now I think in 2023, this is the perfect moment to actually begin implementing some of those long-laid plans, especially because so many similar projects are happening all over the peninsula and the state. Right now at the Gilliard Center's Anson Street Burial Ground project, that's under construction. Up at Clemson, the Woodlawn Cemetery, that's a years-long historic interpretation project. And then, of course, the International African American Museum is opening this year, and that's going to bring a lot of renewed attention to historic interpretation in this region. And also just more locally here on Kiowa, I know the Arts and Cultural Events Feasibility Study has been a topic of discussion, probably today and yesterday. And if that proceeds in any capacity, I know there was mention of classroom or exhibit space. I think this would really dovetail with that nicely if that proceeds. And then also I know that a new initiative for the town this past year in 2022 and 2023 has been amplifying positive messages to create more community goodwill and build trust among Kiowa stakeholders. I think this would be a chance to create a unified message and really strengthen a sense of community and a sense of place on Kiowa. And I say that with a lot of confidence because I've gotten positive feedback within Kiowa and then also on the peninsula. I've been working at the College of Charleston at the Center for Civic Engagement, and I've been working with people at the Center for Historical Landscapes and the Center for Historic Preservation, and they've offered their technical assistance and expertise to create some of these programs, whether that's like identifying site boundaries for an interactive map or just like planning preservation strategies. So thank you so much for listening. I'm here really to ask for a chance to collaborate with you all in the future and your support as I work with a lot of different entities. There are a number of state and federal grants that I'm planning to pursue, and in many cases they require either a 501c3 as a sponsoring organization or a government agency, so the town of Kiowa to me is really the natural candidate for to sponsor some of those projects and receive those funds and disperse them, which is why there was some discussion of a historic preservation committee. That is one route. It doesn't necessarily have to be that route, though. If we work with the College of Charleston, that would be a different fiscal sponsor because they can receive the funds instead. So I didn't really want to go ahead and create that charter without getting feedback from all of you first. There's a lot more I can say, but I know everyone's hungry, so I'll just ask for your feedback. Questions, comments? Yes.
So I have a question. So in your research and your work, do you
Yes.
have, I'm not exactly sure how to ask this question, do you have enough material where you could write a book of the history of Kiowa Island with all of these
Oh, yeah.
stories and so forth?
Absolutely, yes. I actually am working on a book on Kiowa history.
So, I'll buy one of those. Because I think it is interesting, and if you go back and look just in South Carolina history and the references to this part of the Low Country, there is a huge amount of stuff that went on here. Okay, that was I was just saying, don't miss the opportunity to put this in a book.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I skimmed through my background information, but I was going to mention that I've been working on a book for since grad school on this. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
So maybe this misperception that you were saying earlier about there's no history on Kiowa might also come from the fact that I would not know a site on the island that would be an old cemetery or an old building, I mean, except for the Vanderhorst, but I mean, or is there something actually on the island that
I'm so
we
glad you
could,
asked that.
pinpoint in that respect?
Well, there is. That is one of my favorite aspects of this project. 38CH127 on this map refers to the Vanderhorst Plantation burial ground, which is next to the Mansion House. So in a perfect world, I would love to landmark it and create access so that people could read about the site. However, it is at a very busy intersection, and that's at Flyway and Governor's Drive.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But is it on the property of 99 or outside of it?
The site boundaries are unclear because when they investigated the Mansion House, they kind of split the tract and ignored the cemetery, and the Berkeley Electric substation may actually be on top of part of it. Yeah. That actually is one of my primary objectives, working with the historical landscapes people. I would love to get some ground penetrating radar out, which they've offered to do. Like, they are excited by the idea, just to investigate, make sure there isn't anyone out there, or if there are, to take appropriate steps. I would love to hear anyone's thoughts on.
So I would say that it's unrealistic to assume with the amount of activity that was here, from the crops that were raised here, the cattle that were raised here, the mansions that were here, that there's not any number of cemeteries somewhere on this island for whether it was residents, owners, slaves. There's got to be
There are at least two.
a number of places, because they didn't cart them off of here to bury them.
Right. And there are a number of death certificates that I have copies of from Charleston County that list Kiowa as the burial place. So 127 is one site, and then also the West Pasture site, which is like south of Rhett's Bluff. That was really the old dock site, so that's like the primary hub of activity from John Stanyard's tenure. So there was a thriving tenant settlement there and a burial ground.
Well, just the shipping activity off of that point, protected harbor kind of thing, all that, there had to have been all kinds of things, and artifacts, and, I mean,
There are thousands of artifacts at the Charleston Museum just sitting around in storage, which I would love to get on long-term loan. I think it'd be fascinating. There are like literally thousands of just pipe bowls and pipe stems alone.
yeah. Okay.
So maybe I need to rephrase my question a little bit.
Okay, yeah,
more
sure.
Precise. So would you know about a site that has a clear historic, relations that we could, because I think this all leads, all your arguments leads to something like a museum, a place where we could display the history of this island. So among all these dots, whatever they mean on your little chart here, is there a place that would be perfect for such a visitor attraction with all the history and the artifacts that you were talking about, et cetera, on this island?
I would be very interested in determining which site has the greatest potential for that. I think it would require a lot of careful examination of property boundaries, because I guess, are you asking in terms of which site has the most ownership under KICA, which would be?
No, in general. This all leads for me, at least if I'm reading you between the lines, your objective is to bring this to the community. right? All the
Yes,
history.
definitely.
All the stories, all, the personal artifacts, and I mean, all of this could become, something really attractive for the community and our visitors to see and learn, right? So we need a place. So I'm maybe, 2 or 3 steps ahead, but, is that part of?
Well, sure, yeah, I mean, yes. I didn't even really want to get that far in terms of assuming that any one specific property could be acquired for that reason. I guess maybe there are some sites with associated property owners who would be interested in selling their site. Is that what you're referring?
Well, there's a little bit of background. That was part of the rationale and justification that we vigorously tried to buy the property next to
I would
us.
love that.
And what always irritated me was the fact that the previous owner, to my mind, pulled a quickie. He impressed upon the owner at that time what they were going to do with that site and renovate the old schoolhouse. And then when he put it up for sale, we collectively went after it, and the council was very supportive right up until the very end, and they didn't outbid us, but because we had opposed their putt-putt, they weren't going to sell it to us, and they didn't. And now, but the schoolhouse is still there, and we had visions of getting the schoolhouse, which my family used to visit way
Yeah, mine
back
too.
when, and I don't think you could even walk on it now. It'd probably all collapsed, but somehow gathering that building, maybe relocating it here or keeping it there. And so I'm not saying that schoolhouse would have been the repository for all of this, but it clearly could have been a centerpiece. There is so much history, which we could talk about at another time. I'd still like to try to get that schoolhouse because I would say I'm positive they have no use for it. It's just going to collapse someday, and that has nothing. But I don't know if we get it, we put it back there by, I don't know, there's something else to think about. But anyway, a real centerpiece for that is just, you can see it. It's right there.
As an interim modest step, is there some opportunity for, you talked about artifacts and other things in Charleston, and potentially be on loan, and that I actually don't know what's in the room. If there's a multi-purpose facility, the one at the other end of the building, what's that used for? For example, we have if you can pull together an exhibit, a 2 weeks, a 2-week exhibit or something that you could help, put together, that we could invite the community to come see. Yeah, that's exactly right. So they would actually get some benefit out of that as yeah.
You mentioned, not signature, but the 501c3. Please tell us, what is it that this is all wonderful, but what would you really need from us?
So in that, I mean, there are a lot of different aspects of the project that I would love consultation in. I don't really want to give you a specific request right now. I really just wanted to introduce the project, support in working with other Kiowa entities. Eventually, some kind of financial support for a long-term exhibit would probably be ideal. I guess I also wonder if there's any way to tie any of this in with existing line items for cultural activities. But there are a lot of different ways that I would love to collaborate. Yeah. Yeah.
Because one of the things I think that you're also, and maybe it's that after today you did an introduction and maybe come back with an actual proposal, but one of the things I think is that the interests of the town possibly putting together a historic preservation committee, doing a charter, that may be one of your objectives. And so it just kind of.
It could be. I mean,
Yeah,
that
wanted to
really would
ask.
have just been like the vehicle for obtaining grants. So
Right.
I am curious to hear what you think, if that would really be the most efficient or effective.
It would depend on your project because, for instance, a town, we don't need a historic preservation committee. That if the town was interested in purchasing the old schoolhouse, we can go after SHPO dollars. And you don't need a historic preservation committee to go after SHPO dollars. You just go
Mm-hmm.
after that, and there's other types of funding sources that we will be able to do to try to purchase that, restore it, and then some of these artifacts that you like, it could be housed there. So it just really
Right.
depend on kind of your ultimate, because I know when you came to State ATAX Committee, maybe you can talk about that. You came there, was that a project that you've abandoned, or is that something that you would want them to consider? Because that was a funding project.
Yeah, I had 5 objectives, and those objectives still remain. I mean, I packaged them in that application for that purpose, but it's the same project.
But I would be very intrigued to actually create something like a group of us and community members to explore this further, because I think this is part of our heritage. I love the idea with the schoolhouse, to be honest. I think that would be perfect, maybe not a perfect location, but a perfect place to put it somewhere. You know, we are back maybe to Freshfields, Endell West, or somewhere that would be an incredible place for educating all our visitors, our children, grandchildren, about what wonderful history here exists. Sometimes also, you know, controversial history, but I think that needs to be taught. And I would really like to entertain the idea to create a group of people that are really interested in this and explore how we could, you know, for example, put some facts behind all of these different numbers, what is really interesting, come up with an idea of how we could display the history of this island, and if there's a chance even to get some outside funds for this, you know, create projects that would drive us into the direction of actually, you know, long-term building a place where we could display all of this.
Now, you mentioned-
I think this would be a great idea.
Is there, you mentioned kind of coming around a tricentennial, but is there an actual, can you?
Probably not. That would have been the Stanyard, very early settlements. There probably would have been 1 or 2 individual cattle tenders, enslaved cattle tenders living out here very remotely, starting in the 1720s. But the sites remain.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Is there a hook that?
So
Yes, exactly.
There was some kind of settlement on the island.
the first document would have been the land grant. George Rayner got that in 1699, but he probably didn't actually inhabit the island. So the excavations that were done at the West Pasture site uncovered the cattle tender's home, which is actually a really interesting person. That's anonymous, and we don't have an exact year. It would have been any point in the 1720s.
That was not on the island.
That was on the island.
That
yes.
was on the island.
Tending stock.
Nora, you and I had chatted previously, and I'd suggest, I don't know if you had an opportunity to follow up. It struck me that if you, more kind of complete presentation about all of this stuff, to Michael's point, putting additional background, would be of interest already to a lot of community members, I think. I don't know if you had a chance to talk to Linda Dove about the Our World series and trying to do, at least a program, kind of build general awareness around some of these issues for the community and Campo.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to a lot of different people. I've spoken to people at Arts Art, et cetera, who'd be interested in some kind of presentation there. I have not reached out to Linda Dove yet, but that's another avenue that I can take. I mean, there are a lot of different next steps that I can pursue. But it sounds like there is some interest in a historic preservation committee as the next step. I really wanted to gauge interest before, making another misstep.
I would suggest if we're a microcosm of the community, the interest would be very high.
Seems to be.
And I've put on our list of things, so number 10.
Actually, we're at 11.
Oh, well, I skipped some then. I missed some. Because I have, if it's 10 or 12, so I've added on there, and I've added you, Michael.
And what is it?
That's elite. I put historic preservation discussion and put group to explore and work with Nora. And I've had Michael.
That's our to-do list.
Okay.
Michael, I'll be your wingman.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, and it's great to
Nara's
finally
been
meet
very
you.
patient
Oh, well,
going through this process, but good, maybe
yeah.
get some.
Plan to be on cue ball for, many more decades, so
Are
there's
you
time.
here now?
I'm in Charleston now, yeah, I'm working at the College of Charleston.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
wonderful,
Yeah,
wonderful, Nora. Good seeing you.
great to see you all.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess you guys gonna break for lunch now.
Now can we?
Good.
Yeah. You're catching us right after lunch, Craig, so just kick us if we're snoring.
All right. Live. We're live. Good afternoon. So today we're going to go over public safety. And always ask people, what comes to your mind when you think about the word public safety? Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. How about right now? You can still hear me? All right. So anyway, so public safety, what comes to your mind when you think about public safety? Just that word, right? And we look at it as the fundamental needs for safety. In other words, the hierarchy of human needs. And when I took this task last year, thank you, Ms. Stephanie. Stephanie gave me a lot of tasks, not just one. It was a lot. I thought it was very small, but when I actually got pretty much knee deep into it, it was a lot. And it made me respect the word public safety because human need is our hierarchy responsibility. It's our primary duty. So I came up with a mission. And the mission that we came up with was to create and maintain an atmosphere of cooperation with our community towards a common goal of protecting life and property through professional enforcement and safety services. And these services include safety, security, code enforcement, beach patrol, emergency management, and dealing with special events. So my first task, and if you guys remember, this was my first time, 2022 goals and objectives, but the first task was traffic, beach patrol, beach walker traffic. My second objective was to get that fourth deputy on this island, and the third was to continue with the EMS EMS truck on the island. That was a task. When I went out there to look at the beach walker traffic and got inside the traffic, I think I must have called Stephanie 2-3 times because I couldn't believe how the traffic was to get onto the beach. But we came up with a remedy to fix that, and about July it seemed to work. But dealing with the getting the contract with the fourth deputy was a task because across the nation, law enforcement are being impacted by recruitment and retention. But the fortunate thing, we actually worked with the sheriff department, and probably around about maybe February, we actually had a fourth deputy on the island at that time. So by February, we were running with 4 deputies on different schedules, permanent deputies on the island. As I was picking up the other tasks, if you guys remember, we were dealing with the EMS response time as well as the noise ordinance. So just a glimpse of things that we accomplished within that year. As you can see, EMS response call compared to the year before and the average response time. And keep in mind that these response time also reflects non-emergency response call, okay? Also, the new order.
When there's outliers to that 1258, or are the outliers still being evaluated and?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And as you can recall, when we set with the new noise ordinance, and I believe Ms. Moffett was on that committee with our beach patrol and code enforcement, even code enforcement, we handled 55 calls compared to 108 2021. So since the change, we handled 55 calls of noise ordinance during the evening shift.
Can I ask you about that, please? Although it is, of course, personal experience, but I know there is the golf courses do have an exception, but I live on the golf course, and they're out there at 6 in the morning, not even 6:30.
You said they, you meaning just the
The
residents?
resort. No, the resort.
The resort.
The resort is, or the golf course.
Maintenance, right?
Yeah, they're cutting lawns, doing whatever, the noise things. It's at 6 in the morning.
Okay.
And we've called them, and they just basically say, tough luck.
The reception was 7. 6.
Yeah. Yeah, they're way before 6:30. So I don't know what we do about that.
It's kind of dark right
And I'm gonna get to that question you just said. I'm gonna get to that.
And if you would also kind of address one other aspect of that in terms of how this is enforced, because this is an issue that some of
I'm sorry, say that again.
my neighbors at Riverview complain about regularly to our board is there are 3 to 4 leaf blowers going, starting at about 7:20, at least 3 days a week at the real estate office. Starting about 7:20 in the morning, including often on Saturdays, and there are a couple of the houses that are 50 feet from
Okay.
that. So the question is, that
How do you
decibel
handle it?
level is sufficient to wake people up. And I think it's within the allowed, the timeframe, but there's still a general nuisance issue. And I don't know how, in context of kind of how you handle those kinds of issues.
Well, I do know we have a certain consideration with the commercial businesses, but it'll actually, we had one about a month.
What do you mean by that? Because they're not relieved of the general nuisance requirement.
No, they have.
And there's also still the general nuisance, even in the noise. Yes, there is. Pretty sure. I know it's not, but it's disturbing. I think it's defined disturbing. What's that? But don't we have a general nuisance?
I have to look through.
It is, yeah, but I mean, it's
Something that also, enforcement can measure, that's EPA. It's time of day and EPA.
Yeah. So, okay. So anyway, and like I said, I'm gonna address your question, and it's going to help what Mr. Brab's talking about as far as how do you address it when these things happen in the morning time. And even with our code enforcement, overall, the short-term rental inspections, we had over 1,000 compared to 600 in 2021, and I believe that's because of the pandemic. Overall, from last year, our EMS response time improved. Again, like I said, our contract with the sheriff department got better with the 4th deputy. The admitted noise ordinance went in place. Beach walker traffic was resolved at the time of the complaints we had coming in. And we also gained building human capital during that 2022 year. Improving our communication with the internal security entities actually got better. And we did some increase with our emergency management role. The thing about that is, this was the first year being on this island that I had to deal with the storm. But I'm gonna back up a little further than that. Right after we dealt with the beach walker traffic and how to fix that, next thing you know, I got a call saying, hey, the president's coming on the Key Island. And with the communication that I had with Kika Security Director and the Resort Director. We worked together and met with all the federal agencies, everyone who was involved, to have a better communication dialogue to deal with that. I guess you can say the involvement of all the agencies on Sound during that time. But right after that was finished, the next thing you know, we had the storm. So this was different because when I met with Stephanie, I said, okay, we got to do the storm. I guess we'll just pack up everything and go. She said, no, you have to stay. And the 26 years of that, when I have to stay through in the storm, I have to go ahead and get like maybe a pillow and a blanket and lay on the floor. So I was already prepared to lay on the floor of my office. She said, oh, no, you stay over here at the Andale Inn. I said, okay. So in the time, I was good with that because I said, well, at least I'll, feel comfortable. But what also caught my attention from last year was that we had lack of communication with the county. And what I mean by that is during the storm, we use our own portal radios to stay in contact with the resort and Kika just to maintain where we at. Luckily, I used my cell phone, of course, to call the county EOC. So we kind of talked about all that, and we got that rectified. To now we have a mutual agreement now, and this mutual agreement what goes back to what myself and Russell talked about with 911 service being dispatched to these guys. They actually will be able to see everything in the cab when it comes to emergency response and stuff like that. And that was due from the situation we dealt with in the storm. And I'll be able to explain a little more in the slide about that. So what's the goal for 2023? The goal for 2023 is to improve our trust and relationship to provide the highest level of professional service to our community. Optimize the public safety operational capacity, resiliency, and readiness. And lastly, to invest in the public safety workforce. Professional service, concerns, complaints regarding public safety, and increased community engagement. Right now, we're already tasked to utilizing our software to be able to obtain these complaints and concerns when dealing with public safety. Going back to the lawn blower with the noise ordinance. There are a lot of things that's going on the informal platform, social media platform, that I may not have any idea. There may be a concern, a complaint about different concerns about health or whatever. I would not have any idea unless they call me, email me, or whatever. So now we'll be establishing an icon that will be on the webpage under public safety. Any concern dealing with public safety, they will be able to address it. If that concern goes beyond me, say for Kika or the resort, the good thing is the relationship that we have, it will be immediately sent over to them. But the person will be addressed during the time the complaint come in. And I think that will probably help with a lot of the concerns about where we're going and where we're at when it comes to community engagement. You'll also see on March 10th, the town will be going through the active shooter training hosted here at the town hall. That will be more of the employee staff as well as other security entities on the island of Kiawah. We just got through completing our CPR safety training for this year as well. After that training, we will also have a emergency awareness training conducted by Charleston County Emergency Management Division, as well as a representative from the state to assess how we handle emergency calls, such as hurricanes, tornadoes, any type of critical event. Describing the second goal and objective, going back to what I said, we want to strengthen our emergency preparedness plan, improving our crisis skills, situational skills, strengthen our safety awareness with all entities, Identify equipments and system requirements to seek appropriate resources to enhance public safety needs to maintain a safe and healthy community. This is where we go to the main question that everybody's asking about the police department. I think it's time that we need to definitely look into a consultant group, at least. It's been, the first time we've been pretty much reviewed on this island was 1993. The second time was, I believe, was in the early 2000s, and then the last was 10 years ago. The thing about that is leadership have changed around us. Leadership have changed in the sheriff department, leadership have changed in Charleston County Council and everything else. I say that to say, for about 30 years, we were under the same leadership when you look at some of the old contracts. So now we have new leaders with new different leadership styles and methods. So we definitely need to look at least have a plan. If it is the case that we need to look into a police department, we need to have at least have it done by having a consultant group and putting a plan together for that. So we'll have a backup plan. As I said before, we have a lot of agencies around us that's hurting with recruitment, retention. Charleston County, as we speak right now, they are down over 50 deputies. We just lost a deputy yesterday who resigned, actually resigned from the department. So they're doing their due diligence to try to get these recruitment coming through, but we definitely have a backup plan.
So Craig, you and I in the past have talked about, I'd like to test the emergency response to a hypothetical event on the beach. What have you been able to figure out and how we can coordinate that?
Thank you. Good question. So, like I said, we just got the intergovernmental agreement signed by Charleston County Consolidated Dispatch. Several years since we had Beach Patrol out here doing services, these guys never had an exact immediate call from dispatch when dealing with emergency calls. So now what I have to do is make that arrangement with the director for Consolidated Dispatch to test the system, and that will go with our emergency preparedness day when we have the county director to oversee it and put it together, whether we may do it desktop or we may go full scale, and that'll be the perfect time to do that test because we'll have to let the system know that it's just a test, it's not an actual call.
Right, of course. Because I would love just to be on the beach at some given location, and you're standing next to me, and we, trigger the test, the 911. Let's see what happens.
Okay, we can make that happen.
So can we go back to something that Brad asked earlier today about part of the communication discussion? And he said, I'm paraphrasing here, that it would be nice in some of this communication to talk about when we had break-ins or some other kind of activity and be able to report those statistics. Just because it's interesting to know if a guy 2 doors down from you had gotten broken into and those kind of things. Is that information that you have readily available to you from the sheriff's department?
That's a good question.
That would be no.
So, well, to be honest, so there's a lot of legality issues that will go around how much information is shared with us if we're not so-called in compliance with the criminal justice information system. Luckily, that my certification is still pretty much still good. The thing is, there's a lot of things that makes it kind of complex because there are ways and times that KICA doesn't like the information to be for you, and so does the resort. So it would have to come upon me to be able to put the information out without identifying the exact location or the exact person. So it would have to, it can be done, it's just that I would have to be kind of crafty with getting information out. But as far as coming from the,
You don't routinely get crime statistics data from the sheriff's department?
not anymore.
So do we still get the monthly report?
Not anymore.
So we used to be able to get, through the sheriff's office, under the old regime, we used to get monthly reports. One of the reports would come to the public safety committees, but in addition, I used to receive reports immediately after an incident happened. Under the new kind of regime, we no longer get that information. So that's part of, as you guys recall, in the Ways and Means, you asked why I created or added that line about getting reports. It's because we're no longer getting that information, and we've asked for it, and essentially we're being told that that's not something we have to provide you guys, we're not going to give it to you. And so I've been kind of going back and forth a little bit fighting with them, and so now that's why I've essentially said, okay, we've never had to add this in the contract, so I'm going to now add this into the contract. Also, when they used to come to public safety committee meetings, we used to get a lot of information. I don't know now because I'm not part of those meetings anymore, but I think we're also, the deputy that is now coming is getting the direction that they don't have to provide as much detail as they used to. So it's, right now, it's become a little bit of a
So has this conversation been
challenge.
had with Charleston County and Jenny Honeycutt?
I wouldn't say it's been with Ms. Honeycutt. That would probably be the next step. I've had an informal conversation with her, probably once, but I have not had a direct conversation. I tried to schedule essentially a meeting here so we all kind of sit around the table and talk about these issues, and that meeting has not been
It's a basic
forthcoming.
public safety issue, so I don't get.
Suffice it to say, it's predicated on a lack of cooperation with
Yeah, but
the
don't we
elected
pay
sheriff.
them hundreds of thousands?
We do, and I think part of this is, and part of the contract, and it goes back and just kind of having a conversation, and some of the things that they've said, even with the reports that they used to give us, is that those reports are draft. Those reports are not up to the town to release, because ultimately, it's the sheriff's office, it's their deputies, it's not our deputies, and it's not our report. So even the reports that we did receive, we could not share the actual reports, but we just had some basic statistics that we were able to share. So I think it just goes back to the fact of just kind of trying to have us sit down, kind of see what reports we can get. But again, the reports that they provide us in the past were essentially draft, and it was told that because of us being a public jurisdiction, they, being CCSO, only had that authority to release because they want to possibly redact information. If they provide the information to us, it can become foiable, and they don't want us to release that information without their
What is
kind
the information that they don't want?
Well, some of the reports, sometimes in a police report, you can redact some information, and their concern was
Personal
that
private information.
personal
from-
private information.
From victims, if there's a
And so they would
suspect.
give us the raw report. We used to get that, but then they would say, if you to get FOIA, let us know, because we can, or send people to them to get the report. So for whatever reason now, we just don't get any information. And I go back and say, well, the town pays a lot of money, we have 2 separate contracts with you
$1
all.
million a year.
But
And I
yeah,
must-
so I mean, this is something I think through Russ and through Craig to start off with, through the Public Safety Committee, to sit down and have another having a conversation with Sheriff Graziano and with our Representative Jenny Honeycutt. But I think that would be something that was, as you as a liaison to the Public Safety Committee can start that conversation.
We have a very strained relationship with the sheriff.
I
Personally,
understand.
twice. And quite honestly, I just haven't got caught up in that. It's one of those things that just fell through. We knew we were going to do the contract, we knew we were going to have the election, we knew we were going to have new members, et cetera, and I've just not been able to get my own, we just haven't followed up. So like Steph said, these are things to do.
Well, let me approach it from a different angle. I mean, how often is the case that I assume there are at least some level of thefts occur around the island?
Oh, yeah.
And whether they're primarily associated with, contractors or subs or service providers. We'd had some of that issue in Riverview at one point in time. Is every single one of these incident reports going straight to Charleston County Sheriff's Office and only to Charleston County Sheriff's Office? I would think in many cases they'd be calling the town and or Kika.
No,
Yeah, so wouldn't we have that information?
no.
No, not anymore.
Yeah.
We used to have a great relationship
I'm
where
not talking about.
Yeah, the
Oh, is
sheriff
that what you're
gonna
saying in
respond.
response? Yeah, the
Yeah,
sheriff is
responded, they
responding,
take the report.
and they
But
take
if-
the
yeah.
report, but we're not getting a copy of that report as the town. They're not sharing that report with us anymore.
So even the initial call,
We don't
No,
necessarily know.
the last time I got information, pretty much a monthly report, so to speak, was August of 2022. That was the very last time I got it.
What number are they calling when they call?
They have to call Consolidated Dispatch number,
The what?
Charleston County Consolidated Dispatch
So
number.
that's the number that,
The residents call when they
Or
want to report.
911.
Oh, no, that's, yeah, if it's an emergency, 911, but if it's a non-emergency.
911 would be, that's publicly available.
But non-emergency,
Not
you know, they
Charleston County
call
Sheriff.
the
Well, they do
dispatch.
dispatch to Charleston County Sheriff's
Well,
Office.
they may, but I'm saying
Right.
911 information
Right.
is, so, so people are, and then the Charleston County's responding, they're coming onto the island and.
They're already on.
there's
No, they're already on the
notification.
island. Already on the island.
What's
We
that?
already
I know
have-
they're
they're on the
there,
island.
but I mean, there's no notification to town or Kika security or anything. They're just doing their own thing.
They're doing a patrol operation procedure. I wouldn't say the only thing, but, you know, they're responding to the calls. They're documenting like they're supposed to. The biggest fall is that we just don't get the notification.
So here's one of these kind of communication suggestions. This is an isolated one. You know, as part of our communication going out to residents, if you have you know, if there's an incident, if there's a theft or anything like that, and you call Charleston County, please also let us know, the town, so we can let your neighbors and others in the community know that this incident has occurred. But because my wife in DC, I mean, they get literally, you get the text alert if there's a crime anywhere within, you can sign up for how far radius you want, and knows if there's an active incident going on just down the street. You're not going out saying.
and if we had that here, it would be via Charleston County, and you get a text from Charleston County that said that. They don't have that system. And part of the problem is when you think about the communication implications of what you just said, if you have an incident in your house and you call Charleston County, also please let the town know, and so that we can inform your neighbors. If I'm a resident, I have an incident in my house, and you're telling me not only do I call the county sheriff, now I gotta call the town, it's like, are you nuts? Why didn't the county just call you?
Well,
And I guess my point is that we don't want to add a layer of burden on the person that's being violated.
I'm, at least, if I'm that neighbor, I would say, if that is accompanied by, please let us know, because unfortunately, Charleston County does not share that information. So therefore.
I think the solution really is to give it.
Well, yes, yes, but.
And you know, and I totally understand your concern about it, because the only problem is the numbers will look different. You know, you have accurate reports coming from Charleston County versus a different number if they call the town, call Kika. The good thing is that, so if Kika Patrol goes out, if the evening code enforcement guys are out there, that's how I'll pretty much know what's going on after hours. We have a great communication backup with that. So that's the whole main thing of having that, not main, but this is a good tool for us while we have our evening code enforcement, because they're like our ears and eyes on the evening shift. So, but the other problem is, again, the monthly report that we normally get for our committee meeting. So even if we have to do a FOIA to get those reports every month, we can do it. But you know, getting information out to the community, going back to your original question, it's still kind of complex, because we have to also streamline what information that really that they need to know. I do agree, if there's a rash of theft, that needs to be noted to the community. But if there's an incident, a critical incident, that's something that the mayor and Steph need to know, just in case the news media may come over an island for something significant.
Talk about a active shooter drill. take it another step further. What if there is an active shooter?
Correct.
How does the community know about that?
So, good question, and I have the answer for that in the next slide.
Sorry.
No, you're hitting on the head. You're correct. So after we finish with our active shooter training, it's going to seal the emergency plan that we've been working on. We kind of revised the plan, and we wanted to wait until the staff members and the security entities are trained for the active shooter drill. Once we complete that, then I will be able to add that onto our entire revised emergency plan. This plan will consist of all our critical incidents. It will consist of any type of cyber risks, storms, and so forth. And that will also be placed on our new website once we, solidify that. So, so if there's an active shooter, you will get the information on how we're going to respond to it. Most of the time, you guys will get a text to let you know. It's kind of sort of like, it's called the RSP protocol.
You would get a real-time text.
Yes, it's just like it's the same thing they do with the school in our college. Something happened, you get the information. At least you know to stay in your house until the critical incident is resolved. But the good thing is with we have another MOU that is being reviewed right now with Charleston County Government Council, and that's with the Emergency Management Department. With that MOU, we'll be able to get a lot of the information real time once it's signed.
Craig, the program that you're talking about, is this something that would be in addition to Code Red that we already have, or is this just something that will replace Code Red?
No, this is addition to Code Red. This Code Red would not have anything to do with this. This actually this is just a protocol called RSP. Speaking of Code Red,
Craig,
go ahead.
before you leave that, two things. I'd like to ask you, your third bullet, the strengthening state awareness. At some point, and I think we need to start doing this sooner rather than later, I'd like for you to add MUSC down there. At some point, and we'll have to help you with that in terms of making the contact with there will be an ER over here at some point. And getting into active shooters, they will be receiving gunshot wounds.
Yes.
So, I mean, I think we need to start putting them on, with other entities, having that resource down the street is going to change the dynamics substantially, so.
So I've met with Kevin Boyd. I met with him right before the holidays, because he is the Director of Public Safety for MUSC.
Oh, good.
In the civilian public safety. I have not met with the chief yet, but I met with Kevin Boyd and in discussion about that. So we just started that dialogue.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So can we go back just a minute to
Yes,
the
sir.
noise piece?
I'm sorry, say again.
By the way, I'm glad you are, because
A
there is
noise
no
piece.
noise
So
prohibition.
it says also
Noise.
that
Oh,
the exceptions, which
Yep.
are not governed by the above decibel limits, include a bunch of things. One of them is that commercial lawn care operations may not start before 7 a.m. So if you have people with blowers at the real estate office prior to 7, they are in violation.
No, they're not prior to 7. But John, read on. Following activities are not governed by the above decibels, but activities that constitute a noise disturbance or do not comply with the limits set forth above herein are violations of this section.
Which is interesting, because the first sentence says the following activities are not governed by the above decibel.
Above decimal limits, but they are still covered by the general noise disturbance, which is defined up above. And my
But
recollection.
then we have hourly exceptions on the specific elements below. Residential lawn care is not before 7, not what the daytime hours are here, and the golf course can start at 6.
So what it says, though, and I recall this because of a very specific question that was raised during the council meeting at the time is that the noise decibel limit does not apply, but if it does constitute a noise disturbance, it is still a violation of the noise ordinance.
So, technically, you probably are correct, but realistically, if we're saying you're not bound by the decibels and you can start at 7, then, and you start at 7 and it bothers somebody, well, so what rules?
But that is what, there are lots of municipalities and homeowners associations that have general noise disturbance. Disturbance it's subjective. That's the problem with enforcing it. It is.
So let's not look at multiple jurisdictions. Let's look at what our ordinance says.
And what I'm saying is, when you read it, it says if it constitutes a noise disturbance notwithstanding the above, then it is a violation of this section.
Yeah, but how do you prove it? If it's at 7:10, then it's arguably allowed.
What I'm saying, no, it is not allowed if it constitutes, and there's a definition of noise disturbance. Now, that's the problem with any of these things, but it is subjective, because it says if it's an ordinary person, it says, it says, it wakes me up every morning and it affects my mental health.
What wakes you up every morning? The lawn care at the real estate office or your next door neighbor?
No,
Seriously, because the next door neighbor doesn't have any exception.
What I'm saying, I get, as a board member in Riverview, I get a complaint by the 2 houses, they always complain, that are 50 feet away.
From what?
The real estate office, where they start with 3 or 4 leaf blowers,
At what time?
usually around 7:15, 7:20.
I think they're within their rights to do that because they're not bound by the decibel limit. And they can start as early as 7.
John, what I'm saying is what the ordinance says.
To repeat it isn't going to change my point of view.
But the ordinance says, notwithstanding that, if it constitutes a noise disturbance, and noise disturbance is defined up above.
Because that would then override, what your argument is then, no matter what happens at any time, it's a noise disturbance.
And you can go back, and in fact, I believe that was the exact statement that was made, because that specific question was asked. Go back and read the video of the hearing at the time, because that was one of the real concerns. There is always a noise disturbance aspect to a general noise disturbance prohibition. There's always in this, the way it's written.
We ought to change the way it's written because, you can't say you're not bound by the decibel limit and you can start at 7 o'clock, but oh, by the way, if you disturb anybody, you're breaking the rules.
It's circular.
And by the way, John,
Doesn't work.
just by the way, if we are bringing up the noise ordinance provision again, I personally would not support 7 a.m., at least for certain activities.
We're not rewriting the noise ordinance at this point.
Well, but I think somebody did suggest we might want to revisit. I thought that was you.
I just said we need to take that sentence out. Yeah. Anyway.
Finish your presentation, please.
Okay, then back to the numbers. So I remember that occasionally there were numbers provided to the community about, incidences, right? On the beach and noise violations, etc. It was always, I don't know if it came from the town or from Kika. So we are not getting this information anymore, is what you're saying.
I'm not sure if that's what you're getting from Kika.
I don't remember. I just
Yeah, because Kika have their own
somehow
monthly.
see in front of me like a table with different violation categories and then incidents, a number of incidents.
That's Kika.
That's Kika.
That's Kika. But to follow back what you just said, you're going to be seeing that a lot coming from our end. Once we finish with a couple things that Todd and Ken is doing, you'll be seeing the annual report from 2022 that's going to be coming out from Public Safety. And then at that point on, we'll be doing a little more of putting our numbers out as well this year because, which I'm glad we already started doing that, putting it together, because something that Brad said that kind of threw me when he didn't realize about the evening code enforcement and what they do. And these guys do a lot for the town. So when you said that, you know, I was glad that we were already looking at 2023 to start putting the numbers out. And maybe we may have to do it, instead of doing it every year, we may have to do it every month or every quarter. But we'll definitely, you'll start seeing some numbers from the town come to public safety.
I think we did before. For some reason, it sounds like it rings a bell that under the previous communication manager, it seems like we had published some
Yeah.
information from the town with regards to our code enforcement numbers. And I think we also at one point put it on or we talked about, I don't even remember if it's still there, but also making it available on our website.
And beyond just that, I mean, and again, living here full-time for a couple of years, you notice that Charleston County EMS had 396 response calls. St. John's Fire responded to 818, consisting some of medical calls. And, I'm not sure there's a lot of clarity on the part of our constituents. Who to call, whether it's code enforcement, whether it's emergency-related services, because, again, it's in part because it's a KICA and town lack of clarity around all that. Plus, you've got kind of multiple jurisdictions providing services. And I think we could be more helpful in conveying some of this information. And I'm also somewhat, not exactly related to that, I don't quite understand you parsing of numbers between, code enforcement, STR inspections versus when these guys in the evening do other code.
Right. Correct.
Enforcement that is not STR related.
Correct. And again, and that's why, like I said, it took a year to actually see some things that we need to bring out a little more. It took a year for me to actually feel and understand who's on first, who's on second, who's on third. And you are exactly right. During the time, who to call. So now, since we've already established our partnership with the Consolidated Dispatch now, that one call now that we've already addressed with KICA Security to give out to the residents to call Charleston County Consolidated Dispatch, because now these guys are able to get the same call now. So it's one phone number, because we don't want to confuse everybody by calling this number, calling that
They'll
number.
dispatch, and then it doesn't.
Right.
Whoever's closest or most available, whether it's St. John's or
Exactly.
Charleston.
Exactly. So we've already established that. And
Well, I don't think it's closest. I think they both do. You call 911, there's a possible chance, there's going to be a fire truck right outside your door.
Right.
And
And I
an
think,
EMS ambulance could be coming
right.
minutes later.
This
right, and I think right now too, with regards to the intergovernmental agreement, in regards to, for instance, beach patrol, now isn't it also depending on where the call is coming from? If it's beach related, then they're going to get first
correct.
Dispatched.
Correct.
And if it's land related, then I think St. John or.
It gets
whoever.
St. John's,
sometimes
but
they
they'll still
also-
be able to see at the same
Right.
time that St. John's get
Because
the call.
if you guys, I don't know if you guys remember or recall, but our beach patrol guys are DHEC certified, so they are certified to administer, essentially, what is the level that you guys are? They're the same as the fire department, so sometimes now they are showing up first, but then.
They just can't
I know.
transport.
Yeah, they just can't transport, that's the only thing.
But as a means of knowing who to call, the way it's set up now is if I'm a resident, or I'm renting a house, or I'm a visitor for the weekend, I only need to know one number.
Right.
Exactly.
That's really, I think, the key.
And
then somebody else knows who to
this,
dispatch.
right.
It's an
Stuff,
emergency,
not
it's not
necessarily for.
Correct.
But I think, yeah, and a lot of the communications, and that's a good conversation to have, because from the town, what we've been trying to do, and what we try to do regularly, is we push out through our communications who to call. Because a lot of times we tell people, don't call KICA, because what happens at front gate, because in the front gate, then turns around and calls 911 for them, or they call emergency dispatch. And the concern is you're wasting some valuable time. So we have constantly tried to push out, call 911 if it's an emergency. If it's not, call this number. But are we doing the
Have the
non-emergency number?
Non-emergency number, yes, so it's two numbers.
There's two numbers, and so,
It's-
are they counting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's all, they're all in the same room.
But they're not, if it's not an emergency, call this number's not the gate.
Right, it's not the gate, right. Yes, sir.
So, but you've got the fire station, which I assume has some EMS capability just inside the gate, not
Right.
very far. Then you've got one just up the road right here.
But they're all under that same number.
They're all under.
Yes, that's
Yeah, so we're not gonna
right.
give residents a list
Right.
of numbers to say, call these. It's
Yeah,
like two
it's just
numbers.
two
You either call
numbers.
911 or you call the
Right.
non-emergency dispatcher.
And
And then
they're
they will
dis-
dispatch out, because we can't, for one, for EMS, if they are transporting, we don't wanna give them a number for Kika, because then Kika's trying to figure out where they're at. They may be transporting not here on the island, so, yeah.
So the EMS unit that's stationed here, where are they? They're in one of the fire stations?
Yes,
But then the other fire stations still have EMS capability, but it's a fire truck that comes.
correct. Right, and they still respond, as we call it, first responders, but again, like, these guys are the same, have the same certification to be able to render aid and stabilize. So when EMS, the fire come through, they'll be able to do the rest of whatever they need to do.
So if rocket size get dispatched to a house or they get a call and they show up and they stabilize the patient and do you guys determine that they need to be transported?
No. Yeah, they're just there just to stabilize. That's already been an understanding in the agreement. Right. EMS, fire, everything still, the protocol still falls into play. There's just extra security, extra safety mechanism that we have on the island at the end of the
It
day.
helps with response time, because we used to have problems historically with our response times, and this is kind of where all the conversation started with putting an EMS vehicle here. Because at Station 10 next door, we found out that one wasn't always manned, or they were gone or transporting, so through the Public Safety Committee, trying to find ways to help with our response time. We used to have the QRV code, the quick response vehicles, but then that was taken off the island, so.
Yeah, just, like I said, just look at it as you got one number and everybody's coming to you to help you out at the end of the day.
This is the same for people that live inside the gate versus people who live in gated communities like Riverview or Rabbit, whatever.
The point on Rabbit Lane, Little Rabbit Lane, the point.
Yeah, everything on Key Island. Yes, yes, and I think that was the confusing thing before.
How about Cacique? How does that come into play?
The Cacique is in Charleston, I believe it's a Charleston County, but they
Yeah.
still, but right, and they'll still get it.
Yeah.
Right. And in the CAD system, these guys will still be able to see that Cacique had a call, emergency call
Or our St.
at that
John Fire
location.
Department still go and service them, even though that's their district,
Right,
yeah.
right. So they'll still be able to see the calls that well. Yeah. Again, like I said, again, it was different, but now everybody's falling under that one number. And it took us a little while to get to that point. So you definitely have a better service.
So back to the prior discussion we had about the contract with the Sheriff's Department, about the reports and other things probably also. So you and the Public Safety Committee are in charge of reviewing the contract and making recommendations on how that contract needs to be adapted, further developed, et cetera?
And I'm going to bring up the emergency call box system yet again.
That would have been one part of my question. At least how to support it. I mean, I would assume we would need to invest into it, but they need to support it.
And the emergency call box will fall under the strengthen the safety awareness.
Yeah.
So that's being addressed.
So, but the other question is, so we have this contract for, I believe, 4 people, officers?
We have a contract for the 4 officers, and then we also have a separate contract for off-duty officers.
So has Kika also a contract with the Sheriff's Department, or is that only us?
As far as I know, we don't want to have a contract.
Say it again?
We're the only one that have the
Okay,
contract.
However,
But Kika has hired off-duty deputies. Now, the word contract, and I think I've addressed it before, that means you got a sheet of paper and some people sat down and agree and sign it, right? We have this thing as law enforcement called off-duty solution. That's the software, whereas if there's an off-duty available, an officer can actually put their name on that off-duty slot, and it has to be approved through the supervisor. That does not have to do with contract. That's just an agreement between whoever decide to hire an off-duty officer. That can be an officer from Timbuktu that want to come work over here. It don't really matter.
That means off-duty means that he's almost like an independent contractor that gets paid by the hour.
Right, because he's off, but he's still representing the sheriff department.
Of course, of course. So that is a contract that exists with Kika.
that's a relationship.
It's
to keep that
yeah,
relationship.
yeah. I'm not going to add because I don't know if it's a contract or if it's just.
Don't think of it as a contract. Think of it as the fact that anybody that has a big party, anybody that has a wedding, anybody that thinks that they really want to have some control over it, and/or the association, they call this number, and they hire so-and-so, or, but when he comes out, or he or she comes out, they are a sheriff's officer, but it isn't with the sheriff's office
Yeah.
per se.
But they have their uniform, they have their patrol
Correct.
car,
And-
et cetera,
And they
right?
have, and they have weapons.
But Kika,
Anybody could do that. The association has done that.
Mm-hmm.
But we explored this. I didn't understand that myself. We explored this, and they do that just to monitor speed on Flyway.
Flyway, yes.
Also, okay,
Well,
so,
actually, they've also done some on
but that
But
means
my-
that-
but my
is there
understanding
then-
that
Is
I-
there then an overlap of tasks? Because I thought our four officers, as part of our contract with the sheriff's department, they also do speed control. So.
That's part of
so
patrol
now
operation,
Is that
yes.
the case that we do speed control and Kika does speed control?
so it's
or-
a fine line. It's a fine line. I think what Kika, so our 4 deputies, they have responsibility to patrol and enforce the law in the entire island.
Sure.
What Kika's position was that they had a specific issue with people speeding on Flyway. So we can't tell our deputies that we would like for you to park here on Flyway and monitor the speed, because the sheriff's department decides what they do when they're on the island. And so, I mean, we can do that, but we couldn't park them there for 6 hours. And so what Kika wanted is they wanted an off-duty sheriff's deputy that they hired by the hour to monitor the speed and stopping at a stop sign or not at Flyway.
So very special purpose
Yep.
and only for a certain period of time or?
I think they
Correct.
hire 'em-
It's- yeah,
I
for a certain
understand it,
period of
it's a
time.
certain period of time.
So they did that when they changed to 25 miles an hour, I would believe, and the stop sign and.
At
Again,
some point
the-
after they change the speed
yeah.
limit.
Yeah.
And the reason you see them sometimes on Governors is because they follow the guy out of Flyway onto Governors and pull him after he turns onto Governors. They're not actually
Yeah, they're not
monitoring the
on
speed
Governor.
on Governors. It's a byproduct of having come down Flyway.
So there's a little bit of an overlap, but I think for a good purpose. Would you
Well,
agree?
it just-
Or with a clear target?
Well, because our deputies, we used to historically, if we used to get calls from Kika Security to say they're speeding, we would say, okay, we would contact our deputies and say, go out there and sit, and they did that. So we used to be able to do that when we had a great relationship with the sheriff's office, because we're not just talking about our 4 deputies, we have the off-duty deputies who can do that as well, and they used to do that. So if you say if it's overlap, yes, but I think part of this goes back to our relationship with the sheriff's office and being able to say, these are the things that we used to historically be able to do that we just, for whatever reason, we can't do those things anymore. And so to answer your question, we used to be able to have them sit in certain areas.
Go ahead, Michael. And then very last question. So you were talking about a backup plan for our potentially, own, police force, et cetera. Is that something that you just have, is like penciled into your plan? Or is that really something you want to develop this year to have it readily available for us to make a decision? Or, I mean,
Well, I
how
would
do you
definitely
see
have, I would definitely have to do like an RFP just to get the bid out for a consultant group to actually come in and really look into
And help
the
us with
future of the island.
But
Your first step is to get somebody to help you develop what the plan for our own police department
Correct.
might look like.
Correct.
I mean-
A
I mean,
summative
like
committee.
2 officers,
Right.
10 officers. all
Correct.
that, You know, where are you going to house them, all that kind of stuff. And
Correct.
you're looking for potentially the first step just being a consulting engagement to help you develop that set of parameters.
Yes, yes.
Gotcha.
And I've already have one candidate willing to do it, but she's not here today though.
So if, so as you look out into the future of Kiowa,
Yes, sir.
and the things that are going on around this island, and in fairness to everybody, Craig and I talked ever so briefly last night about this. If you think about the fact that we've got Kiowa, and then we've got this Seafields, and then, which is, I guess that's in the town, but then you've got the MUSC facility that is not in the town.
Right.
And Bohicket Marina, which is right behind what the MUSC facility will be. And then just down the road, you've got Seabrook. Is it a possibility, or does it make any sense to look at some kind of consolidated police force that would actually have overall responsibility for a larger geographic area than just the confines of the town of Kiowa Island?
I agree. Not only just that, also with having a multi-public safety complex with the St. John's Fire Department, EMS, having an additional EMS truck out here as well. And it is highly likely a multi-partnership with different agencies.
So I guess the question is, if at some point in 2023, we're going to have a consultant come in and help us develop what the plan might look like for a town of Kiowa police department, if you will, does it make sense to have them also examine the consequences of doing a multi-jurisdictional sort of arrangement?
Well, I think that's going to be, getting back to John's presentation yesterday about the Bohicket overlay, hopefully if we can start having constructive dialogue with these different entities, this could clearly be a subject. Having an ER down here is going to change the dynamics of this part of the island, clearly. And it, more than anything else, will have that level, and a larger Bohicket, and 80 senior residents, or 80 bedrooms, so goodness, a couple hundred senior residents. All of those things are going to change over the next 5 years relative to safety and security.
Mr. Moffett,
And a larger commercial district on Andale will clearly have a presence.
Mr.
A
Moffett,
lot of stores.
what I would suggest is that, because we've had a couple of these studies done, essentially it was feasibility for overall public safety for the town. This could be something that could be vetted through the Public Safety Committee in terms of, if this is something what we talked about today, coming up with maybe suggested, maybe discussion or ideas of what we're looking for, put together in the RFP, and then, of course, run it through this council, and then once everyone gets the green light and fine with kind of the objective or the description, then push it out. But I would think that before, so one of the things is that when the town went, we used to do all off-duty deputies. We realized that the level of service that we were getting was hard time getting shifts filled for for first shift, and so the recommendation from the sheriff's office was to go to potentially look at going to permanent contracts for the entire shift. So through the Public Safety Committee, we formed a subcommittee who talked with various other communities, Hilton Head, Folly Beach, IOP, to see what they're doing, and that's how the recommendation came through to council, was to have a permanent deputy for first shift and keep the off-duty for second and third. I only say this to say that I would hopefully council would think it's okay, feasible to run this through the Public Safety Committee that will ultimately come up to council for consideration, discussion, and approval to move forward with the RFP or whatever that looks like.
Just want to say I really, like the idea that John brought forward. If we are doing something on our own, then let's do it for at least Seabrook and Kiowa together. That would, I think, make a lot more sense than doing it alone.
And Seabrook itself might have no interest in participating in a behind their gate circumstance. But of course, all of the Seabrook residents don't live behind the gate. So, it is an interesting thing particularly, as the mayor says, as we get more development at this end of the island.
I think
Right.
that's a good idea. Just doing it for us, I would just be afraid of all the additional, administrative work we need to do and shoulder, from hiring and training and everything and scheduling and. But if we are doing this on a more combined basis, I think that makes more sense to me.
I mean,
So I like that
yeah,
idea.
I mean, if you had it just for the town of Kiowa Island, and they're at, let's just suppose they're at Seafields doing something, and something happens across the street at MUSC, well, that's not town of Kiowa. So do they not go? I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Right, yeah, so, I mean, one of the things, even now, of course, right now, we pay for this, the town of Kiowa pays for police service, but the police, essentially, by having a permanent deputy, the town of Kiowa has become essentially like a beat. So if they get a call in Seabrook, if they get a call in Lord John's Island, they have to leave and go on that call. So we're essentially paying for the services now for this area. We've become a beat. So if the town of Kiowa, as she said, if we form our own police department, the difference in this case is that, and if Seabrook decide they don't want to tie into that, obviously they would still have police service because Charleston County is still obligated to provide them service. But if they want enhanced service, like we're paying for, it could be that they're not directly involved, but they can say, Town of Kiowa, we want to sign a contract with you all to be able to provide police service.
They sign an MOU with us.
Right, so they sign an MOU with us, and we then provide service to them.
I got you. Somewhat related to that, a couple of follow-up questions. So, and I still get a little confused about this. We have 4 deputies under contract.
Permanent, yes.
Permanent. And they're here from what?
They're here from
7 to 7.
7 to 7, 12-hour shift.
And we pay, so the vehicles that you see, the Tahoes that says Town of Kiowa on it, those are the vehicles we paid for the permanent deputies.
So of those 4 permanent deputies, what was the analysis that was undertaken to say, because it's what, $500,000 approximately?
It was 7?
Our initial cost was a little bit more
Yeah,
because we had to buy
seven-
vehicles and all that, but the
seven.
ongoing cost, I don't remember, it's like 4 or 500,000.
Around 4 to 5 of
Yeah.
I was thinking it was 5 for
Right.
these, and I was going to get to the the
Off-duty.
off-duty.
Yeah, but for the permanent
So-
one, that's until we have to buy vehicles again, then the cost goes up.
My initial kind of reaction, completely uninformed one, is given the fact we're behind gates here and everything else, that seems like a lot. I wonder, why do we need more than one? So was there ever any kind of analysis that was done to say, we need to pay for 4?
Yeah, so the part of it was that we would have 2, but the reason why 4 is because when they're on vacation, training, et cetera, they have to essentially, they're on shifts. So we're paying for 4, but you can't have just 1 or 2 because they would have to work every day. So there was,
So there are 2 at a time.
Yeah, they're not 4,
Yeah.
they're not all working at the same time.
right.
just have one policeman
But I'm getting to that because so now I just want to try to understand and ultimately do the math. What's the hourly rate we're paying? So under the contract, we're paying both, essentially the salary and benefits under that contract. That is not true for the off-duty, right? That's
Off-duty, we pay salary and we pay retirement.
for
We
the-
contribute to retirement for the off-duty
For
and
that-
payroll taxes. Yeah.
For as an independent contractor?
So they actually W-2s. They're not independent.
Right.
So when Kika retains these, same thing?
I was told that they're not W-2 is what I was told, but I don't know for sure because there's their
That's what I'm trying
agreement
to
with
parse.
them.
Why is ours different than theirs? What hourly rate, I mean, if we could just go on to this system, are we paying more for the same time
Well-
that Kika is?
No, okay, so when you're looking at Kika, it's a very short window. So you're talking about maybe 4 hours, maybe, at the most. For as the deputies that we have contract for, they're actually doing not just the traffic enforcement, they're actually responding to calls when calls come up. The presence are not just in one area, they're all over the island for 12 hours.
But I'm assuming we could go through this portal, the system you talked about. to hire, you know, 2 guys, deputies, one for each 8 hours each, and
I
they
think
would
that-
cover the entire island.
I think the one, I think the one difference, I think when the town started this, and I probably know when I used to run police department in my other jurisdiction I worked in, is that I think the advantage that we have when you do it as a W-2, because one is an incentive for the deputies to work because we're treating them like W-2 employees. So that's an incentive. The other thing that we have is that when we essentially have a dedicated line of deputies that we know the island, so before all things changed, it was the advantage, I think, of the town to be able to have them W-2. But you're exactly right. Say we want to do away with the contract, we can see from the portal if we're going to still have that same level of response to sign up. It may be that it's inconsistent. They may say, I'm not driving all the way out there because I don't get the
Right.
benefit
I was just about to
of
say that.
W-2.
So if we
Brad,
do,
you're
but if we
asking a
reduce it down to the dollars and cents, so this vehicle that you have to hire, what amounts to a rent-a-cop?
Yep.
Is $45 an hour.
Yep.
So if you look at what we have 12-hour coverage, 7 days a week, for 2 people, for 52 weeks. That's 8,736 hours of labor
Yeah.
for about $450,000 a year.
Yep.
That's $51 an hour. So we're only paying potentially just 10% more than the rental cop number, okay?
Yep.
And that's the difference.
And so, that's kind of a little bit where I was going. You were a little ahead of me on the math, and this is only depending on how the discussions with the sheriff's office go, because those rent-a-cops at the same cost, you control.
So so kind of what you and I were talking about just a little bit off the thing there is where do you have leverage with the sheriff's department to get them to do some of these other things that you want them to do? Well, certainly one way is you spend $5 an hour less, but then could you get them really for that length of time? I don't know.
But I mean, it seems like there's some potential, options around, because to the extent that in the good old days, they were like our employees, and we could direct them, and
But there's no real good reason, no good real logical reason that you couldn't have that level of cooperation with the sheriff's department today. And that's
Yeah, we should.
What are you doing to overcome that?
Yeah. That should be priority 1.
Yeah.
If for whatever reason, okay.
But I think the rent-a-cop is relatively new for the association, since they had changed the speed limit.
And
all of
I
these
believe
things that
they
Craig is
kind of.
referencing, whether it's fire, EMS, or in this case, security, this is an evolution in response to community needs a long time ago. The training that these fellows go through, all of this was to build up. This is a pretty safe and secure environment. And right now, it's taken for granted because we've had it for so many years. But once upon a time, we didn't. We went round and round with the fire stations just to get, or the replacement of
EMS.
fire stations, the addition of the EMS stations, just to get people trained. That wasn't the way it used to be. So, I mean, all of these things have taken time. And I think this rent-a-cop, which is an interesting phrase, which is probably what they are, I think you've got to be careful what you get, in terms of somebody throwing their hat in the ring saying, call me for a couple of hours.
Because
Right.
just
That's
as an
just-
example.
that's what I was gonna-
Brad also,
Yeah, you're not going to get
our
that much.
current concept, we get a coverage, as John also said, 7 days a week. So in 2 weeks, there's the Super Bowl. You think you get rent-a-cops during a Super Bowl weekend? You don't. With our current contract, yes, we pay a little bit more. At least we can claim from them their service.
And not only that, remember, when
And for that, I
you're
would
looking
be
at
willing
the,
to pay just a little bit
Well, I
more.
don't mind paying.
Just to have the
I'm
coverage.
paying more. The trade-off right now is the complete lack of control and information flow.
right.
Yeah. Yeah, yes, yeah.
But that's a contractual topic.
And remember that when
Unfortunately,
you're
we probably
talking about,
left that out in the contract to get
Yeah,
that
yeah, and
information,
that's- we had
data
that
and
conversation.
report, so we fixed the contract.
Separate question for these guys. What law enforcement capability do you have?
Excuse me?
Okay.
Say it again?
What law enforcement-like capability? Because clearly, private businesses can hire private security, and they do have some ability.
What do you mean by abilities? What are you talking about?
Well, that's what I'm asking, because clearly there is somebody who is private security in a private facility. If somebody's breaking into that facility, they can apprehend them.
Oh, so you're talking about, okay.
So that's.
You're talking about having a physical detention.
Well,
Right. So there's a lot of misconceptions that's going around on the island. I'm gonna be honest with you, of who can actually make an arrest and so forth. And try to do my best not to get people caught up inside with the terminology. Because when you make an arrest, that means you're actually responsible for somebody's rights. Now you can detain a person. A citizen can detain a person if you see somebody committing a crime. When it comes to like the resort, for instance, and they have functions out there, right? And you have, let's say, 2 guys fighting. They can detain those 2 guys, but they have to call for a deputy to come on the island, okay? Because no one on the island can actually put cuffs on somebody and take them to jail. That has to be done by a authority figure who has the rights and privilege to do that. There's only 3 people that actually can be armed on the island right now, and I can't disclose the name, but I might be one of them. But, however, these guys cannot, what they can do is enforce our town ordinance only. Sheriff Department can only enforce state law. They cannot even enforce our town ordinance. Does that make the difference? So when you're talking about, law enforcement authority, it's a little different.
No, I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand kind of the scope, the detention. That's what I want to try to.
Okay.
If there is.
I'll give you a good example. These guys got out with somebody who had some. Go even deeper than that. They had someone who had drugs on them. Okay. So they handle it. Call a deputy over to actually put the evidence in. Put the drugs in evidence because they don't have a way of disposing drugs. But they were still able to enforce. Let me finish. They were still able to enforce that town ordinance, but not Charleston County.
But you said they handled it like.
Well, I'm talking about handling. They actually charged the person to do our town ordinance. That's. I'm sorry. That's what I mean by handling.
Okay, let me pose the question a little bit differently. You see somebody engaged in drug activity on the beach.
Okay.
What happens?
It's the same thing. They can detain them until call for deputy come out there.
So you can physically detain them.
That's about it. They cannot take them away.
So it's essentially, if it's something that we are addressing directly related to a narcotics issue, for example, that we observe, we wouldn't engage with that person. We would call the sheriff's office. If we go to a noise complaint, for example, and we observe narcotics there, we're going to handle the noise complaint, and I've got your ID. At that point, we can call the sheriff's office over, and we can write them for a municipal ordinance summons for narcotics as well as a municipal ordinance summons for the noise ordinance. But our primary goal wasn't to go there for a narcotics issue. That was something that we would stumble upon in enforcing another town ordinance. If we observe something like you say, like a drug or something like that is a state statute violation that would require somebody to potentially get in handcuffs and go to jail, we would initiate the sheriff first, and we wouldn't engage.
So let's ask one a little simpler.
I'm gonna,
A little simpler.
Okay, yeah.
Let's suppose that your beach patrol guys are patrolling the beach, and they encountered somebody with a bottle of beer. What is your enforcement capabilities? Can you force that person to dispose of that bottle? Can you physically take the bottle? Do you detain the person? Do you write them a summons? What would happen in that situation? We're just talking about a glass bottle.
Sure. So that's an easy one. There's a municipal ordinance that says glass is prohibited on the beach, and so we observe somebody that has glass on the beach. We go up and Usually our goal is compliance, so people are very compliant, we educate them, and they dispose of the glass, either throw it away or take it back up to their house. If they're non-compliant, then we have some recourse. We can, again, we would start with asking for their ID, and we would be able to issue a court summons right there. Just based on that, if they're uncooperative, we would take the next step, which would be to engage the sheriff's deputy to come down and assist us.
And when you engage, in that particular case, if you engage the sheriff's deputy, what is it you're looking for him to do that you weren't able to do?
Stand ominously behind me with a gun and a badge and say, if you don't comply and give this code enforcement officer your identification, then we're going to have an issue. So generally, that's all it takes to gain compliance. And the sheriff is again, just there to back us up in those instances, because he's not coming to enforce that ordinance for us. He's coming there to gain compliance with the person that is resisting us. So, and I think maybe to the spirit of your question, the authority that we have as code enforcement officers is given to us by the mayor through the state constable laws. So
I'm going beyond code enforcement, so slightly different. I think it's still simple example. Not drugs, but literally you're patrolling along the beach or anywhere in town, you actually see a theft. You see somebody, grab somebody's purse that's sitting there and start running away. What, if anything, can you do? What is your responsibility? What is your authority?
So there's an ordinance against theft, but in that instance, we would initiate the deputies to come down and
They're
assist
running
us.
away. They're leaving the crime scene. Are you just going to say, you're just going to call, hey, there's a theft that just occurred. They're running away. We don't know where they're going, but you cannot detain them.
Right. I mean, as far as that goes, that's not really our purview as code enforcement officers. We're doing more nuisance stuff, which is related to noise, related to ordinance violations for the town. So the stuff like a crime that would be more law enforcement or a state statute violation would be not our.
But so the question I'm posing, I don't know whether it's the capability to empower. If the point I was making is private security, and I don't know kind of what is the authorization to do that. If they're in a store in shoplifting,
Correct.
they have the authority to detain them if they're committing a crime. They can't arrest them, but private security is empowered to.
So just to make a distinction, we're not private security.
And I'm trying to figure out what is the.
So that goes back to my comment about the state constable law. So the mayor is able to bestow on us the authority to enforce municipal ordinances through state law that says he can deputize officers to enforce his ordinances within the municipality. So we're authorized only as code enforcement officers for municipal ordinance violations.
But if I see somebody stealing somebody's purse off of a beach blanket while they're in the ocean, I can, as a private citizen, detain that individual until the sheriff comes.
Yeah.
And I've done that once before. Okay. Now,
It's a little
perhaps just
complex.
as complicated as the noise ordinance. A year away from now, these, especially for you guys at night, we have the lighting ordinance that says no lights visible from the beach post 9 p.m. Cape's going to be coming online in an hour, within a year. How is that going to be handled? Because my guess is there are going to be a lot of potential issues there.
Yeah.
It's got to be the green. There you go.
So this has already happened with the Cape, with the construction lights.
Yep.
And we handled it the same way we've handled the timbers, the sanctuary, events on the beach, and people with flashlights on the beach. The ordinance reads you can't see lights on the beach. So with the Cape specifically, I'll give you for instance, they left all of the lights on, all of the security lighting on. It was insanely bright. I was walking on the beach casting a shadow 30 feet long. So easy enough, write a ticket, mail it to them the next day. But what we're going to do is get online somehow, get somebody who has a phone and call them till they answer, which is what I did. I actually found a gate that was unlocked, and while I was on the phone with the property manager, was able to shut off the generator so that the lights turned off, so that turtles' nestings aren't affected by it. So that's one of the things we do that's outside of the box. We're here at night, no one else is, and this needs to be handled right now.
And you wrote a ticket, what's the amount of that ticket?
The max we can write is 500. It assesses out to 1,087.88. So that's a single ticket. So every instance would be another ticket for that.
Okay, so that, in a sense, is easy. That was one generator. But so, again.
So with the timbers, we worked with them because they had an issue as well. We worked with their property management service. We didn't write the tickets to the specific owners. We wrote them all to the management. So we just kept writing tickets to the management. They now send a text to all of their owners at 8 p.m., please turn your lights off or close your blinds. And now, it's only happened a couple times, gotten a lot better, a couple times where we'll go down there, we'll notice somebody left their porch lights on. We'll call the management number, and they will enter that apartment and turn the lights off right then because they don't want to get any more tickets.
Difference at the Capes, no management.
No management? So we'll go knock on their door. That's what we do private homes, is we go knock on the door.
But it's up on the 4th floor.
We go knock on the door.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Same thing with windswept, same thing
You guys,
with
there's going to be
timber.
a restaurant out there, and it's going to have to shut down by 9 o'clock, I guess.
Or have the lights, or have so the sanctuary shuts down by 9 o'clock outside, but when there's weddings, they'll have more people out, but they make sure all of the lighting is at shoe level, floor level.
Okay.
Yep. Other questions?
No. Separately, John, somewhat related to that, isn't the requirement they have tinted windows, and is there some way to assure that that's the case? Is that part of the plan?
That was, Jim, you did the beach management, you did that change, right?
2019, 2019.
Okay. Yeah, he's like, yeah, we can speak to it.
All right. Yeah, so I'd have to look back at the ordinance, and maybe John remembers, but I think we rewrote it in 2019. And basically, we tried to keep it as simple as possible. So it's really easy for these guys to enforce. If you're standing on the beach and you can see a light bulb, it's a violation, the actual light bulb. If it's recessed lighting and you can see, light emitting but not the actual glowing filament, then it's legal. You can do that. If it lights up the beach, so if you're standing on the active beach and the light is reaching the beach, then it's a violation. So you can see lighting, right? Like recessed lights on a patio would be 100% legal as long as they're not casting that light all the way to the beach.
So, here I'm just reading the generic page, this one.
Okay?
It just simply says, all outdoor lighting visible from the beachfront needs to be turned off starting at 9 p.m.
Yeah, there's
I
exceptions
mean, it may not be
for
how the
security
ordinance
lighting.
actually reads, but that's what that says.
So, okay.
And this is not the ordinance.
So
This is
for
just-
existing development, no artificial light can illuminate the beach. So in other words, the light can't reach the beach. So in other words, if you're standing on a part of the beach where there are no houses, and then you go to somewhere where you're standing near a house, then the beach should be the same level of darkness. So if you turn your back, right, you're not casting a shadow, there's no light physically reaching the beach. So lights illuminating buildings for decorative shall be shielded or screened such that the point source of light is not visible or turned off after 9 p.m. So you can have lights on after 9 p.m. as long as you cannot see the point source of that light. And it does not illuminate the beach, correct.
Part of that, when we do a site plan review process, and
It sounds like that was made, change must have been made simply to accommodate the Cape, if it was done in 2019? Because why would that change have been made?
we had complaints, I think, from.
Well, the change was honestly made because the beach lighting ordinance we had prior to that had a clause in it that basically made it completely unenforceable. It only applied to buildings seaward of the setback line. We have no structures seaward of the setback line. So effectively, it had no power at all. And so we spent months looking at Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina ordinances, and different ways of approaching it, because it's got to be easily enforceable, and to keep it as black and white as possible. And so the point source of light is the biggest issue. That looks to a turtle like, the moon, or, a bright light source they might go towards.
And the marine mammal, wouldn't be the marine mammal, I'm not sure which kind of the relevant environmental groups supported that and said that's sufficient to protect the sea turtles?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have some kind of record of that? Was that part of the process of getting?
Certainly was. It was certainly approved by the turtle biologists at DNR, yes.
Thank you.
That's on your next.
Okay, that's what, Craig, you don't have to probably finish now unless you want to wrap up.
Yeah,
You can probably just go to your last
Just
slide.
wrapping it up. That's,
Your last slide.
there you go.
There you go.
So, so this year, challenges will be role specification, process management, blending multiple personalities into a cohesive and unified team, and adapting to the change. And you guys remember last year we went like 20 minutes talking about the SWOT analysis, about the changes. So that's going to be a little challenge, but I think we're doing a real good job improving going forward as far as that goes. It's just people being adapted to the change.
When does the current sheriff's term expire?
I think this is going to be her. This is going to be her last year. 2024 is when she's going to
Yeah,
start
she's up for
campaigning.
re-election next
So
year.
she's out for next year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Brian? Are you up?
Wake up, Brian.
Ladies and gentlemen, would it be possible for us to take a short break to change batteries in between these two
Sure.
presentations? We need about 5 minutes.
Okay, take a break, guys.
Brad?
we're gonna do a 30-second poll. That took 90 minutes, well worthwhile, but nonetheless, it took 90 minutes. So we have this young man, we have Jim, and a discussion on communications. Just saying, 90 minutes, and a long discussion on communications. I don't know about you guys, but I ain't as young as I used to be. So what's your pleasure? Something has to give here. Either we do the communications, we get a special time to do it, whatever. But real quick, what's your preference right now? Please don't say let's do all three. Okay.
I don't think these are gonna take 90 minutes each.
But it's the colloquy or the questions and, because the questions for
Okay.
My goal is under 60.
So, but that was an hour, and I'm not sure why these would take any more than that, so 2:30 and 3:30. I mean, I question whether we're actually gonna get to our time.
Okay. Roland, Brian.
Okay, all right, thank you all. I'm Brian Gottschalk. I'm the Public Works Manager here for the town. Just by quick way of background, to start off our presentation, we're gonna do a little presentation from Outdoor Spatial Design. They're a landscape architect company that did the landscape architecture for the Kiowa Island Parkway when we redid the Parkway resurfacing project. And we have recontacted them to come up with kind of a comprehensive landscape plan to include all of our public infrastructure. So that's going to be this municipal complex, to include all the landscaping you see up here, but some potential additional landscaping, which would be a rain garden that we've had some talks with the Conservancy about. They've got a rain garden project that they're working on, so that's a potential piece that would be added to this. And then also hopefully getting back to the nature trail that we once had. This plan would include working on that nature trail and making that acceptable for the public. Further, we've got a couple areas on the Kiowa Island Parkway that did not get improved in the initial landscape enhancement project, and so we want to revisit those areas and see if we can get those areas improved to match the rest of the parkway, have a plan for the rest of the parkway as far as a maintenance standpoint goes, and then ultimately really pay a lot of attention to Beachwalker Drive that does need some landscape improvements along it. So we've asked Outdoor Spatial Design to help us work through a proposal similar to the one that they came up with for the Parkway landscape. And then with that, I'll turn it over to Evan Brandon with Outdoor Spatial Design, and he can go through the proposal and kind of the process of what that looks like.
All right. As Brian said, thank you. Evan Brandon, Outdoor Spatial Design. And we thoroughly enjoyed and were honored to be a part of the Kiowa Island Parkway landscape enhancement. And so we would love the opportunity to kind of carry that through the other public spaces, representing the town. And a couple of things I wanted to say quickly. The why, why we're here, why we do what we do. I think that most people think of landscape as just aesthetic improvements, and maybe is not as important as some other things. And so I wanted to put out there that, while I was in the lobby, I picked up, one of these little books, and The Nature of Kiowa. And I've been coming to Kiowa since the late 70s, working on Kiowa for the last 25 years. And if there's anything that, Kiowa really hangs its hat on, or its brand is nature. And so we love the opportunity to accentuate what is, what naturally grows on Kiowa, what naturally attracts the wildlife. And so this particular project, as we work through adding, I think it was 98% native plant material to attract the native insects and birds and wildlife, we really see that we're doing a lot more than just making it a beautiful space. And so that's what we want to do at Beachwalker and some of the spaces around here. And that's the importance of it. And that's really what makes Kiowa one of the premier places to live, one of the premier destinations, at least on the East Coast, if not in the entire country. So I wanted to show you, just so you know, as part of the proposal, we would basically put together a very similar presentation as what we have up here right now, and I'm going to go through it quickly. Feel free to stop me if you have any questions, but basically what we do is, I'm going to use the remote here. So basically what we do is we go through and kind of create a timeline, create a flow chart of the design process. We share goals in a number of these different spaces. We talk about the opportunities to enhance native flora and fauna. We talk about the benefits of all these things, and then we go through and identify all the areas along Beach Walker and some of these others. This is more site analysis. So what we do is we put together a very comprehensive and thorough conceptual design where we're analyzing and preparing a case basically for all the different decisions we make, not only aesthetically, but for the environment as well. So this is all the different pieces of the site analysis. Wish they'd line up a little better. And then we get into, I'm kind of scrolling through these. So we go through, this is some of the importance, and this is what we presented a little more than a year ago, or was it last summer? Can't remember now. And then what we do, and this is kind of the more meat of it, we create these conceptual landscape plans. And this is the roundabout at Freshfields where we get in, we start to identify the areas where we need to improve. One of the benefits of the landscape improvements we did, we've probably reduced mowing by 75%, chemical applications by at least that. It's a much more sustainable landscape, much better for the environment, reducing things that are running off into the marshes all around. And then what we do, this is the other advantage to our presentations, is we create these before and afters. So you can see coming in, this is your first impression into Freshfields, and then we create in the computer, we create basically these images that show what it could look like. And this is what we'd like to do for Beach Walker and for some of these areas around Town Hall. And what has been very rewarding is in all the times that we drive through coming onto Kiowa, we get to see that a lot of these have been implemented and they look similar to the photos that we created, 2 years before. So you can see how we get into seeing how this is enhanced. And it's obviously hard to communicate graphically the benefits to the environment, but you can see aesthetically, opening up views to the marsh, things like that. So that's basically what we're proposing. Kind of take you through the rest of these. This is what we're proposing for Beach Walker and the areas around Town Hall, like Brian was saying. And then you can kind of see some of these improvements that are pretty dramatic, hiding the views of Little Rabbit. We would love the opportunity to add some signage to help educate people about what they see, all the different types of plants and the benefits of those, because then they can start incorporating those into their landscapes. And then we go through who we consulted. So that's the presentation that we gave before we implemented this. And then I'll see. We created, just so you understand our process, we created construction drawings for the entire parkway. And so this is detailed planting plans. And so this is bid out to landscape contractors, make sure that everything can be priced accordingly. And then we're available, as part of our proposal, we're available to oversee the installation of this plant material, where we're laying it out on hand with the landscape contractor, making sure that the plant material is the right quality, the right quantity, everything, everything down to the single individual plant. And then the last thing, just in terms of the need for it, I grabbed some pictures of Beach Walker as it is today. And let's see. So you can kind of see you can kind of see what it is now, where it's mostly lawn between the path and the street. There's really not,
It's actually not mostly lawn on one side of the road, it's mostly just
dirt.
dirt.
Yeah. So you can see how it, obviously it needs it. There's not really much there. And these are very different conditions than Key Island Parkway. It's going to be an entirely different feel. It's a good bit of understory, but, so I wanted to leave you with that's the bulk of our proposal, is improving this area. And the idea is just like we've done some improvements out here in the parking lot as well as the parkway, is tying in all of the landscape that the town has to where it has a singular cohesive feel, and you can fully understand the town's commitment and that the native landscape is of the utmost importance. Question?
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. Do
Yeah.
you all have any questions for Brandon pertaining to the proposal?
The proposal's not in the book.
I sent it out to everybody. I can
Sent it.
resend it. Okay,
It
if we
wasn't
want
in
to
the
get
book.
that,
You did send it.
we can get that printed out for everybody to take a closer look at. And then if you have any questions, you can contact myself or Evan.
I don't remember, because I know I've looked at it a couple of times a while ago. It didn't have any, it had, what was on that again?
It
a
had
copy
their
of it.
tasks, what the order of operations was gonna be, and then
Right.
ultimately.
Did it had, okay.
Cost was there too,
Right.
at the very end.
Brian, my recollection, could you kind of give us the high level, or one of you? My recollection is it was something like $75,000?
I think it was
In
it
the
was
ballpark, yes, sir.
Yeah, I have it here. I think it was around a total of 70 all the way, start to finish. So there's the breakdown.
For the planning, not for the implementation.
Right, so this is.
correct.
This will be to develop the plan for these three aspects, being the municipal center, the Kiowa Island Parkway, and Beachwalker Drive,
And the construction document.
and the construction document. So this takes us all the way up to actual construction.
Well, to RFPs for the.
This, task
Right,
four
as
actually.
far as the price.
Yeah, it's our fees through construction. So it includes construction observation. Task number 4 includes us being out on site.
So what was your cost for, I guess, phase 1, the Kiowa Island Parkway?
Mhm.
And what were the construction or installation costs on top of that?
That's what we were talking about. I would have to look up those numbers. The construction costs, I don't want to
The
misspeak.
construction was like 800, I think, right? Didn't we just bring that up earlier? The construction of Kiowa Island Parkway, which included a lot of demo, because there's a lot existing, it was about $800,000 for the construction.
So.
Not including the pavement.
Correct, this is just landscaping.
And irrigation.
Right.
So, full disclosure, obviously, interested in Beachwalker and Inlet Cove is as well. And been a lot of kind of disappointment and frustration that it looks as bad as it does and has. And all the attention's been focused on Kiowa Island Parkway and even this facility, and literally nothing's been done, not even basic maintenance for the most part. But it also strikes me, given that it's only a mile long, a little less, and it is mostly shade. There's not as much that you can do there. It has to be very shade-tolerant stuff. You don't have the vistas that you can open up, et cetera. I was talking to our landscaper company that takes care of Riverview, and just, God, what would it take to, and it was like, I think the $75,000, they could do all the planting. I mean, they could simply go and plant a bunch of stuff along there and clean it up. This just seems like a lot to pay just for design of Beachwalker, and then not knowing what the cost, potential cost is on top of that, because it doesn't need to be as fancy as Kiowa Island Parkway, but.
Right.
I want to know, how much could you do it on the cheap, to do Beachwalkers, what you're asking?
Well, at least, I'm trying to figure out, it doesn't need to be nearly, I think, of the scope and scale that is characterized Kiawah Island Parkway, but it certainly needs something. And I'm just posing the question, because I don't want to perfect be good, and from my personal standpoint, though that of my neighbors in Inlet Cove and Riverview, we'd very much like something to be done.
So really though, if you look at this quote, the Beach Walker Drive conceptual design is 20 grand, and the construction documents are 24 grand, and then the bidding and the observation are another, call it 11,000. So you could do what they're proposing to do without the first two elements for 50.
And that may, I don't have a sense of whether that's kind of the right number or not. I can't imagine that there's, even if you just took a simple math in half, and it wouldn't be that. It's, it was 800,000 for 2 miles. This is 1 mile. It's going to be well less than 400,000.
Well, let's do this. Let's do this.
Construction-wise, generally speaking, the design is 15% of construction.
Okay.
So that would work out to be somewhere around 400,000. You eliminate the bidding and you eliminate the observation. So taking those two items out, 15% of 400,000 would equal the design fee.
Okay.
So let's do this. Brian, can you go back to the Beach Walker Parkway, not right this moment, but can you go back to the Beach Walker bid from these guys and look at what these elements were for the not Beach Walker, Kiawah Island Parkway, so that we have some basis of comparing? What did the conceptual design and the construction documents cost for the Parkway? Because we know what we paid for that. And then how does that compare to this? Because it is hard to understand what the order of magnitude is for getting it done.
Well, that's what
So just that we
Yeah, I know.
That's
A baseline.
I know,
Right.
but I want him to get the in fact price.
Brian, my question is, Brad brings up a good point, but is this premature? I mean, should we be doing this? There's still big construction projects on Beach Walker right now. I mean, is this, wait till they're done and do something, not on the cheap, throw some grass seed? No, I mean, but do something nice, but maybe not.
Happy with even that.
Yeah, no,
Seriously.
to your point, Mr. Mayor, right, there are some projects that are gonna go on that could inherently
We're gonna rip
hurt
rip up the corner, that's gonna be a construction site.
correct.
I just wonder in terms of doing this, doing it the right way, which I look at this as doing it the right way, but doing it the right way now, as
Well, and
compared
so-
to just trying to make some improvements for the residents and et cetera.
Right, well, so what this would get us would be construction documents that we don't have to put out immediately. We would have this as kind of an institutional guideline for when we did want to get to that time to do this, should you all want to move forward with that. But however, in the interim, I'm sure we could explore some options to get Beach Walker Drive back into a more appropriate kind of aesthetic feel until we decided, whatever we decided to do with this document, if we move forward with it or not.
And one question in that regard, Mayor, you made a very good point. There is going to be, assuming there's going to be development of the upper Beach Walker parcels and lower, certainly that the eastern side is, you wouldn't want to invest a huge bunch of money in that right now if that's going to kind of change the character. I'm not sure if the western side would change.
Well, that would have been my question. Would it make sense because I would even question at the moment to do actually the eastern part of Beach Walker Drive, because there might even be, there will be curb cuts and new intersections, etc. So we don't even have a plan yet to look at, how that would look like. Would it make sense to just do this for the west, or better postpone altogether until we have a clear understanding how Upper and Lower Beach Walker Park will look like?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good point. And I think ultimately, it is up to you all. If you're gonna ask me, I think I like to kind of do things one time and be done with it. So if we're gonna talk about splitting up the east side and the west side, then maybe we do hold off. However, I don't know if, certainly don't speak for the feelings of all of the residents that live along Beachwalker Drive, maybe they feel much differently.
Well, no,
We've
I
got-
think we should, I think we should make an investment and try to improve it. But physically, I mean, plantings or irrigation, I mean, I think those would be dollars that people would, the residents would agree.
So
approve.
aside from this,
Oh, yeah, I mean, we could say we got $70,000, ma'am. Sorry, it looks like hell, but, you know, we have real nice documents sitting in somebody's office in terms of what it will look like someday. And that's all I'm saying. It's just a matter of timing and which comes first.
Right.
It's quite possible the east side is, could be done very nicely and actually paid for by someone else.
That's a good point. Yeah.
You know, one of the things, and I think this is already, you know, Brian and Stephanie and the team are already taking care of this. One of the issues we've had, if you zoomed in on one of the pictures, particularly right across from Riverview, it's not just dirt, it's usually just mud and ruts, in part because trucks are illegally parking there. I understand why they're doing it, but they're not allowed to park. So I think the idea is to put in a sign as well as some of the post and rope, so that's not happening. And, you know, if they're literally, to some extent, just for now, if you're able to do that and throw down, kind of like you said, some seed or something.
just something green.
Yeah, and I don't know, there's a couple stretches of Beachwalker on the east side that maybe you could do in a phased way. On the west side, that a phased way that wouldn't be impacted by any, I don't know.
But again, we are already in the execution, and here we are in the planning phase, right? So, and we should not forget the 70K is not only for Beachwalker Drive, right? It's also here for this stretch, and to look at the entire, you know, Kiowa Island Parkway improvement, right? So I think we would need to decide if we want to do Beachwalker or if we want to do this without Beachwalker. And doing it without Beachwalker, then doing Beachwalker later in a planning phase. And would that make sense, cost-wise? So that's maybe also something you would need to tell us, you know, is it for us more cost-effective to do all these three areas at once for your planning? Or it would be basically the same to split out Beachwalker and do it at a later point? And you don't have to answer this right now. Just as a conceptual thought, right?
Well, and so perhaps we could have another conversation, come back. You know, there's a lot of value in outdoor spatial design, understanding where we're at with how we want our parkway to look from a landscape perspective, and is very invested in our Grow Native initiative. So in having that kind of seamless transition between these roads is you know, obviously.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we cannot split it.
Right.
I mean, they have one concept, they have one philosophy, and they would, in one case, stop at the first gate, and this would go on to Beachwalker Drive, Beachwalker Park, right? So, but the question really for me is, you know, exactly as the mayor said, does that make sense, right? And we could decide that it makes sense. We make all the planning, right? We implement the two of the three, means here along, you know, Betsy and the Parkway, and maybe wait with the Beachwalker Drive to implement, or only do it one side and move the documents over to somebody else to execute it on the east side of the Beachwalker.
Right, and so that's that's kind of what we were getting at was, you know, what I'm presenting to you all today, again, is just to have this as our plan, not to mean it needs to be executed immediately. Do we want to have this as something that we are going to reference when we do ultimately go in and whatever's left of Beachwalker for us to do we follow this plan that we already have? Or at that point, are we going to come up with another planting plan? So again, this is kind of just to get a feel of how you all see this moving forward.
So,
Brian,
here, how I feel moving forward is I'm just not sure that we should look at doing this now. We have three major things happening on Beachwalker in the next not too distant future, whatever that is. Lower Beachwalker, Upper Beachwalker, and the intersection. And I just think that we're running the risk of having both a conceptual design and a series of construction drawings not be pertinent to what it looks like when those three things are finished. I mean, I know you said it somewhat facetiously, but it could very well be that what we really want to do initially is put some ropes up so the trucks don't park across the street from your entrance and just plant a little bit of grass.
A little bit of grass and maybe a couple of
Small bushes.
Small bushes along.
But-
I mean, because otherwise, what the mindset is, and I fully appreciate if I'm wearing my council hat asking exactly the same kinds of questions and exactly the right kinds of questions, is that, oh God, it's going to be another 5 years.
Well, it's probably not going to be another 5 years, but I think,
Well, by the time, yes,
but I think that we're premature to do this now, I think.
But I
At the
would-
end of the day, Beach Walker is going to be as nice as all the other, is going to be as nice as the Parkway. So at the end of the day, and that day, whatever that day may be, it will be. But in the interim, I think we should just try to make it as nice as we can, recognizing that's going on. 1, 2, I think the Parkway, we've got an enormous investment in the Parkway. So whatever you need to do to continue to enhance that investment for the Parkway and for here, which we don't have as big of an investment, but we have a substantial investment here, we should do. I would look at it in those three ways. If you got a dollar figure to do some things to Beach Walker, a dollar figure to do some things to the Parkway, and what's a rain garden?
So a rain garden is something,
Is that
maybe
here on site?
Jim might be able to explain it better than I. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Well,
So the a quick description of a rain garden is it's basically a vegetated landscape designed to collect and filter water and minimize runoff and erosion. So the site we're looking at here is actually just outside these doors right here. We got a lot of water that comes off the building. It runs down a hill. We've got a little bit of a washout area there. And so this rain garden, basically all that water would funnel into this rain garden, which would be vegetated with perennials and other kind of moisture-loving plants. And so they capture that runoff and keep it from going further, and then it slowly filters into the groundwater system.
Wouldn't this be better at a location the community can observe it?
That's the hope of having it right out here outside the door.
Right, and I
Yeah,
think the
I know,
Conservancy
I know.
actually selected this location.
I
They
understand.
did, and
I understand, but
they've got
community
a
doesn't
bunch of
come here.
locations around the island. We're just one sample. They've got one going in at Rhett's Bluff, another one, I don't know where all of their locations are, but we're just gonna potentially host one of those sites.
I'm just, obviously, I'm against putting it here. I'm not against the rain garden. I just don't think this is a good spot for it because it has limited enjoyment potential from the community.
And this is something that isn't set in stone to have it here. It's just been talked about, and we weren't gonna move forward with anything without presenting to you all. So when that time comes, then we can talk about whether or not we have a rain garden here.
So I'm pretty sympathetic to your view, and I've long wondered, is there more that can be done with this area here to actually be a benefit just beyond us coming here for meetings and staff coming here to take advantage? I don't know how much total acreage we have. I know I've been told. And what
Yeah, we have 3 or so remaining there, and then, of course, here on the side. 3 acres or so
You
there.
know, if there was clearly like paths and parks and it was like a little,
Reason to come here.
Reason to come here. And, for example, if we also had EV charging stations here.
There you go.
That brought people here. And then if we can do periodic, like, again, I have to go back to look at that room. I don't know, but where you could do, 2-week temporary exhibit on, on loan from Charleston County, history of, which room I'm talking about? The one at the very far.
Are you talking about the construction? Oh, where Jan's office is at, the construction contractor's lobby.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. It's a lobby, it's the contractors, but we have staff has an office in there.
In there.
In there, yes.
Yeah, okay.
That's the
Well,
money-making rule.
So that one doesn't work. There's unfortunately not any utility then. They're not really the space. We've hosted I'm just thinking something like you host a temporary, come to the municipal center.
So we're probably getting way off track here. We're
Yes.
talking about whether or not we should have these guys pursue this,
Fair enough.
this proposal here. And again, I think There are aspects of it that are really good, but I think we may be a little premature.
For some part, for sure. I mean, the beach walker definitely.
For some parts.
What I would support is the parkway. And
Parkway
especially,
enhancement, I think
especially
is
in the
definitely-
sense, and that would be my wish, if we move forward with a parkway. It turned out beautiful, so don't get me wrong, but not practical.
Took a big hit with the bad weather this winter, too. There's several places that need work.
Yeah, but yes, but what I'm referring to more is that, I think we did not take into account enough in your concept the sometimes poor driving skills of large trucks, or, other drivers of large pickup trucks or SUVs being on the phone while driving, because we have a lot of damage to the left and the right of the pavement. So, and I attribute that to, how can we do better in planning, that it doesn't look like it often looks, especially after a rainfall, et cetera, that, half of the grass area is destroyed by somebody not paying attention.
So
But
if
I think
I'm,
that's an area that I would support for this planning process, which is, I think, your first item. I would also be sympathetic to the idea to do something a little bit more attractive on our 3 acres here. And between the circle and our end of the property.
You're not referring to on the causeway itself, but you're saying on our property. Not on the actual causeway, but just on our property.
Well, again,
'Cause we don't
the
own
first-
that bridge.
My understanding is the first item here, task number 1, is to look again at the Kiowa Island Parkway, which is
From the roundabout to the first gate.
roundabout to the first gate. And especially as it relates to how can we design it so that, an inexperienced driver is not causing as much damage as he or she can do today. Okay? I would support that. I would support to look at a little bit nicer landscaping along the street between the roundabout and the end of our property, whatever belongs to us.
None of that belongs to us, it's all state.
Okay.
Except
Then-
for
then
that
we can skip
little
that.
island that's it,
Right,
right?
then we can skip that, but I would also be willing to entertain to do something a little bit more attractive around here. If that has something to do with the rain garden or not, I don't know, although I have to say I would follow Russ's recommendation. I think there are other places on the island where, the educational benefit of something like this is bigger than here.
so,
But I would definitely postpone Beach Walker Drive until, we have more clarity on what happens on the east side of the road, but I would be sympathetic to, at least doing a little bit along the way to make it look at least somehow more appealing.
so what I'm hearing is potentially we can have Evan revise this to remove the beach walker portion, highlight some of those areas that you're referencing on our property and the parkway, and then I can bring that back to town council at a later time.
I think that'd be a good plan.
And then in the interim, he can perhaps help us come up with something, an interim enhancement to Beach Walker Drive
On the west side.
on the west side.
Well, and even on the east side, literally, because I
Right
don't
in
know what
front
you
of
guys
Riverview.
do in terms of, do you have your own maintenance team? Who does the maintenance on the Kiowa Island Parkway?
We've got a
Artigues.
contractor. It's Artigues
Okay,
Landscaping.
Because they don't seem to be doing the kind of the same level of stuff on Beach Walker right now.
Okay.
But and to the point, again, sooner rather than later, apart from just putting up the little post and everything, and I don't know if just throwing down pine straw on the east side.
No, make them easier to park on Pine Straw.
No, but not if they would also have the little.
Post?
The post with the rope.
You'd have to put the post in the rope, yeah.
Yeah, because that's the plan, and because that's already down lower. And then, again, it shouldn't be that much, literally just some plants at the end of the day, spend $25,000 on some shade-tolerant shrubs along the way.
Just something
and maybe
green.
a little seed and sod, that later on, you don't feel bad if you're ripping that out and completely replacing it.
Gotcha.
Okay, Brian, I think it gives you scope, so bring back to Ways and Means.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we'll revise our proposal.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, guys.
All right, thank you so much.
Brian, there's just one thing I don't need a response to, just to let you know. Somebody dumped 1 or 2 yards of concrete on Kiwa Island Parkway, just over the bridge.
Dumped concrete.
Dumped. It's all solid. There's,
But it's hardened.
it's hardened, and it's spilled, yes, there is, but it's spilled
I
on the
saw
grass.
them clean that up yesterday,
and
or at
it's
least.
spilled on plants, and right now it's hard as a rock.
Where on the parkway?
When you're leaving the island, just over the bridge, at the turn on the right side. The left turn on the right side. Yeah, as you're turning left, it's just as you cross over the bridge. It looked like 1 or 2 yards.
Okay, I appreciate that. I will certainly get somebody on that immediately, to see if we can get that cleaned up.
Okay, thank you. Jim? Oh.
I still got this whole presentation.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he had done this. Yeah, so,
Maybe Brian would go east, not speed through this, but
No, yeah, we can certainly,
so Brian's pre-presentation.
all right, now I go back down to the PowerPoint. Do you need to, is this you?
Yeah, Kingston, just object it.
Pre-presentation.
There you go.
No, that's true. Nothing's fast.
I'll revise and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will, I don't know if we want to wait for Dr. Heidingsfelder. Nope, okay. All right, well, then we'll just kind of get through. So just real quick, with the Public Works Department, we're responsible for overseeing the public services and contracts on the island, as well as maintaining our public infrastructure, as we kind of just went through. A couple of the public service contracts, the residential and commercial solid waste, our landscaping, Island Beach Services, which is the chair and umbrella rental company that operates on the beach. Our infrastructure, we've got the Municipal Center, Kiwa Island Parkway, the Beachwalker Drive, and the beach as well. So just kind of getting right into it, I want to talk about, this is kind of, it's going to be a subset of a greater effort, but this is going to take the bulk of that, and it's something that we can do a lot of in-house without having to contact other entities, and that's going to be focusing on our town vehicle fleet. So as you all know, the town provides vehicles for staff that need to go on and off the island to perform their duties. We currently have 10 vehicles in our fleet. We have just added our first fully electric vehicle, which is a Ford F-150 Lightning. So that's a fully electric truck that we have that's going to be operated within the building department. We feel that that's the right fit just due to the nature of the building inspectors going to and from sites and inspecting units, and it's kind of low speed. You never get too high, and they're never going to be driving in really kind of rough conditions, as in the sand and the salt and everything like that. So this is going to be kind of our litmus test to see how well these do out here, and just so we can start monitoring and tracking how efficient these are going to be in our fleet, although we do certainly foresee it being economically beneficial to us. So with our fleet, we have to keep in mind that these vehicles also double as emergency vehicles. So in the event that we have a storm, these vehicles are no longer Public Works and Public Safety and Building Department. They are emergency recovery vehicles. So for that reason, we can't really go fully electric because if we come back here after a bad storm, we need to have vehicles that can operate around the island, and if we don't have power and can recharge them, then we're kind of in a pickle. So that's why our goal is going to be to have potentially up to 50% of the fleet full electric or a combination of hybrid electric. We'll just have to keep doing some research and seeing what's the best approach to take. But having electric vehicles in our fleet is a really big progression that we want to take.
Just on that point very quickly, are we budgeting in any of that? Okay.
Yeah.
One per year,
We'll get into it. Well, so since you asked that question, we'll make the determination on which vehicles we see best fit the electric capability. And then we've got, albeit informal, we've got kind of a policy of cycling through our vehicles. And so when those vehicles come through for their time to be cycled out, then we'll swap them out for electric vehicles. So that was kind of an introduction to the Kiowa Go Green initiative that we would like to restart. We're going to be Kiowa Go Green 2.0. Just by way of background, we spearheaded an initiative a few years ago that had the island stakeholders, Community Association, Golf Resort, Kiowa Partners Conservancy. We came up with some really great ideas, but for a few reasons, the group ultimately fell through. While that happened, we still wanted to, as a town staff wanted to still carry on this Go Green initiative. So that's when we continued. We bought our electric vehicle in this time that the group was disbanded, and have also just coming up with some ideas about how the town can lead the island in a green initiative. So some of the things that we came up with that the town, some of the initiatives that we came up with included increasing the EVs in the town fleet, implementing public electric vehicle charging stations across the island, continuing to decrease the use of plastics along the island, implement a hazardous waste collection for the community, exploring the option for solar panels that would be for commercial buildings, probably more so at this time. Building a green public works building that would have a lot of green implications, but also help town staff in their daily operations with some things that are non-green related. And then ultimately explore the use of battery-powered landscape equipment for island maintenance. So that last item, it is something that we did talk about with the first Go Green initiative. We even did some testing on it. The Community Association got some battery-powered equipment, gave it to their maintenance team, and at that time, it was not a viable option. The equipment was really heavy, the equipment was getting really hot, and they ended up having to switch to gas equipment by the end of their shift anyways. So I don't think the technology was quite there, but since then, I've got some good articles from some council members that potentially suggest that we could possibly be there or are close to being there to do some battery-powered landscape equipment.
Apart from the articles, is any opportunity, to talk to other communities that have moved there, whether it's sometimes universities or other communities, have already moved all battery-powered, equipment and how they're dealing with that?
That'll certainly be part of some of the research that we go. I've been doing a lot of reading at this point, good, bad, and otherwise. And I think not the only challenge, but one of the challenges that Kiowa has switching to battery powered is just kind of the vastness of the landscape. There's a lot of landscape that takes a lot of mowing, blowing, trimming, and all that kind of stuff. So until I think this equipment gets to a point where the batteries are lasting longer, they're maybe not quite so heavy, then that's when we can really start to do a full implementation. And, a lot of these initiatives, a lot of these things that we want to do, unfortunately, are going to be met. We need to have cooperation from other people, right? So these battery-powered landscape equipment, we have to get Kika on board with that. We have to get the resort on board with that. We have to prove that it's helpful.
But it's worth to explore it.
Right.
That's why we use the word explore here for that proposal. Also, Brad, we need to understand, and I looked a little bit into this, that of course we are living in an area with a lot of vegetation, a lot of growth, so we have a lot of more, work to do than somewhere, up north where it's mostly, leaves and in the fall, right? So we also have a different use pattern that we need to study, but that's why we said explore. So we want to study this. If we think it makes sense and we can convince, for example, Kika again to do another study with us, then this would become part of that initiative.
Well, just in explore, but I'm not sure why we would, this even gets to the issue of ordinance or Kika Kika doesn't have to be on board. I mean, we could be the trendsetter. The town could be the trendsetter.
Right, we don't have our own maintenance. We contract out our maintenance.
To Kika?
No, to a third party.
Yeah, but there are, I think, I don't know if there are in South Carolina, there are some, increasingly, some landscape maintenance companies that they're part of their marketing.
Right.
That's why we're saying explore. Let's find them. If they exist, I honestly have not seen one single one that goes on the island, and there are probably, a large number of these contractors coming to the island. But yes, we will talk to the big ones also, the greenery that does our parkway, I believe, isn't that?
Now it's a company called Artigues, but we could certainly talk
So
with
we talk
our.
to them, see what their experience they have, what they heard from their competitors, etc. That's the explore part. So we'll figure it out.
So
would we be in favor of a 2.0 approach?
I've put it down on the list of things, and I put your name next to it.
No, I wanted to get the temperature from my
right.
from
So
my
if
colleagues
you
here.
all are in favor of this being explored, 2.0.
No, the whole initiative, not just the battery operated.
Right, on the whole initiative. We would
this
kind of
something
like
we
to
wanna
pick up where Dr. Parker left off. We've got new information, we've got new research, we've got upgraded technology that could potentially change the outcome of a second initiative that would be with our constituents.
Yeah, I have no problem with, from my own perspective, I think hybrids are the way to go. I've done my own investigation. I think they're the answer, at least right now today. But
You're talking about vehicles.
For vehicles, yeah, but I'm all for it.
Brian, my
There's a
only
whole
concern-
list of topics here, right? That could be part of such an initiative.
Yes.
My only concern is the notion of the building. I mean, I think all of them are initiatives. I think all of them could be explored. I think getting additional stakeholders to participate with you, fine. I don't know what you mean about a public works building.
I'll get into that.
Well, fine, but to me, that's independent of, to me, that represents a cohesion of these other entities. If there's some physical needs to be done for a town service, then that just should be something.
Right, well,
something
not
be
to get
explored,
ahead, but I kind of see that as an opportunity to be a trial for some different things, potentially have it be solar operated.
No, I appreciate you have a lot of ideas, but I'm just saying that to me is a big deal. We'd be talking about a building. That's all.
And I think one of the things that Michael's asking, Michael, is that, of course, the Go Green Initiative would just be this group. So are you guys as council okay with essentially restarting back up the Go Green Initiative that we had under Dr. Parker?
Well, yeah, I think you definitely want to continue to investigate it. It's got to be viable, but we have to do the research to see if there are components of it that work, that some of them maybe won't. And then if maybe we find that while it works for one little aspect, it's such a tiny piece of the whole that it may not really, on balance, do anything other than make somebody feel good.
Well, and Dr. Heidingsfelder and I with your all's permission, we could come up with maybe a shorter list, a more immediate list of some things that we'd like to explore with the hopes of implementing, and bring that back to you all at a council meeting in a couple of.
I think some of the items are definitely you should do, like the charging stations. I mean, that's a common complaint on the island. There just aren't any.
Where is the nearest? I don't know where the.
There isn't any.
Well, there are actually
Sanctuary.
4 on the island, but they're all private. So
Yeah.
2 of them belong to Timbers, only for timber residents, and 2 are semi-public, means they are in the open, but they're only allowed to be used by sanctuary guests.
Yeah, there's 2 at the sanctuary,
So-
but only for guests.
Right. So, but again, I think the way you need to see this, and we put it up here as a proposal, my understanding also because we had the 1.0 initiative and then it kind of died off, and I'm not exactly sure what was all the reason. Was it just because Dr. Parker, left, or have there been other reasons? But I think it would kind of bind together a couple of things that I believe we should do. Some of them we clearly have to do together with others, right? Kika, the resort, the partners, charging station is the great example. There are a few things that we can do on our own to set an example, like, you know, our EVs or hybrids in the fleet. But there are also other needs that I do believe the community has, you know, with, for example, the hazardous waste. And I have to go all the way to Folly Road 2 or 3 times a year to dispose my batteries, my electronics, my paint, etc., that I cannot leave anywhere else except hide it in my trash, and I don't want to do this. So the question is, do we want to do the initiative? And as I said, which of those, or maybe all of them, or come back to you with a phase 1, phase 2 approach, but I think we need a little bit of guidance from the council here to move forward. Last comment, also to what the mayor just said, this public works building is something that Brian envisioned here on that property, but a little bit as a showcase, you know, what we actually can do, you know, and then hopefully, you know, for example, the resort or the Kiowa Island Club would do similar things with their maintenance areas, etc., etc. But we need a little bit of a guidance if we want to, you know, pursue this, and what our priorities would be, you know, for this year and next year, for example.
But just, Michael, I think it's a great list. And conceptually, yes, when you say establishing priorities, part of that depends on understanding what the cost of each element is and the kind of time frame in which it can be implemented. I would, you know, suggest that the focus should be on those things that have some kind of external kind of visibility or value to the community. You know, for example, respectfully, Brian, spending money on a public works building, you know, in advance of some of the other stuff, it just would reinforce some unfortunate, you know, views.
Sure, I understand. These are not in any particular order of what we want to get done first, second,
I
third.
don't know what the cost of putting in like 4 or 6 or 2 EV stations here.
You're getting very close
Yeah.
to having that.
Yeah, and that kind of thing. And if it's actually makes kind of economic sense. I think announcing that, you know, that's something that the town is providing, that's going to be at the municipal center, that's accessible to everybody.
So,
big
Stephanie,
plus.
I believe if you would agree on something like this, it would require like a charter and then a council decision, correct? If to do something like a Kiowa Go Green Initiative 2.0.
Not necessarily. So it just all depends on how you guys want that. So essentially the Kiowa Go Green initial initiative was not a charter. It was just something that the mayor had delegated.
group.
The mayor had delegated Dr. Parker to chair it, and then all the other groups were part of it. If you're wanting to make this more formal, it could be a charter. But if not, you can do it the same way, with just that a council member is delegated, and you have. So it's essentially a work group.
I think that's how you do it, and you do it as maybe a subset of the environmental committee, which is kind of how we did it originally.
Right.
And then, you know, one of the, I'm not obviously telling you how to do it, but you prioritize these things. I think Brett's point about making sure that it's a benefit to the community is kind of how you order them. And every time you take one off of what it costs, then we say, yep, that's what we want to go do. Council votes yes, check, next.
Perfect. Let's do that. Okay.
Okay, so with that, Dr. Heidingsfelder and I can come up with a more kind of finite list of goals that we want to achieve. It could be all of these, maybe we put some to the side for now, but we'll come back to the council with a more
You don't have to
detailed.
put them aside, you keep them on the list, but it may be the last one you do. If you're able to do
What I
every
said,
other one, then
step
now
one,
that's the
step
one.
2 or phase 1, phase 2.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
But I do interpret our discussion here that we have the task here for Brian and his team, for example, to clearly move ahead with EV station investigation. How would this work? And he will show a few slides, how this could work, you know, what the financial implications are, what kind of subsidies we might get, how we can get Berkeley Electric into the picture to help us and support us, etc. So we already have a kind of a first good understanding how to move forward with this, and as more information as we gather, then we can say, okay, the first ones go in here, the second ones go in here, and that's the build out over a certain period of years to have, you know, EV station coverage for the island and Freshfields.
The only comment or suggestion is really not a comment, is given the amount of Teslas on the island, would Tesla be invested
Exactly.
of putting something?
Part of on our list.
Okay.
And you can go further. For example, just Mercedes announced a huge initiative to do the same like Tesla. And I think we probably even have more Mercedes on this island than Teslas.
Could be.
So there are a few areas that we need to explore, but we also need to think about, you know, these stations need to work for everybody.
Sure, oh, of course. I
Right.
didn't mean to exclude them, but I'm saying Tesla may do something relatively
But the
inexpensive.
Tesla stations, nobody else than Tesla can use them.
True, I
So
understand.
we need to come up with something that.
That's why we
works.
need to explore the.
If
process.
Tesla
Well, and
would
we-
then decide, for example, if we identify a site, and I'm just picking one that we have in mind, the Nest, right? And we put down 2 stations there that are highly compatible to all the different models on the market, and then Tesla comes in, maybe based on our initiative, and say, great, we will put in 2 more for Teslas. Great, it's a win.
Sure.
Right? But we cannot rely on them alone because
Right.
their technology and their compatibility with other brands is rather limited. It's-
Great, I like it.
So, as we're talking about charging stations, just real quick, we recognize the need for charging stations. And then this is just these are just some potential areas that we could have these. Number one, that's gonna be at Freshfields, which would obviously be a really great place to put it. We've got shopping center right up there, grocery store, and whatever else is gonna be going up in that area. Number 2, that's at the general store. Number 3 is the Sandcastle. Number 4, that's the Nest. 5, the Beach Club, and then potentially number 6 out at the Ocean Course. Now, these were just kind of just chosen, not for any other reason other than people visit these areas. So obviously you want to have them in a place where people are going to spend time.
So all of these are publicly accessible places except potentially the Beach Club.
Right,
So you might reconsider that one.
potentially.
And why not the municipal center?
Well, we're not going to say we wouldn't put any charging stations here. Certainly we'll have them as we grow our fleet, we'll have them for our fleet charging. We don't at this point in time necessarily see a lot of people coming here to charge. There's not much to do unless
They
you
could
come into a
visit the
council
rain
meeting.
garden.
We got to get the rain garden approved first, and then we can.
I have put in a lot of these charging stations over the years. As I was responsible globally for HSE for my company, but you need to find places where it makes sense for people to park, be entertained in whatever, you know, fashion that might be, and then return to the vehicle after 30 to 45
Right.
minutes.
And I'd be worried about security here.
Here, you know, and has yet, you know, the chance to entertain himself other than on his phone sitting in the car waiting. So was our rationale. The fact that people that we have already will have EVs, hybrids, we will, you know, here in our fleet, they come with charging stations, right? So we don't need
too
an
remote.
explicit outdoor, you know, spot for this.
It's too easy for somebody to rob you.
Right, and then not to say down the road we can't. And it is unfortunate that as the leaders of this, we don't see it being economic to put 2 on our property. However, we can still, you know, be the team that came to these other entities saying this is what we want to head up. So for those reasons, this is why. And again, these places are not definite. We can, yes, ma'am.
I'll just add quickly, we did look at Town Hall several years ago. This predates Brian, so probably 3 or maybe 4 years ago when Rusty Lamio was here, putting stations here. We actually approached Freshfields under the old owners. We thought it was best there, but they turned it down, so that's why we looked here. The only reason why, essentially why we said no is at the time we felt, one, we're not a destination. Granted, we have CVB here, but we're not a destination. We then looked at how can the town create itself where people can park here and go to Freshfields. Walking down, we see, unfortunately, people trying to get to Freshfields, riding their bike in the middle of Bessie Carrison, which is really dangerous. So we looked at creating a pedestrian walk connected to the Causeway Bridge. We could do that. There's a cost, because then at the time we even talked about if we create that, to be able to try to create some sort of walkway going up. So we did talk about that, but we felt like the only way that it'll be feasible to really put it here, just before we looked at the island, because we didn't really get a lot of interest in putting it on the island, was that how can we create some sort of destination, some sort of safe walking path for people to park here and then walk to Freshfields. Or bike, or walk rather.
So just continuing on with charging stations and what does it look like for the town. So first and foremost, and potentially I should have, 1 and 2 are interchangeable, but we have to get everybody on board. Unfortunately, we can't go onto these pieces of land and just put charging stations in. We have to get people on board with us. And then we also have to estimate how many EVs live on the island, visit the island, and see how many we're going to need to put up. Do we need to use all of these locations? Do we need to put 2, 3, 4 charging stations at each of these locations? And we think that we could work with Placer AI to help collect some data about that, to see if we can really kind of narrow down and figure out how many EVs live on the island and how many are coming here from season to season. And then again, determine the amount of charging stations we'll have at each location. And then, so we've done a lot of research. Mike's done a lot of research. He's our tech guy, loves this stuff. He's talked with some different companies, and he's found this one company called ChargePoint, which is they're kind of leading the nation in a really universal and a really a la carte charging station. So if you look on the charging station maps, if you were to Google charging stations and go onto Google Maps, it's going to be them and Tesla, which are dominating kind of the low country. So I say that to get to point number 4, we'll determine how payment is set up. We could do payment however we wanted to, and I don't want to get into too much detail about it right now, but there can be a town subsidy. There could be 100% of the cost goes to the client or goes to the user. There could be RFID cards that are used, credit cards that are used. I mean, the possibilities are endless. So determine that. Work with the vendors such as ChargePoint to get these quotes, and then obviously come back to you all with our findings and see how we want to move forward. So are there any questions about how this process looks? I'm sorry? So Placer AI, they're a data collection company that uses, predominantly they're going to use your cell phone to collect certain data. A lot of the EVs and a lot of the new cars that you're seeing today, they're going to have some type of app or some type of software, or there's something on somebody's phone that can be tracked by Placer AI. So, and we did a presentation with them earlier, and I apologize to Placer if I'm not doing them justice. So we think that we could work with them to get a pretty close number about how many through cell phone tracking.
So if I understand correctly, you assume if somebody has, for example, a ChargePoint app on the phone that he has an electric vehicle, and we can identify the number of cell phones with that app coming and going on the island.
Yeah,
Is that how it works?
Yeah, so
in a nutshell.
Yeah, in a nutshell, yeah, because there's over like 500 apps that Placer's able to pull, and on your phone, if you allow it to be able, you can have it so it doesn't track you, but as long as it's set up, whatever app, there's so many different apps that essentially can track you. If you don't turn off all those apps, when you come on, it is tracking you. And so Placer AI have the capability that we can drill in, and they can say, of course, this is averages and all this different stuff, but then they're able to essentially be able to track what people are doing, where people are going. As an example of already using the software, in the web management presentation, they talked about Placer AI. So the data that they show us, I pulled that data for them and gave it to them through Placer AI, through our account. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Brian,
So,
I
could
would
be a
just be
good tool.
curious, at some point, maybe Michael, you have this, but this company, ChargePoint, I have absolutely no idea. It's just like, not plug and play, but it's just like a $25,000 decision, a $50,000. I mean, at some point, just the scale, if you would come to me and say, I want to put a charging station on your property, sir, and it's going to be X amount of dollars, it'll take this amount of time, the power is sufficient, just to have a model of how that would work, it would help better understanding all of this in terms of the scope and scale.
Well, I can certainly put something together for you, but I'll tell you, just for you to kind of keep in the back of your mind, without any sort of subsidy from any other company, the state or anything like that, for us to put in one charging station, one ChargePoint charging station, one of the DC fast chargers, which is 45 minutes, it's about $50,000 for the unit itself, and that's exclusive of the infrastructure.
But we can assume that, well, assume is maybe too determined already, but we can work with Berkeley. I worked with a lot of the local electricity companies where I put these things in at our factories, and they're usually very cooperative. And there are different ways. I mean, what Brian just said, that's the most expensive, super fast charging, in and out, full charge in like 25, 30 minutes. But there are also charging stations with a price tag between 10 and 15, where it takes several hours to charge, right? Or sometimes even overnight. So there is a little bit of a distinction. But we don't necessarily have to carry all the costs, because as Brian said, you can then put some of the cost, I mean, we would need to finance it, so to speak, but some of the cost can come from the user, means the user pays for the electricity cost plus a certain portion of the installation.
Right, so the capital we would obviously need, but could recoup that if we chose to go that route. We pretty much just went through all of this stuff. Well, obviously, if we get people on board, we get the other entities on board to use their property, there would be some marketing involved in that. There will be some potential signage, just ways to ensure that people know, hey, this is for the public to come charge. And so I've got the Public Works building on here if we want to go through it. If not, if we feel like, I don't know how long it's been. No, that's fine, and I know we're pressed for time, so if we want to skip back to or shift it over to the next one, I will bring this to you at some point because I'm excited about it. But
I think you ought to just move on to the hazardous waste material piece for now.
So maybe you all have noticed it, maybe you all have done it. I've certainly noticed it and done it myself too. The hazardous waste material collection is a problem out here. How big of a problem? I don't quite know, but I do know that when I go over to Kestrel Court, or if I am going to residence to service a trash can for whatever reason, there's gonna be paint in there, there's gonna be fertilizers, batteries, oils, that's all being disposed of improperly. So what we wanna do, again, as part of this Go Green initiative, is to have a proper way for residents to dispose of these materials. An initial solution would be to kind of stage a little area at Kestrel Court. I don't know if you've all been to the landfill on Bees Ferry, but they've kind of got a little separate section that's partitioned off. Paint goes here, batteries go here, something kind of like that. It doesn't need to be a big construction project, but just something to separate those items from regular trash. That was also going to be part of the Public Works building, was to have a drop off for that stuff too, which was in here, but we'll get to that another time. So we want to explore solutions to reduce this household hazardous waste. And this will come with, I've got to get in touch with our solid waste company because they used to do that on a bulk, brown trash, household hazardous waste kind of day. But they've moved away from it, so it'll be something that I'll need to investigate with them. If we're going to have it at Kestrel Court, if there was this place here that we could use it, then, certainly between town staff, we can make sure that it gets properly disposed of if it gets segregated properly.
So Brian, here's my concern about hazardous waste. If you go to the Bees Ferry facility, it is semi-attended. They have people, probably 3 different people working in that hazardous waste area. And while I may have to stack my own paint cans in the gallon paint spot, they've got a guy standing there that says, put your paint there, put your batteries there. And so it would not be hazardous waste disposal if we did it at Kestrel Court in an unattended fashion. It would be just another dump spot.
Potentially.
And I think, to Michael's point, I think it would be great if we could figure out how to do it out here as opposed to making people drive all the way to Bees Ferry, because lots and lots of people don't drive to Bees Ferry. They put it in a brown lawn trash bag and dump it in with the rest of their stuff.
Right.
So I think my opinion is it's worth exploring pretty exhaustively how we could handle hazardous waste disposal somewhere out here.
Well, and maybe we can find come up with some type of collection point on our complex. People do come up here to utilize the dumpsters already. So, I just think first thing is to have a place somewhere in this vicinity.
Yep.
For people to utilize.
I think it's a great idea. And, if you did it on this property and not that it's attended, but it's a lot more visible when somebody drives up,
Well, because I got to tell you, it's not uncommon for people, what's that? Well, I was going to say, it's not uncommon for people to leave such materials in front of the garage already without there even being a collection point. Right.
So is there a middle ground solution? When we had our place before we sold it and was out in the Virginia countryside in Loudoun County, they simply had every other month a collection. They would come in and pick up, and everybody, it was no big deal if you knew you were going to have that option to keep your paint cans or whatever in your garage.
See, we had the same thing in a little town in Virginia where we lived. Once a month, it was at the town hall.
Yeah.
And you had a hazardous waste day, and everybody took their stuff, and they had.
And if they know
and
that's
they made a
gonna
big
be
deal
there.
out of the collection of it.
And it doesn't have to be, then it's attended.
That's right.
It's attended that day.
That day.
And it's usually just like for 3 hours.
Yep.
In the morning.
Saturday morning,
Yeah.
one of these second Saturday kinds.
There
I'm sorry.
are many different
We
ways
can.
of
They
doing it.
used
I
to
think-
do that for internal reasons. They stopped doing the hazardous waste. Our contractor. So I'm confident that with town staff talking with them, we could come up with a solution. Whether it's not, hey, this is everyone's hazardous waste from the entire year that you pick up one time, and I can see the issues that they might have there. But if we've got a collection point where I could periodically call, hey, we're getting full, we'll schedule a pickup, or worst case scenario, I'm reluctant to sign myself up for this, but we could take stuff to the county landfill.
Or if you said that on the second Saturday of every month is hazardous waste disposal at the town building. There will be people there to tell you where to put your hazardous waste. And I doubt that the people on this island accumulate enough hazardous waste where they're going to need to dispose of it every single week. No.
Right.
Brian, remind me, because we used to, at some point, it seems like we did something like that, and then we became, I don't know if it's Carolina Waste or if it was a county, to say that we could not transport the residents' waste or something, so then they had to essentially do it themselves. Was that a Carolina Waste just couldn't transport it there? Maybe they had to find another location, but I remember we had that, and we had to do away with it. Do you remember What was the
They-
circumstances around that?
It was the county, if I'm remembering correctly, it was the county that told Carolina Waste that they were no longer going to accept for one reason or another.
But one of the main reasons they wouldn't do that was because Carolina Waste wasn't showing up at Bees Ferry with segregated hazardous waste. So they didn't have their paint separated from their batteries, they just had a hazardous waste truck. So you have to figure out how to accommodate that segregation before you deliver.
But I-
Was it just Carolina Waste, or was it for, I thought it was for all municipalities? So is that a requirement, do you know, for all municipalities? I thought.
I don't know the answer to that
Okay.
question
But we can figure
So-
something out.
easily.
Exactly. So let's do a little bit more homework.
Yep.
I'm sensing that we all are in agreement for this. I like the idea with the once a month kind of, Saturday morning or something. I like that idea, because the supervising topic is a topic, I believe. So let's talk to a couple of vendors that could help us with this, and that probably determines the best solution,
What is Seabrook?
practically and cost-wise.
Any idea what Seabrook does?
Good point. Let's figure that out.
I don't think the town does anything. I think Sequoia does most of it. We can check with Sequoia.
The county actually sponsored this, but.
And our
instead-
town sponsored
Yeah, and
ours.
I assume Charleston County doesn't do something similar here.
Apparently not, yeah.
Okay, well, unless you all, I think that's, yep. Unless you all have any questions, I'll hand it to Jim.
That's an understatement.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Break, are you ready for me to keep rolling?
It's everybody's pleasure.
Yeah, I'm
Let's go.
okay. I'm okay.
All right, fair enough. All right, well, I guess I drew the short straw because I get to go last. Or maybe that was the long straw, I don't know, but try to get through this pretty quick. So, and I'll skip over some of these. You've all seen the slides. You've had them for a week or two now. But we're a department of two, myself and Aaron. Aaron's more focused on birds. Moving right along, our general responsibilities in the environmental department start with wildlife research, population monitoring, management of the natural resources, and then kind of some maybe other areas where we don't spend quite as much time are public education and outreach, nuisance wildlife, beach management, and then GIS and mapping. And so our overall department mission is to maintain a functioning natural ecosystem on Kiowa in perpetuity. It's a pretty lofty goal. But we do the best we can. And so just thought I'd start with, I'm sure all of you have heard the word ecosystem. You probably know what one is. But it's basically everything that lives in an area, right? From the tiniest little insect to the largest bird or predator in an area, all the plants and animals, and even the nutrients within that system. So it's a very complex system. Things within that system all kind of work together to create what we see. Oh, that's weird. My slides is missing. There, let's see here. Oh, well, that's okay. There's a lot of things on that slide, too. That's okay. So I'll attempt to do it from memory. There you go, or I can just look at John's, but I guess y'all can see it maybe in the hard copy. Okay, so this next slide is understanding an ecosystem, right? They're very complex, and so, you can't study everything, you can't understand everything in that ecosystem. So we tend to focus on two different groups of species. We're good. And I'll go into some more detail on a couple of these. But basically, the two main groups are keystone species and indicator species. So keystone species tend to sit at the top of the food chain. They tend to be larger animals. They typically play a more critical role in the ecosystem. So examples out here are bobcats, alligators, and deer. And then the second set are indicator species. So these are typically a little further down the food chain. Typically, they kind of have a little niche or role, or a specific role in the habitat, or in the ecosystem, or they prefer a certain habitat type. So some great examples that we focus on. The first are migratory songbirds. So these are little tiny birds that tend to breed up north somewhere. They migrate through Kiowa. Some stop here, but a lot go further south. And so they really rely on stopover quality habitat, typically scrubby, shrubby habitat, where they can land, they can rest, they can feed, build up their fat reserves, and move on. So monitoring these species tells us something about the quality of habitat here. Marsh sparrows, they live their entire lives in the tidal salt marsh. They're not seen very often, but they're great indicators for the health of the salt marsh. Painted buntings are another good one. They breed here, but do not winter here. And again, they prefer a very high quality, scrubby, shrubby habitat like you would find in the secondary dunes or along the marsh edges of Kiowa. And Wilson's plovers is the last one. They nest on our beach. So I'm gonna go into a little more, actually, now I can go to this next one. Thank you, John. And I'm not gonna go into a lot of detail on these projects. You know, I could probably talk for 30 minutes on each of these projects, if not longer. But just kind of hit some of the highlights of some of the research that we do. And so I mentioned migratory songbirds. So this is a program that's been up and running since 2009. In 2015, we added a second banding site. And so basically we're setting up mist nets, so very fine mesh nets at 2 sites, and running those every day from August 15th to November 30th. It's a big effort, requires us to hire a number of assistants every fall. And to date, we've banded close to 80,000 birds. Painted buntings are, you know, I mentioned how important they are to our ecosystem. Again, indicators of really good habitat. We catch these in backyards at bird feeders. We've done a number of different studies with them and caught about close to 1,200 of these since we started banding them back in '09.
Do you mind if I tell one quick short painted bunting story that I think indicates how interesting this program is? In December, we're in Dallas with our grandchildren. We went to the Dallas Aquarium, where they have a big bird, an aviary at the top of the aquarium. And in this aviary was a painted bunting. And I showed my granddaughter, I said, "Look, Emma, there's a painted bunting." And Emma said, "Granddaddy, do you remember 2 years ago when I was at your house and Aaron let me hold the painted bunting while he was banding it?" And she remembered that from 2 years ago when he was in my driveway. So, I mean, it's pretty neat what these programs are.
Yeah, that's right. It's the place to be.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's a good story. Apparently someone's sabotaging me because I'm missing another slide. That was the marsh sparrow slide. So hopefully you guys can see that one, and I'll just touch on that one briefly. Again, another great indicator species. Again, they live their entire life in the salt marsh. They spend the winter here. Numbers have been declining for some time. There's a potential at least one of these species of marsh sparrows may become federally listed. So we capture these during the winter months. We've banded close to 2,700.
Jim, before you move off,
Yeah.
to what extent is either this data being published supported somebody else that's publishing. I mean, these are phenomenal numbers. I mean, they just, I mean.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. So yeah, so Aaron I had Aaron put together kind of a 10-year progress report, if you will, for all of his banding work. And I think that came out maybe 2 or 3 years ago. So we do have that, which kind of highlights what we've learned from each of the projects. It mainly focused on the migration banding. So that document's out there. He's in the process now of analyzing some of his other data. And so, you know, we tend not to, while we do often publish in scientific journals, we tend to produce more reports that are more useful to property owners and entities. So kind of put all of this data into layman's terms and kind of what does it mean for the island and what can you do to help these, you know, these specific species. So that's something we're always working on, and obviously, you know, pushing out information through various, you know, communication methods on kind of what we're learning, what we're seeing, and again, what people can do to help.
I shouldn't say this. The membership of the environmental committee, do we have scientists, any scientists still on the committee? Or?
We do. It's changed some over the years, but we still have, we've got a chemist, we have a botanist, might have 2 chemists. We have an engineer now. So yeah, certainly.
Yeah, I looked at this, you know, as part of my liaison onboarding, and actually the list is quite impressive.
Yes, it is.
So I was quite astounded and happy about it. Jim, when we talk about these birds, I was wondering, well, maybe first follow up on the mayor's question. So do we publish these numbers occasionally or stories about it in our eBlast newsletter? I think we do, right?
We do.
So after each kind of season, you know, is there a little article that you prepare with
Correct.
numbers, et cetera?
Yes.
Good. Second question, is there anything that, you know, we as community members can do to help these birds? I mean, like little, you know, houses, bird houses, you know, for certain species. I mean, is there something that would help them, you know, to be here, come here, live here for a while, you know, breed, et cetera? I mean, how should or how could the community help?
Yeah, great questions. Aaron's actually got a talk that he put together a few years ago that basically talks about exactly that. You know, how do you attract these birds to your backyard? How do you provide habitat for them? And it's pretty simple. Native plants are the key. You know, these birds have been around for tens of thousands of years, and they eat native plants. They may occasionally take advantage of non-native plants, but for the most part, you know, having native plants. You know, there's a few kind of specific things like painted buntings, for example. They love to eat white millet. It's pretty much the only seed they eat, so it's a very small white seed. And if you put up a feeder with white millet in your backyard, you'll get painted buntings probably pretty quickly. And so that's a good resource.
So let's take that as an example. Do we educate the community about that? Do we encourage them?
We do, absolutely.
So where would I find this information, for example? I mean, where to find the millet, obviously, but also how to, you know, where to put it for them to feed upon?
It's a great question. I mean, certainly it's things that we've put out either in town notes or eBlasts over the years. In this new website redesign, we'll certainly be going through a lot of our pages and updating information. Obviously, that's a spot where I think it dwells, but it's probably not easy to find. And so, you know, obviously, you know, we do push out seasonal stuff on social media and that sort of thing too. But certainly ways we can improve.
You said Aaron had prepared a set of remarks, something. Have you or Aaron ever spoken to the community? Have we created fora or forums for you guys to do that?
Yeah, so historically, you know, we used to host wildlife talks more often at the town. We haven't specifically done that in a couple of years. But for example, this past fall, we had, our Bobcat Week. And so I gave a talk about bobcats. And then the next week was our Grow Native Plant Week. And so Aaron gave his talk on birds and how to attract them to your backyard. We did it right here to anyone who wanted to come. It was also live streamed.
So it just kind of gets back a little bit to the communication session and Lou Hammond group. If we're providing them direction, it strikes me that this is the type of thing that they should come up with a series of things like this and the strategy for how to invite not just Kiowa Island residents, Seabrook residents, Johns Island residents to come and hear about, our low country ecosystem, to hear from the top experts and how we can protect and grow our wildlife population.
Yeah, that sounds great. Another thing we did a couple of years ago was we created a series of 3 to 5 minute videos. We call it our Wild About series. They should all still be available on the town website and on YouTube, but basically they highlighted each of our research projects, as well as focused on, like we've got one just on painted buntings, one on bobcats, one on alligators. Basically some general information on those animals. What do we do with them? How many do we have? And ways you can either more safely interact with them or how you can help them. So we do have some resources out there, but a lot of that honestly has probably gotten buried and again isn't readily available for the public probably at this point, even though
And so I don't know that receptivity. I raised this issue with Shai earlier with regard to the Arts Council. We were having a sidebar conversation. And for whatever reason, she wasn't really sure, the Arts Council has never done any marketing in conjunction with the resort with regard to the programs. And seems like, if there's 8,000 or 10,000 visitors a day during the summer, there may be an opportunity if we could, again, as a part of a communications and marketing strategy, look for tapping into our visitors to participate in these things, not just our residents, because I don't know how many visitors are signing up for eBlast. Right. They're going to read about this stuff.
Yep. That's a good point.
And then another example, right? I mean, for example, even the current website, right, is very informative about birds. So you find all kinds of pictures and explanations and where to see them and certain notes about specifics, etc. But there's nothing, at least that I could find, that would help me to say, I want to put up 2 birdhouses, which one do I pick? And where do I place them? I mean, those things, just very pragmatic, I think would help.
It's a great idea.
Deal to, for these species to love to come here and do things.
I agree. All right, I'll move on to my major goals, I guess more the meat of this. And we'll kind of go through these. You've seen the 5 goals I've listed. So we'll start, by talking about bobcats. I'm sure you're all aware of, what's happened with bobcats in the last 5 years. So I probably don't need to go over that again. It's a sad story. It seems to have a happy ending, at least at this point. And so, what we do know is that in 2017, bobcat numbers pretty much crashed. Our annual survival rate, which, we've been doing research with bobcats since 2000, so 22 years. Our annual survival rate had hovered between 80 to 95%. So that means the bobcat that we catch, one winter will survive to the following winter, so live for 1 calendar year. It dropped as low as 25%. So 3 out of 4 bobcats we caught one winter were dead by the following winter, which is an incredible change in a very short period of time. So fortunately, we were able to figure out what was going on. I'll talk a little bit about the Guardian program and kind of some of the things we've done. But at this point, the survival rate the last 2 years is back up to 83%. So really, really big change. Man. All right. Who's playing a joke on me? Why do I go from Bobcats to Kiowa Conservancy projects? No, I'm just saying this is the next slide, which is like slide number 20. That's okay. At least I found the next slide, so at least I think that's the next slide. It is, and then it goes to, not that, it goes to that. Okay, well, we'll figure it out as we go. So just real quick on the current research we're doing with Bobcats. We started a GPS monitoring program, so that's, trapping every winter, putting GPS collars on them, seeing where they go, how long they live. If they have kittens, we catch those kittens. We've done that every year since 2007. We've now collared 101 bobcats because we caught 2 on Tuesday. And so that's a program, again, that's long running. We've learned a wealth of information, and obviously that program is the reason we know about the SGA issue, right? I mean, we wouldn't have known these bobcats were dying if we didn't have marked animals out on the landscape that we could track, know when they died, and then go find them and figure out why. So kind of, all of the issues over the last 3, 4, 5 years with SGAs and bobcats, we've gone through obviously a lot of, discussions both on the island with regulatory agencies about the use of these pesticides. And kind of all of those conversations led to this new research project, which was started last year. It's a PhD project at Clemson University. It's a 4-year study. So we're starting year 2 right now. And so it kind of builds on the work we're doing, but adds quite a few other components. And that's a project that the town has supported the first 2 years of the project. But also the community association is a supporter this year. The Conservancy, as well as our state DNR, Clemson Department of Pesticide Regulation is a big sponsor as well.
If we can't, the state law doesn't allow us to prohibit?
Correct.
Now, but can private entities prohibit?
So the opinion of our town attorney at the time was probably they could. But at the time, there was no desire from the community association to get into the issue.
Well, and I'm thinking about a strategy around end run, and I'm happy to talk to, we should put a regulation in a river reviews board. We're happy to do that and talk to other HOAs, and I suspect they don't have the same governance issues that you do with a broader one. But that, again, that's an education process about alternative strategies and approaches to try to do that.
Yeah, it's a good idea. So I won't go too much into the details of the research. I'm sure it'll get talked about at another point, probably when I ask you guys for more money to support it, coming up in a few months. So, all right, let me skip. And so I just threw one more slide in there. Obviously we know the impacts of these anticoagulant rodenticides on bobcats, but just thought it might be good to kind of share the overall impact on the ecosystem. And, once kind of our eyes were open to this issue, that we knew it was out there with bobcats, we started looking at lots and lots of other animals. So everything we could get our hands on since February of 2020. So for 3 years now, we've been, as I said, collecting pretty much everything we can. What we find is that these products are very, very prevalent in the ecosystem. So we've tested 116 animals so far. 64% of those have shown exposure. We have 100% exposure in things that you would expect, things that eat a lot of rodents, bobcats, birds of prey, alligators. All of our alligators have shown exposure. Our one coyote and the one rat we tested. We also find these compounds in possums and raccoons at a lower level. And so one reason we started doing this testing was so that we could monitor the impacts of these products over time in the environment. We have no way to determine the use by pest control companies or private individuals. So even though we have this voluntary program in place, and we know that a lot of people have stopped using it. We don't really have a way to quantify it. So we're kind of using this data over time, as well as a few other things to kind of monitor the success of that voluntary program. And we're seeing some good things. Obviously, I already mentioned bobcat survival going up. We are seeing the exposure levels to these compounds going down. So in that little chart there, you can see that exposure levels for bobcats has dropped by about half. About the same for raccoons. Not quite as obvious of a drop for possums, but that's probably due to a very small sample size we had in 2020. So likely those concentrations are going down as well.
I had met with Senator Jim and Stephanie had met with Senator Campson 2 years ago. I guess this was at a time when he was trying to get his legislative initiative through, and I think he did get it on the docket, and it didn't pass. We just met with one of his assistants. It was just last month, wasn't it, Jim?
Yeah, it was.
And she came in to tell us that he was trying again to do it this year. But very interested in Jim's data, research, and pleased with the results that demonstrated that this stuff does have meaning, and that he had told us when he was here how difficult it would be to get it through. I asked her if anything had changed. She said no. So I don't think we're going to see anything happen relative to
Right.
state law, but
Probably not, but at least, the fact that
he keeps
he's
it out there.
pre-filed the bill again to basically give municipalities the authority to regulate a pesticide. At least it's, keeping it out there, and it's still an issue that obviously he's aware of and passionate about.
And have municipalities that are interested in doing that banded together to lobby the legislature? What's MASC's role in this? Does anybody know?
I don't know. Well, as Jim talks about, his research project is probably the one thing that there was a multi-discipline group that got together, and that was under this broad umbrella with Clemson.
Yeah, I mean, I know the Coastal Conservation League has been very involved in a lot of this and is constantly asking for data, and they've lobbied pretty hard. I mean, that's probably why Senator Campson introduced the bill was their lobbying efforts, but
I understand there might be some commercial opposition, but I would think if municipalities are saying, we do want this authority, it's not just environmentalists trying to thrust their own agenda.
Well, we certainly asked for the authority as, we requested we be given the authority, but.
I don't know, is there any other based on what Brad is saying really, other than maybe Seabrook, are there any other municipalities that you think that would get in line with us and have the same concern that they would push it?
I mean, not that I know. I mean, obviously Seabrook, they're very similar to us. They're very close to us, and they tend to do a lot of the things that we do. So they very quickly set up their own volunteer Bobcat Guardian program. And so obviously they actually wrote a letter of support when we asked for the temporary ban on the use of these products from the state. My guess is most communities, municipalities, while they might have heard of our issue, they're really not aware of it being an issue. But I would almost guarantee that if you went into any municipality in the state and tested raccoons and possums, you're going to find these compounds in those animals, and they're probably having impacts. But no, there's been no concerted lobbying effort at the municipal level.
But it's a question, Brad, as I'm trying to recall the conversation that I had with Campson. We talked about a lot of that stuff, but I just can't recall. He told me about California and the efforts that some states have made, but I don't really recall what he had done to prepare himself for.
Yeah, I mean, California has studied the issue for 30 years and finally got to the point where they were able to effectively regulate these compounds, and they've found that it really didn't make a big difference. Even though basically you weren't allowed to use the products, they were still being used, and they were still being found in the ecosystem. They're not as big of an impact as you might think. All right, I'll move on to kind of finish out the Bobcat. Go ahead.
Just one comment as a private citizen here. For me, just, starting to learn about this, when you guys started this whole communication campaign, to me, this is a role model. That was a benchmark effort of town staff to make this visible to the community on an ongoing basis, providing facts and figures, engaging the community in this Guardian program, for example, and now it even shows result. I mean, this to me is the role model for proper, active information and corralling, community support. Perfect. Can't be better.
Well, thank you. Obviously, yeah, I mean, it was a hugely collaborative effort, I mean, communications department came up with the Bobcat Guardian idea, the logo, and, kind of the messaging and but.
By the way, does the senator have this data to show the positive results of actually what we've implemented? Yeah.
Yeah.
He does have all this, and that's been part of his.
So you guys shared it with his assistant last month, so.
Well,
Riley
Riley is with Coastal Conservation League, but she's kind of the liaison to Senator Campson's office as well as some other legislators. So she has the information and we're sharing it with the senator's office. So just to summarize kind of where we go from here, as I mentioned, we've got this Clemson study. I'll be coming back or putting it in the budget and talking about additional funding for the next 2 fiscal years. The town contributed $50,000 last fiscal year and $50,000 this fiscal year. Obviously, we want to continue to do our Bobcat research. And then the Guardian program, obviously it was hugely successful, but, keeping that success going long-term is a challenge because, people move off the island, pest control companies change hands, new people are hired, new technicians. So we've got to keep it out there and keep it in the public minds and keep the project kind of going, or we could end up kind of slowly falling back to where we were.
So in addition to anticoagulants, what's the threat of loss of habitat?
It certainly plays a role. Obviously, Kiowa has less natural habitat now than it did last year or 10 years ago or 20 years ago. We're fortunate on Kiowa that, just mainly based on the way the island is set up, that a lot of really good bobcat habitat can't and hasn't been destroyed. So the best bobcat habitat is what we call scrub shrub habitat. So it's, plants and shrubs that grow 5 to 20 feet high. That habitat type on Kiowa is not typically found within the maritime forest. It's found in the dunes and it's found on the marsh edge. So kind of, where you go from maritime forest to an open habitat, you get this transition area of scrubby, shrubby stuff. And so we've got 10 miles of beach and 50 miles of marsh frontage. So a lot of habitat throughout the island that's still there. So certainly impacts from loss of habitat, but not as significant as you might think. It's something that we hope to get into, or we will get into in this Clemson study. So the Clemson study is going to basically kind of go back in time and model the bobcat population, hopefully from 2008 forward, and then also model or quantify changes in loss of habitat over that same time. And so the hope is that we'll kind of be able to come up with the ideal bobcat population size, and then potentially even predict what will happen through the years as we lose this area and this area and this area. You know, obviously the two remaining large patches of mostly scrub shrub habitat, you've got Captain Sam Spit and you've got Little Bear Island. Both of those areas are critical. And so having those in their natural state is really important for bobcats.
I assume you're familiar with the Conservancy's memo regarding potential development of Upper Beach Walker, where they said, you know, a number of recommendations. They said unless those recommendations were implemented, keep corridors and some shrub, that it would threaten that local bobcat population. Unfortunately, Michael can speak to this, but when we had presented at the preliminary subdivision plat hearing and tried to present that information on behalf of the Conservancy, it just didn't get much traction in the Planning Commission.
Right.
And so I you know, trying to figure out how we can help reinforce that kind of message, because it's going to be, it's not Sam Spit, but the question is travel corridors, if you kind of completely clear cut Beach Walker and Lot 1.
Yeah, I mean, so Captain Sam Spit is critical for bobcats, but it doesn't support, you know, one single bobcat can't even live on Captain Sam Spit, right? It's only 30 or 40 acres of high ground. So a bobcat that utilize, you know, he or she might spend 50% of their time at Captain Sam Spit because it's great habitat, but that same cat is probably going almost all the way to the V-gate, or at least to, you know, Sora Rail. And so that animal is moving back and forth through that neck, if you will, where Captain Sam Spit attaches to the mainland. And so it's got to go, you know, through the timbers or up Beach Walker, you know, to get to the rest of its home range. So it's certainly a pretty critical movement corridor, if you will. Yep. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Okay, I already finished, I guess. There you go, found it. All right, so next is deer. Again, deer are keystone species. While they're not a predator that sits at the top of the food chain, they can impact the environment in which they live, mainly by the things that they eat. Obviously, you know, we do have a public safety issue with deer. They do tend to get hit by cars, and so that's certainly something that we want to minimize. You know, the story of Kiowa's deer is tied very closely to the story of Kiowa's bobcats. You know, we know that bobcats eat deer. We did a research project back in the 2002 through 2005 era where we were catching white-tailed deer fawns the day they were born, putting little tiny radio collars on them and tracking them until basically the collars fell off or the fawn died. What we found out was that bobcats ate half of the fawns that we collared. So out of 120 over 4 years, bobcats ate basically 60 of them in the first 2 weeks of life. So a huge impact on keeping deer numbers in check. And so, you know, obviously once our bobcat population started to decline, it didn't take long for our deer numbers to start going through the roof. And so the chart here is showing you our annual deer density estimate. So what we do is we do a fall and a winter survey every year. So we drive a set route, count the number of deer. We use an equation to figure out the density of deer across the island. And so you can see here in around the 2017, 2018 era, you know, for a long time, we'd kind of been hovering in the 60 to 70 deer per square mile. We jumped up to 96, then 111, then 123, and went as high as 127. So my next slide, assuming I can find it somewhere, we'll kind of talk about how we reacted to that. But since we're looking at the chart right now, obviously you can see there was a huge decline between 2021 and 2022. So actually in between the estimate of 123 and 127, we removed 100 deer from the island. So the removal of 100 deer stabilized the increase, but didn't stop it. So the next year, this past year, we removed 200 deer. So our 2022 estimate shows that now we finally made an impact. And so our numbers are down to 80. So our estimate for this year is 80 deer per square mile. And so our target goal has kind of always been the historic density of 60 to 80 deer per square mile. Ideally a little bit closer to 60. It's still plenty of deer. People will see them everywhere. We won't hit as many with cars. Bobcats will still have plenty to eat. We won't get as many landscape complaints as we have. Uh-oh. Good boy. What have we done now?
Right, while you're searching for your
Yeah.
slide.
Sure, go
So,
ahead.
my understanding is that the locations where you take out these first 100 and 200 deers are mostly those with high fatality rates along streets, or, I mean, accidents with cars, but not equally across the island, which kind of surprised me a little bit. So, which means that the more you go to the east, probably the less deer you take out, because less incidents happen. So,
So this past year, with the removal of 200, we specifically removed deer from all communities, areas of the island. So we went from Ocean Park all the way to Beachwalker, out to Reds Bluff, Preserve, Falcon Point. We did it across the island.
okay, then you must just by accident have missed my street, because the only thing, John, that happens on my driveway are deer parties every morning and every afternoon. Maybe we missed that one, so.
How long did it take you to harvest 200 deer?
8 days.
Wow.
8 days. Well, 8 nights.
So there were 3 of you, right?
Three of us, correct.
Wasn't only 2 of you really doing the sharpshooting and one was doing the dragging? Brian
Correct.
was dragging?
Brian was our muscle.
Yeah.
He helped us load the deer, because
And then you donated the meat,
we did.
and how many protein servings did that generate?
All right, so it was around
I'm really asking this just so people can get the order of
seven
magnitude of what we
seven
did.
thousand pounds of ground venison. And normally, if it's going to a soup kitchen or a shelter of some sort, they typically allow a 1/4 pound of meat as a portion.
So it's fair to say that
28,000
this past year,
meals.
you did 2,500 servings,
25,000.
25,000
Yes.
servings of protein, which is phenomenal, I think.
And that went through the Low Country Food Bank as a distributor, or?
No, and I don't have it in front of me, but we did push it out to the community last year. It went to 8 or 10 different charitable organizations that included, churches who might have a homeless outreach program.
Well, they all get supplied by the food bank. Wouldn't it be much easier just to give it
We-
to the food bank and have them distribute that?
We have tried that, not here, but in other communities where these projects take place. We tried to work with the Low Country Food Bank. They require that the meat come in, I think it was 2 or 5 pound portions, which is doable, but it's very labor intensive for our processors. So when we donate directly, the meat is basically packaged into like 25 to 30 pound large chubs of meat, and then it's just a lot easier to process and deliver. But still likely going to a lot of the same place, and certainly places with need. Yeah.
I was just asking because it would be so much easier probably for you or the whole process, but I
Right.
understand the limitations.
But it's an astounding amount.
It is.
It is, it is.
Well,
I'm not sure
amount
there's
and
enough
speed.
Awareness.
Well, we did publish that after the last harvest. They did publish all of that. The question is, do people do people read it and really get an appreciation for just how much was donated to charity as opposed to you shot 200 deer? Because the story is you help the ecosystem and you help the.
But that was part of the communication, I remember.
Oh, it was,
Oh,
it
yeah.
was. I'm saying it was
I remember.
communicated, yeah.
It was actually the centerpiece of the communication,
Right.
which I think was good.
Right.
It was very good.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. So yeah, I think I've covered, basically how we got to the point of having to have a deer management program. Obviously we don't want to be out there shooting deer. We'd rather bobcats ate them and controlled them. So the hope is that we'll get back to that at some point. But, at this point we needed an intervention to get numbers back to where we wanted them. So right now we're sitting at 80. We'd like to be a little bit lower than that. So at this point, my plan is to harvest 80 this year during the last 2 weeks of February.
So apparently you can go have dinner at Michael's house and then just capture him in his driveway.
Exactly. The special, got it.
Is that your request of council right now to approve the 80, or are you coming back and
Well,
you're just letting us know this and then you're?
it is I'll let Stephanie speak to this, but we budgeted to remove 200. So there's, the only cost to do this is basically the processing cost. And so I think we pay $85 a deer. So you're talking about $7,000. It's in the budget for that purpose. So I don't know that we need an approval of any sort. So just, letting you know, these are the numbers, this is what we've done in the past, and this is what I'm recommending we do this year. All right, where's my next slide supposed to be? Oh, native plants. See if we can find that. Not that way. All right. So Brian touched a little bit on, kind of the Grow Native initiative that the town kicked off. It was probably 2017. But basically this kind of, comprehensive push to get people to try to plant more native plants on the island. And so I'm sure you've seen the slide. I probably don't need to tell you why native plants are better than non-native plants, but they are, and they're a lot better. They're much better for our wildlife. You don't have to fertilize them, irrigate them as much. They're much more resilient, especially to things like saltwater, at least some species, saltwater intrusion, flooding, and that sort of thing. So they're great to have around. Thing does not like me, does it? I wonder if I could just have. All right, let's find the other one. It's one of them. And then I lost it. How about I'll just look at this? Because I have it actually correct up here. Okay, so non-native plants, right? Native plants good, non-native plants bad. They don't provide as much wildlife value. It's a little harder to grow them, right? They need more fertilizer, pesticides. They're not used to, our area, our environment. So you got to do things to keep them growing. We do have an issue with a couple of invasive species, non-native invasive species. So kind of the two biggest ones that we have major issues with are Chinese tallow tree and giant reed, which is most people call Phragmites. Chinese tallow tree was probably the biggest threat to the natural habitat of Kiowa. We started a control program back in 2013. At that point, if you went to any of we don't have many freshwater wetlands, but if you went to any of our freshwater wetlands, what you would have seen was a tallow tree forest as far as the eye could see, some this big around. So examples would be the freshwater wetland and the preserve. which now the tallow trees are gone. It's had a few, flooding issues, and so a lot of the trees in that area are dead right now. But that was a huge concentration of tallow trees. The area around the river course, there's a couple areas around the sanctuary. And so, we've had a really successful control program in eradicating these trees, at least all the large trees and all these freshwater wetlands. And so these freshwater wetlands, which were drying up because of all these large trees, out there in the environment, have now come back and are once again kind of acting as freshwater wetland resources for wildlife. It is a constant battle because the seeds of these trees can live in the ground. They can float around in the water and remain viable up to 100 years. So they resprout every year. And so about every 2 to 3 years, we have to go through these freshwater wetland areas and retreat. So we'll be doing that this year. And just prepare you for that coming up in the budget. Giant reed Phragmites, it's a wetland species, grows around the borders of wetlands. It's mostly confined to the Bufflehead and Ocean Course areas right now. We do have a good control program for that as well. That's run mainly by the community association, since it's within their pond easements. All right, so just talk a little bit about.
Jim,
Yes.
just quickly, I mean, do you drive around the island and, because I have no idea, for example, anywhere in Riverview, do we have any of these? And should we, should they be taken down? And should we say, come on in?
So in terms of tallow trees, so when we initially started our plan to control tallows, the first thing we did was kill all the big ones on common property. Then the next step was to move to large concentration on common property. And then we moved to road easements, so KICA road easements, KICA leisure trails, and golf courses. And so all of those areas were treated. Phase 3, which we've never gotten to because it's the hardest one, but it's also the less dangerous one, is private yards. And so obviously, our messaging and the Conservancy's messaging is, if you have one on your lot, get rid of it, have it cut down, have the stump treated, so that it doesn't, continue to put seed out there into the environment.
But I don't know if we have them. I don't know if
So you would probably maybe recognize them. A lot of people call them popcorn trees.
Yep.
Yep. So that's what we're talking about. They tend to, they've got kind of a almost a arrowhead shaped leaf. They turn a nice red color in the fall, and then they've got these popcorn looking fruits on them. And then in the winter they have no leaves.
And if you and the team want to come into Riverview,
You probably don't have any.
Okay.
You could. Again, they tend to be in low areas, wet areas. They don't really like salt water. We don't see them along the marsh front very often. But we've probably killed 90 to 95% of the tallows on Kiowa. But it's a constant battle. So every 2 to 3 years, we'll have to go back in. We'll go back in and do retreatments of all the 4 to 8 foot saplings that have come back up.
They look like a soft wood and fast growing,
Yep.
it looks like.
Yep. You can thank Benjamin Franklin. I think you brought him over because the tallow, the sap, is really good for making candles. So that's how we ended up with all of these tallow trees.
So are they planted or are they just populating areas?
They're natural. Yeah, right. They're.
Both
I don't
of
think
them?
you can buy them anywhere in the state of South Carolina anywhere.
And that's the same for giant reed? I'm not
Giant-
so sure because
Giant reed.
so if I would go to Brown Brown's wood?
You certainly wouldn't be able to buy Phragmites, not giant reed.
Not giant reeds.
Now, both of these are on the state basically noxious weed list, and so they can't
So
be
no
sold.
nursery would sell them here in
Nope.
the state?
Not to my knowledge. All right, so kind of staying on the subject of native plants, you know, Brian talked a little bit about kind of our big push to go native with plantings. You know, we incorporated it into our parkway landscaping plan, and the revitalization work we did here at the Municipal Center. But we want to continue to do that. One thing that we did early on when we kicked off this Grow Native program was we attempted to put in a nice half-mile nature trail that actually had its trailhead right over here, not too far from where our rain garden would potentially go. And so it actually followed along the marsh, wound around through here, and came back on itself. The vision at the time was to basically, right, not only have it as a walking trail for residents and visitors, but also a educational interpretive trail. So it covers effectively all the different habitat types that you might find on Kiowa. You know, it goes by a marsh edge, a maritime forest. And so the idea was to have interpretive signage, highlighting native plants, their value, and the value of all these different habitats. Unfortunately, we tried to put it in right before COVID, and then budgets got cut, and so it never was completed. And so I don't know if you noticed in Brian and Evan's presentation, there was that $7,500 for the Municipal Center and the Grow Native Trail. So that was to basically revitalize that trail, get it back up and running, and make it, an attractive resource for visitors and residents to enjoy. And assuming that the rain garden would go in, the rain garden is kind of the perfect centerpiece that would lead people directly to the trailhead for this nature trail. So the two kind of go hand in hand. You can certainly have one without the other, but they certainly do work together fairly well.
So that nature trail we have shortly after the first gate along the bike path,
Yes,
that's a Kika initiative, I assume, right?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so this was effectively a mulched half-mile path that went through the woods right back here. Portions of this property that no one ever sees, but there's actually some incredibly scenic marsh views right down here, but you don't notice it until you get.
But it's not really advertised, right?
Well, because it's not, the trail is not available for use at this point. So there's trees that have fallen down on it, hasn't been maintained. It was basically roughed in and mulched and then not maintained. So it just needs to be reopened up, replanted in a few areas, interpretive signage, that sort of thing, to be added to that. Maybe if we put enough signs, people might stay here for 30 minutes and get their car charged. So maybe, I don't know. So another big push, to try to get more natives in the landscape is to require that people plant natives. So currently the ARB requires that 80% of trees that you put in on your lot, if you are building a new house or re-landscaping, 80% of the trees you put in have to be native. They currently don't have a requirement for ground cover and shrubs. So you could put 100% non-native ground cover and shrubs. We've had a number of discussions with the ARB. Over the years, it seems to have the support of staff, but it's never been approved by the board. So currently, there still is no ARB requirement for 80% native understory and ground
So
cover.
although I'm extremely hesitant to bring up the ARB here.
I almost took that out
After-
just because of that.
Because after the discussion yesterday. But, so if I understand it correctly, so native trees are a requirement, but not yet with native understory and ground cover.
Understory and ground
plants.
cover.
Okay.
Yep.
And now, is there a reason why they are hesitant?
I don't know. I haven't been to any of the ARB board meetings where this was discussed. I just know that.
So a couple things in that regard. One, with regard to the ARB piece, without belaboring this, unless it's in conjunction with a new build, and there's a landscaping in conjunction with a new build, the ARB really doesn't have any authority to. Now, they try to say they do, but they don't. We will leave it there. My point here is whether we're in the context of a tree ordinance or something, I mean, we can do that. The ARB, I mean, it wouldn't matter if they want to pose something more restrictive, or the community does, they can, but if we impose that, it bypasses the ARB.
John, that would be possible? Okay, perfect. Can you put that on the list, please? Thank you.
And so another big push is to try to get the other entities who do a lot of the landscaping on the island, at least along road easements and at the, at the major club facilities and commercial buildings. But at this point, we haven't gotten a lot of buy-in. We've had a lot of discussions with, in particular, the community association. They do make an effort to try to plant native in a lot of areas, but they also utilize a lot of non-native still. When we first kicked this idea off, we had a landscape working group which had basically the landscape manager for each of the entities on board. It kind of started strong, and then attendance started dropping, and it just kind of fell apart. So one idea could be to try to kickstart that program. There's been a lot of turnover in most of the entities in the landscaping department. And so.
But again, if we put that into an ordinance, you
Then
don't need
it's a moot point.
cooperation.
Right.
It's a moot point.
It applies to everyone across the board.
And Jim, but that's just my personal impression, also by looking at some of these non-native plants, that they have been more and more planted because they are probably less eaten by deer, right? Especially if I look at this one picture you have here on this one slide, I recognize this plant.
Tractor seat? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, with these
Yellow flowers?
Flowers.
Yeah.
I have seen this popping up over the last
Everywhere.
couple of years everywhere.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
Everywhere.
And
including in particular planted by Kika. So is that
that's where it
deer
started.
And this is interconnected. So we are bringing down the deer population, would then hopefully also help us to get rid of those.
I hope so. They're one of my least favorite plants on the island. Farfugium tractor seat is the plant. All right, so I think we've successfully
one more question.
covered tallows.
As it relates to native and non-native plants, and I'm now again already thinking maybe too far ahead with the ordinance, et cetera, is there a list that we can reference to where it said, okay, in South Carolina or in the Low Country, this is native, this is not native, or would we need to list every species that we don't like to see in such an ordinance?
That is a good question because, when we started this Grow Native program, one of our big goals was to come up with a native plant database for Kiowa, which we did, and it's on our website, and you can go on there and search for, shade-tolerant yellow flowers, and click on it, it'll tell you the appropriate native plant if there is one. But one of the discussions we had early on is, is it native only to Kiowa? Is it native to the Low Country, South Carolina? Where do you draw the line? And so we pretty much went with native to the low country of South Carolina. But it's a little bit of a, so we've got a pretty good list of native plants. There's several hundred, but there's a lot more out there. And so that may be one of the challenges, is defining what a native plant is.
Okay, but we could reference in the ordinance to your Kiowa Island native plant database.
Correct.
Perfect.
Correct.
And then when people go to buy these plants, they need also to go to a place that somewhat specializes in these native plants. And without mentioning any names, there are places in the Charleston area, nurseries, that really, I mean, Brian directed me to one that really specialize in only those native plants. Like, for example, this place I'm thinking, you cannot buy a tractor seat plant. They don't sell them.
Right.
And so it's good to support those places that promote the native plants.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we ready to move to the beach? Stephanie's like, hurry up. All right, so I threw in 5 or 6 slides on the beach. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them, but I thought it would just be, good background to know, general information about the beach, what we've had to do project-wise going back in time, and potentially what we might have to do going forward. So we have a beach consultant, Coastal Science and Engineering. We pay them about $40,000 a year, and that basically gets us an annual survey of the beach that gives us sand volume data, so we can look at erosion accretion rates, gain and loss of sand, that sort of thing, identify problem areas. We get a nice detailed annual report on the state of our beach every year. So the beach is about 10 miles long, one of the healthiest beaches in the state, luckily. It's generally accreting, so generally gaining sand over time. The only issue that we have, and it's not necessarily always an issue, but the way that we get the bulk of our sand on the beachfront comes from a process called shoal bypassing. So it happens on the eastern end of Kiowa. So not to get too much into it, but effectively in between us and Folly is the Stono Inlet. It's the largest inlet in the state, has tens of millions of cubic yards of sand, and periodically those shoals of sand basically break off and attach to the eastern end of Kiowa. They eventually kind of weld themselves onto the shore, and then the longshore current brings that sand down, naturally renourishing the entire beach. So it's great. There's a lot of sand there. We get a lot of it. It keeps our beach healthy, but occasionally that process over the years has gotten messed up a little bit, and so that's forced us to do 2 small-scale projects to basically keep that natural supply of sand moving down the beach, if that makes sense. So there's a little graphic here of kind of how a shoal bypass event works. You get some kind of erosion around the edges, it welds on, and then basically moves down the coast. So the first project we did was in 2006. And so basically what had happened is we had a very, very large shoal bypass event. It attached on one side, but never could wrap around and attach so that sand could weld to the shoreline. Because there was a small tidal creek running between, I actually have the right slide now. Yeah, like the first time in a while. Who knows what we got after this, but, and so effectively we had a tidal creek that was blocking that shoal from attaching, and so we were getting a lot of erosion right in front of the ocean course. So it was as beach projects go, it was fairly small scale. We moved 550,000 cubic yards of sand. It cost $3.6 million. We paid 2.7 of that. We also had an issue where we got sued over an endangered species and had to go to court, but ultimately we were successful and able to do the project. Any questions? You want any more detail on that? Piping plover. Yeah.
And who paid for the amount that we did not? Was that a state resiliency fund or?
So we paid 2.7 Community Association paid 500, Resort 300, Partners 100,000.
So there isn't an ability to get state money for that?
Nope. Nope, we do not have adequate public beach access to qualify for federal or state funds for beach renourishment projects. All right, you got me back up and running, maybe?
And do you foresee at the moment, or have any reasons at the moment to believe that there will be another of those projects?
Forget it. We're almost done.
Become necessary?
Sorry. All right, we're good. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
So do you foresee at the moment, I mean, I know that's a difficult question because, you know, every time I go there, you know, it looks different anyway. But do you foresee that any of those projects are in our, you know, near to midterm future, or you think we are good at the moment?
We're good. We're good for quite a while, probably at least 4 to 6 years. So when we did the 06 project, we basically closed off that tidal creek that was causing the issue, and we moved it further to the east. But over time, it slowly migrated back and ended up kind of where it was before in 2015, and so we had to do another project. This one wasn't quite as big. It was only 100,000 cubic yards, a little over $500,000, though it was almost $1 million when you add in all the mitigation work that we had to do because of potential impacts to piping plovers. But fortunately, that inlet that we've relocated twice is still, it's probably a mile and a half from mile and a quarter from where it was causing issues. So it's, barring a storm with a lot of flooding and overwash that opens up a new inlet, we're good for quite a while. Oh, you running that? All right, you're still running it.
Still behind?
Yeah, we're on beach management plan now. See if you can find it. So just, I think I'm getting to the end here, but, you know, I'm sure everyone knows that the town does have a beach management plan. It's required by the state that we have one. We have to review it every 5 years, but we don't have to turn it in or submit it to anyone. We have to do a revision every 10 years. There are 10 required criteria. You got to have a plan if you want to get state and federal funding, which we can't get. So it's not, it benefits us because it's good to have the plan and to kind of put all your data in one place. But obviously it still doesn't qualify us for that funding. So the first plan was in '92. We did a full update in '06, 2012, and 2020. So we're good until 2030, but we'll have another review in 2024, 2025. All right, my last slide. Any questions on the beach? All right. So Stephanie asked me just to throw in a slide about the Conservancy and kind of the partnership we've had with them over the years. You know, it's changed a good bit. You know, years ago, the town used to give the Conservancy $100,000 every year. No strings attached, no questions asked, and they did whatever they wanted to with it. You know, we went through a phase where they would come to state aid tax and charitable contributions and try to get money, but what's happened basically since we came up with our flood and sea level rise mitigation plan is that we said, okay, it makes a lot more sense to say, okay, the Conservancy is a great resource. You know what's going on, you know what we're working on now, you know what our critical issues are. Design and propose projects that you think will, you know, meet the goals in our comp plan, or provide data on a hot button topic. And so that's pretty much what's happened the last few years. This fiscal year, we budgeted $73,000 for the Conservancy. I think last year it was 50. Because I think we had 50 or 60. So it's been kind of in the $70,000 range a year. And I've just highlighted a few of the studies that that they've worked on, and then the 2 that are currently ongoing this year. And then we're not at the point yet of evaluating projects for next fiscal year. Normally, that process starts within the environmental committee, typically in the March-April timeframe. And then we kind of fine tune what we think are good projects. They provide kind of a final proposal that gets approved by the environmental committee and then recommended to town council.
So I'm kind of getting the sense after talking to them as part of my onboarding that they really would like to get a little bit more guidance from us instead of leaving it to them to propose projects. And that's why yesterday, if you remember, John had one slide with ideas for projects where we could actually really leverage the Conservancy as it comes to now mapping out the details for implementation of the marsh management plan. And there are, you will remember, ideas like, can they help us, proposing the best way to protect the marsh around our Causeway Bridge, for example. I think that could be a very helpful exercise. We talked yesterday about permeable surfaces, et cetera. So I think they also expect from us a little bit more activity than them coming and proposing projects. So I think we need to be a little bit more active in this, and I think we have started to develop some ideas.
Yeah, and the plan would be to discuss it at the next environmental committee. Just kind of, bat around some potential ideas. We'll have a number of Conservancy folks there, and then go forward.
So I have 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
Jim. So first, we talked about the plants already. The native and the non-native, invasive, et cetera. Has it been part of our activities to actually, also educate some of these nurseries in our vicinity, which is probably anywhere between, Ravenel and Folly Beach area, I would say, that, what we would like them to recommend to property owners on Kiowa and not, or?
No.
No.
No, we really, as John mentioned, there's one in particular, one really good native plant nursery in the area that, so if people ask me specifically where can I go, certainly we know places they can go to get only native plants. But in terms of, like going to Brownswood and saying, hey, if anyone from Kiowa comes in, try to sell them native plants, we haven't had that conversation.
Would that make sense from your point of view, or would that potentially create benefit?
Maybe. Absolutely. Of course, if you just pass this native ordinance, then I can just go hand them a copy and say, look, anybody from Kiowa, you tell them we have an ordinance.
Okay. Second question, very similar, fertilizers and pesticides.
Yeah.
And apart even from the issue that we touched earlier on bobcats, I think that's a major concern. And I do experience myself when I talk to my gardener, if something doesn't look so good, it needs some more fertilizer. Right. And that's what he puts on.
Right.
I'm certainly not an expert here, but how can we, A, educate better, more the community, but probably also an interesting question would be, because I assume they are probably the largest user of, fertilizers and pesticides, how do we deal with the resort and the club on their golf courses? Because I would assume that's where they, by far, put most of the fertilizers and pesticides used on the island. So how have we had discussions with them? Where do we stand here? How could that flow into, positively into your activities?
Yeah, so a couple of things on that. We do have certainly issues with overuse of fertilizers on the island, running off into ponds and causing, algal blooms and other issues. We actually, at our last Conservancy meeting, we're discussing the issue of phosphorus, which is often a component of fertilizer, and is causing some pretty significant algal blooms and issues, especially in Ocean Park. But as part of that discussion, I actually learned something I didn't know, was that the Kiowa, basically phosphorus is pretty much not a limiting factor for anything out here, and you should never use a fertilizer that contains phosphorus. So that's something I know that the Conservancy and the Community Association are working on messaging around, but certainly something we should think about too. You know, I think.
And why is that, Jim, about the phosphorus?
Naturally occurring in the soil. The other issue, or the other, especially with the golf, so the golf courses at least, so, let me back up. So most of the golf courses have wetland features, I'm sure all of them do, that are under the purview of the Community Association.
Right.
So Matt Hill is the lake supervisor for the Community Association. He has a lot of conversations with the golf courses about trying to minimize, use of fertilizers, especially when he's got an issue in the ponds. They don't use any phosphorus-based fertilizers.
The golf courses don't.
The golf courses do not, but most of them irrigate with gray water from the utility, and that is quite high in phosphorus. So it's a little bit of an issue, but yeah, this is something that literally just came up, and so I'm learning some things about it too. But in terms of me having direct conversations with golf courses about what they're using, there haven't been any. Again, the conversations that have happened have come from Matt, and Matt still doesn't get it. They don't even tell Matt exactly what they're using, right? And it's there's a little bit of a analogy with the Bobcat SGA issue, right? These are regulated products. You have to be a commercial pesticide applicator to put out a lot of these pesticides and herbicides on these golf courses. But they're not required to tell us what they're using. They're technically required to keep records.
So have we at some point looked, maybe together with the Conservancy, on what are the pesticides and fertilizers we definitely should avoid, and then maybe consider putting that in an ordinance? Or
We have not, but it's a good idea.
I guess another point of view is, are they not telling us what they're using because we've not engaged in conversation with them, or we've tried to engage and they just have stonewalled us?
Well, it's the latter. I can tell you when I was on the Conservancy, Donna was always complaining that she engaged with the golf courses and they refused to tell the Conservancy what they're using.
I guess I hear you. I guess I'd like to understand what that engagement is.
Well, talking to them, wanting to find out, she's asking what fertilizers are you guys using on the golf course? And they just say, we're not telling you.
Okay.
Okay, so that could then also be a potential project for 23-24. And I'm not suggesting, because I think that would be unrealistic, that we are just straightforward saying, no fertilizer, no pesticides, because I think that's just not practical. That would be naive. But maybe there's a way of at least identifying some that we feel we maybe have scientific evidence, of course, that they are most disadvantageous to our nature and wildlife, and maybe then move from there.
I think that's a good idea, and again, something we can certainly have a conversation on in the environmental committee too, because we'll have
Talking about research,
there.
they're increasing some newer golf courses that are being built are increasingly, to the extent that a golf course can be, are trying to be more
green.
more environmentally friendly, and there may be some good examples out there that we can point to that, and because, you don't also want the membership, all the golfers on the island of hue and cry because the pros or the club or the resort tells them, oh, does this. You're just gonna have
Right.
brown courses, and it's gonna
Right.
look ugly, and so you need to anticipate that.
I mean, there's really, I mean, maybe I'm naive here, but if, there's really no reason that the golf courses, or I'll say the resort, should be reluctant to discuss the things that are going on the ground unless they knew that everything they were using, or some of what they were using, was really bad. And I can't believe that they would risk the exposure of having something made public that they're using something so bad. So it seems to me, and I appreciate that a lady from the Conservancy has asked them a few times, but there's more than one way to ask and want to understand what's being done. I got to believe that maybe the Conservancy spokesperson wasn't the best person to start that dialogue, because maybe there's this automatic feeling
possible,
that
sure.
I'm just saying,
possible.
there ought to be no reason that you couldn't sit down with the golf course people and understand what they're putting on the soil.
But I think if we would consider a project like I just mentioned, trying to investigate a little bit about, what are probably the worst stuff that we should not use anymore. Maybe that gives us a good platform to, again, increase that communication,
Right.
bring in, various partners into the picture, and maybe get some more information.
Maybe this is not the case, but if they've made conscious efforts to use non-phosphorus containing fertilizers, and they think they've done a great job, and what they didn't realize was this gray water is pouring tons of phosphorus on it. Not that they don't know that, but maybe they didn't. And it's like, oh man, that's terrible. And so, I got to believe that there's a dialogue you can have with somebody that because they're interested in the island being successful and nice, not just green and lush. Although green and lush is nice for a golf course, it's
Right.
they are also citizens of this island.
So very last
Possibly.
question from my side, Brian.
It might.
And I don't know if you have the answer to this, but at least my observation is that on most of the golf courses on our island, they have really, really started to open up the areas by cutting down a lot of trees and bushes. The last thing that I saw on Osprey the other day, that they now even have cut down a substantial number, I believe, of palm trees. Advantage,
Along the 18th fairway.
especially but not
Yeah.
only on the 18th,
Yeah,
actually.
on the
But theirs is actually, I think, most prominent to see, along the marsh line to the pond. I assume they're allowed to do this, of course, but is this something that, makes you sleepless at night? Or is this okay from your point of view? So I know it's a difficult and
Yeah, I
probably
mean-
subjective question, but
I would say that golf courses, let me phrase this the right way, are, other than pavement, are probably the least valuable wildlife habitat on the island.
no, I understand that, but that was not my question.
And so trees being cut down,
So, but also just opening up areas. I mean, you see it on Cacique as well, right? I mean, there was a lot of vegetations left and right of the fairways, especially also those fairways that are, in proximity to each other. And
Right.
there was a lot of work being done to take out, underbrush and trees and et cetera.
But it's not just that. So a couple of years ago, even Kika started this program of cleaning the banks of the ponds. And so on the pond that's adjacent to my house, they came down and the operating rule was cut everything down that is in or hanging over the water except palm trees. So they basically skinned the banks of all of the vegetation, whether it housed birds nests.
And I think they're still doing
snakes, it
this
didn't
on a
matter.
regular basis.
And it was to allow for a cleaner flow of the water. And now, you could see the ponds a lot better. So, did that do any damage to habitat? I'm sure it did, of some kind of animal.
Yeah, it did. I think that, that's always a controversial thing. When Kika and others start pruning pond edges, predominantly it's wax myrtles that have grown out over the water.
Which are weeds anyway.
They provide good habitat for, nesting birds, but they do cause erosion issues with their roots in the bank. And so normally, when Kika and Matt's crew are doing that, they're replacing it with some sort of a submerged or semi-submerged aquatic grass or other plant to stabilize that shoreline, which also provides, once it establishes, good quality bank habitat, just not as visible, not as good for nesting birds.
We had a very conversation, because unbeknownst to us at Riverview, our pond was starting to get a little overgrown and vetted. When's Kika going to get to our pond? And we found out 3 or 4 years after the development, after we'd taken over the road, Kika doesn't take care of our pond. But they said, well, aren't we supposed to? We're paying assessments for you to take care of our pond. Yeah, well, this doesn't feed into the rest of the pond system, so we have less interest in spending. Then they said, well, we might consider it, but you have to mitigate the pond, you Riverview and your owners, and then do exactly that. Cut. They wanted us to first spend, I don't know, $10,000, $15,000 to clear all the wax myrtles, things overhanging all around the pond.
Yeah.
Any other questions of Jim?
Thank y'all.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Craig. Thanks, John. You guys can stay in a Friday night, Friday afternoon that the sun's coming out. Or you may want to go home.
Jim, your choice.
Okay, folks, what's your pleasure? You want to start talking? Go. No.
I think we should plan to meet early Tuesday for the council meeting and finish our discussion about communication.
I agree. That's fine. Pretty tired.
It is pretty good.
Yeah.
And we need to not be too tired to talk.
The mayor has a meeting, so now unless he leaves the meeting early, he won't be able to make it noon. He can probably do 12:30.
Let's
Okay.
12:30? 12:30 on Tuesday, the 7th?
Before we close, we should maybe go through our
Yeah, let me
list
let me
to
tell
make
you-
sure
let me tell you the
we're all on
notes
the
that I-
same page, John.
Yeah, let me tell you the notes that I made, and Stephanie and I have talked about this. So, just very quickly. One, we created this notion of work groups, designated and led by members of the town council. So what started off as 2, we're probably up to,
I'm up to 12.
I think she's up to more.
I'll consult with Stephanie.
So we got to get that squared around in terms of the groups, the leadership. The expectation, I wrote, is that a work plan, timeline would be prepared by the leaders and presented back to the council by, I know we threw out. They vary. Okay, so that'll all be part of the communication that'll go out.
Yep, I'll do that this weekend, get that out to everybody for comments back to get that solidified.
In planning, now correct me, but we really had 3 major, the comprehensive plan as a activity, community engagement, consultants, and the like. Beyond the gates, I was writing down regional engagement, but I don't, my notes got a little bit shaky after that in terms of the who and the what about that whole issue of beyond the gates. And the third was this resilient Kiowa, KIIEEC, as an entity to be formed. But those are the 3 major issues. Well, let me continue. Let me just continue. So that was 3 in planning. In finance, there's a variance analysis that was asked of Daruda, the sensitivity analysis, the budget process where you have the calendar, financial forecasting, And then I wrote down fund balance. It says, I don't know if that was an activity, an entity, whatever, but those were the five. Right.
So based on risk analysis, so how much of the money can we really spend, or should we really consider to be
That's
available?
predicated on a lot of that other stuff.
And then, but it was, we had, what, if it came up in a different work stream or one of our other items, you know, to the extent you solve for that, what are the potential things that, for uses of that?
Right. So the work groups was one core administrative activity, and then there was a ton of specific questions that I lost track of. Steph's going to write, we'll collectively write the questions out, write them up, send them out, check your own notes, see if there's anything missing or qualify the question or something.
Sure.
And I thought those were some of the output of the last 2 days. So, chime in. I mean, is that kind of what you guys were? The minutes themselves will take a while, and that becomes, but this stuff we should be able to do.
I can work on it this weekend. I'll shoot it to John. He'll start it, and he can send it out to all you guys to make sure that we've captured everything. And then once everyone feels like it's captured everything, then we'll be able to utilize that to form some sort of communication, but to also start signing all the staff support for you guys and what you need to do.
Well, that'd be great. Just send it out as a PDF, and we can, edit and comment, send it back, so keep the thing moving back and forth amongst the.
Just a annoying little administrative detail, Stephanie. What, because I agree that we need to adjourn now. It's been a long day. But how do we handle us all meeting on the 12:30 prior to the council meeting?
The council meeting time will change. The regular schedule meeting will start at 12:30.
Is it still public then?
Yeah.
Well, so what I'm wondering whether it alternatively might make sense that there's actually just an extension of the strategic planning meeting from 12:30 to 2. Yeah. Yes, yeah.
It doesn't change anything, does it?
It does actually change. It changes who might be interested in coming.
Yes.
If I'm a town council person, I won't come to two.
Yeah, I just think keep them separate.
Good point.
Yeah. Okay, and then maybe we can also discuss, as part of the communication discussion, how we communicate to the community about yesterday, today, and that little portion on Tuesday. Right? I think that either we use the next e-blast, or maybe even a special, newsletter, where we really want to put all of what we discussed and promised in terms of activity. So I'm not looking for writing up the meeting minutes, but especially what the mayor just said, all our activities that we want to pursue, we need to summarize and put it out there, so that people are informed, but also that they can measure us then by our activities.
Right. And keep in mind that Tuesday, when we do the extension of this planning meeting, we only have an hour and a half before the council meeting starts.
So yes, so there is a deadline. There is a hard deadline.
It is a hard time. Yes, it is.
Very constructive, everybody. Very constructive, a lot of information. Thank all of you guys for sticking around.
Sticking around all day.
Thank you, technical people, for doing what you did. I guess this is ours now?
Yes. Probably tweaking a few things, but it's ours.
And thank you all the council. I hope it was very helpful, for all, for John and I. And hopefully it was helpful to you three in terms of onboarding, inboarding, orientation.
So just one little, I don't think it requires any concern, it's more of a question and a communications issue, but since the technical people are going to be here today, I'm not sure the same group is going to be here. Yeah, at 12.
Michael is actual stage front, not the Michael trained.
Well, the question, one of the questions I simply had was minor, is I personally find you have to take turns way over there, and staff is speaking, and then members are speaking, extraordinarily stilted. Is there any reason we can't have speakers, staff presenting on one side, kind of like Charleston County does, and the commenters coming up in the center?
No, it's just a matter of, we may just have to order, we may just have to order another podium, or at least just get a wireless mic so that when we set the room up, they can just come up.
Well, I don't know if you need another podium, they'll just literally need one of the, no, not a hand, just the one on the, on a pole.
For staff or for?
No, not for staff. Staff's over there. So-
Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah. I just think that whenever there's the trading back and forth there, it gets very, very awkward. And I think being able to look at the speaker and the speaker look at the, yeah. But I didn't know if that presented technical difficulties from video or audio standpoint. That's kind of the question I was.
The only thing is that microphone would be integrated into the live stream system like this is, so it would be a different sound. It would be picked up from the microphone in the room. Why couldn't they use one of these?
Yeah.
You could. You could use that, but not. It would be a different process than what he's. So let's do this.
Can it not be integrated?
I don't know if we could do it in time.
Okay, but that's why I was asking kind of the technical questions, and it doesn't have to be for next Tuesday to do the full integration, but I guess I'm saying kind of on a go-forward basis. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.